I'm begging game devs to let me have a slider so that I can test the sound while I'm sliding the sound. That is like my biggest gripe with every single setting for any game. I am struggling right now. I will say I heard of this game unconventionally before this Otome festival. I heard of this game because of a casting call for one of the characters for the sequel of this game, I believe. And that's how I found out about this. And then I was like, wait, I should probably play this. So it's been on my to play list for a hot minute, and now is the perfect time for me to play it. So that's what we're gonna do. What's it with you with I have no idea. Listen, it's not me who's me with aggressively horny reapers. That's just the Otome space right now, I think. Is Alejandro Saab in it? No. Alejandro Saab is not one of the voice actors that you would know. That's it. Well, Alejandro Saab's not in this. But in total, there are 6 people you might know from the Hoyoverse universe. Also, if you like Niji Sanji, there is someone in here from Niji Sanji. I know nothing about the VTuber space. I just exist as a VTuber, so... All I know is that this game takes place in the afterlife, or it starts in purgatory, or something like that. So that's my only context. Character name. Oh, this is the main character. Wait, she kind of slays. I kind of like her. I like the vibe. Oh, so I'm in a jail cell. Oh. What happened? What did I do? It was the day of my execution. Oh, I'm about to die. Cool. The footsteps down the hallway came closer towards my cell. I'd already been giving my final meal, so this could mean only one thing. Ah, that time has come already. Public executions were rare. Though the gruesome affairs had once entertained the masses in the past, no longer were they welcomed. Or so I thought. Perhaps I was a special exception. What did I do? Since I was a woman that was particularly loathsome, especially despicable. At least that's what I've led everyone to believe, unintentionally or otherwise. I've been the target of much hatred even before I laid claim to the ruthless deeds that had left this town torn apart. To be fair, they saw me as the culprit and all of this was deserved. I can't say my hands were entirely clean either. Am I a witch? Did I get accused as a witch? Even if I did not turn myself in, though, the results mayhaps would have been the same. At least this way I could. Miss Eve. The guard greeted me grimly. One of the few people that still treated me respectfully. My one friend here. This is a low bar for friend, but okay. I thought he would pretend to not know me, but he was the one to ask what I wished for my last meal. We've often bantered with each other in town, or what this town was before.
It's the perfect day for a beheading, don't you think?
I was not expecting the voice to come out so suddenly. Okay, so it's like partially voice acted. Miss, I hope the trash they would throw at me wouldn't smell too bad.
Miss Ina, it's time to go.
The guard is voiced? Wait. His countenance was supposed to be smooth, but pity and resignation were etched in the way his eyebrows furrowed, and his mouth sagged. He was young, only 17. Why did they give such a task to someone so young? Did everyone die in this town? Is that what happened? Oh, why does it look like everything's in flames? Or is this just the morning, night, sunset? Something? Disgust, hatred, happiness. Those are very different feelings, girly. For those who did not like me, their eyebrows did not crease, as if expecting this very outcome. The few who did not despise me hated the path I walked on. And those who did were full of glee. The ones that were still alive, anyway. So she's a witch. Or something akin to a witch in this world. I've seen those eyes countless times in the past year. They warned me to keep my head down and keep quiet. Countless warnings I did not heed. Just look straight ahead, miss.
You're a little too young for this, aren't you?
You're not much older.
What do you mean? I got a whole 4 years on you. I'm an adult.
I'm an adult. You're still a baby. So you're 21? You're still a baby. While I tried to lighten the mood, despite the very morbid end that was awaiting me, the crowd's whispers turned to jeers. I see they did not voice this. Filthy bitch!
You've brought nothing but doom to this town!
I was pelted by what smelled like rotten food. Despite the urge to heave, I maintained my countenance, remained the calmest it could ever be. I wanted to keep my dignity to the end, whatever was left of it. There wasn't much food to throw since we had cut the supply routes. Oh, we are also in a town that is literally starving. Okay.
Ouch!
So they threw rocks instead, which is actually kind of worse.
Hey, one scratch gets on us and you'll be in the jail next.
Is that jail? Wait. Which version of jail is this? Is this like an old English jail? Next, huh? I smiled and I could see him wince.
Sorry.
He whispered to me in a hush.
It's all right. You're not wrong.
You really defending a traitor like her?
I'm next to her, you idiot.
Right. He would get hit too if they missed. This was necessary, I told myself. It was what I signed up for. It was for the sake of the nation. I would eventually pay off, and even if I would not be around to witness it. No matter how calm I tried to be, though, I could not control the lurching in my stomach. I knew this would come, but I was terrified to the core. Death was coming, yet I still could not fathom what I would be gone in just a short while. Oh, wait! The expressions changed. I did not notice that. But more than that, I longed for what I would be leaving behind. My family, my favorite bread, fresh from the bakery, crispy and fluffy, can never taste it again. After everything, why is thinking about bread bringing me to tears? My last moments on Earth, my mouth is watering. I asked for one last loaf for my final meal, but the flavor was not what it had always been. I tried to remember the taste I once cherished. But better than the bread was the people that I shared it with. Ah, so that's why my heart hurt so. The guard brought me to a sharp halt. I thought my execution would be done in the middle of town. Despite the burnt, indistinct rubble, I knew exactly where this was. A cruel estate that was the source of all troubles. Of course they met their demise. Was this a revenge killing? He made short of it, and it was why I was here. His sins were greater than my own, but if he was the one that forged the path, I was the one who paved it. What did I do? I laughed as I looked up at the burning sky. Someone thought this was the perfect place for me to die. Would my grave be here as well, or would they even bother burying my body at all? I'm sorry. His voice was barely a whisper. I shook my head. There was nothing he could have done.
Thank you.
For being with me at the end. At least my death wouldn't be a lonely one. Someone covered my head with a sack. A final mercy. I didn't have to look at the blade that would take my life. I hope Felix can have some bread tonight. I'm assuming Felix is a sibling. Or a partner? Or family member. I don't know. Okay, so I can scroll in order to get to the next text. That's actually really nice that they have a scroll wheel option. I pray that it is warm. I hope he'll carry on our work and see our dream through.
Please don't miss me too much. And forgive me for doing this.
The blade swung. Oh, I thought we were going to see blood. I guess not. Oh, never mind. Literally the execution. I should shut my mouth. They have a music video? It reminds me of old Vocaloid. Low key. This is kind of sick. I did not expect there to be a music video. Oh my god, Castawis, is that you? Oh, they'll tell you the voice actors anyway. Cool. Okay, so far, I like the white hair character. I like Kame too. I like the white hair character though. Oh, cat? Oh, not the jump scare. Wait, why do you have a giant skull? Oh, wait, the backgrounds look kind of cool. Okay, I like 2 of the characters so far, just based on designs. Their personalities will find... Oh, why is there a cat? And why do you have red eyes? I'm scared. Okay, cool. Wait, that's so sick. I didn't expect the music video. After that, it was as though I was trying to study a painting through a net. What a shame, someone so young and bright. Is that a Reaper? Who the fuck is speaking to me? More pity. Why did everyone pity me? I knew what I was getting into. My head hurt. Yeah, because someone cleanly chopped it off. I guess I'm walking into the abyss. I step forward. If I still had a body, I could not see it. Well, I could only trust my footfalls would take me to a destination. There is a door. I'm opening it. The light grew brighter.
Is there no way to reconsider?
What am I reconsidering?
You forget that this is more in your power than mine. I've done what I could.
I will not back down.
Arguing. Lots of arguing. I think it was about me? I wish someone would tell me what was going on. I guess I'm walking. It's like someone is flipping pages of a book. My own life was but a chapter, like ink on a page long disintegrated. Faces along the way like new characters. A hand reached out to me. Oh, the gentle voice is no longer voiced. Are you sure you wish to do this? There'll be a price to pay. I cannot help you. What did I agree to? Why is my name in yellow now? This was just a memory, wasn't it? Still, I could barely remember anything. I'm taking someone's hand. My head hurt. It hurts.
It hurts! It hurts! Make it stop, please!
I begged to any entity that would listen to me. My heart, no, entire being, throbbed in pain for what felt like an eternity. Then, as sudden as it started, it was over. I was at peace. The loneliness never left me, but it was distant. The searing pain that tore my heart felt like a separate entity, as if it floated next to me. It was a dull ache that didn't consume me, but didn't leave me either. Was this what happened after death? Where am I going? Girl, I don't know either. So far, the text box didn't change. Oh, my eyes are opened. It is really bright in here.
I'm sleepy.
How are you able to sleep in this bright of a room is a new question that I have. Time was an endless stretch. All the voices that swirled in my head soon faded away. Sometimes the same memories visited me again and again. Each time they grew more distant. And then I finally fell into a dreamless state. I think I slept for a very long time. Wake up! There's some people waiting for you. Come on, follow me.
Who are you?
Oh, I'm back! And I see my head is still attached. Come on, Sleeping Beauty. You can ask questions later. My eyes were still entirely bleary, but I regained enough control of my limbs to reach out to her. She took my hand. The warmth of her touch grounded me enough to walk forward and through another door. Chapter 1. My question is, why is the logo a sheep? Am I the sheep? Is someone else a sheep? This time I could feel everything. I'm in an office space with like... What is this? This looks like very steampunk-ish. My feet were firmly planted on the ground. When I stretched out my hands, I could see them. Every finger. I touched my neck to find it was still attached, right? My head's not off of my shoulders. Cool. A young woman guided me through a long hallway. She bade me to sit down. A few moments later, she handed me a drink. I believe this is coffee? I have mostly drank tea in my life, though. Listen, coffee, great. Tea, great. We can have both. It is sweeter than I remember it. And quite chilly, too. Ooh, iced coffee. Perfect. How long has it been since something has passed my lips? Just a few days ago, but it feels like it's been a lifetime. Actually, no. Several lifetimes. My head was pounding, so I focused on the drink to steady myself. Where am I, anyway? I heard loud footsteps and a raucous group approaching me. Sounds of bickering and a few exasperated sighs reached my ears. While I've been in crowds aplenty, this one felt overbearing. More so than the last one I'd faced. And they pelted things at me. I haven't heard such noise in a century. How'd you know it's a century? Who is this? Hoomsta. Wait, the tattoos are kind of cool. Is there an option to, like, look at the character designs by themselves? I guess not. Oh, there's a quick save and quick load. Okay. Hello there. Hello? Who are you? And where am I? What's happening?
Consider us your welcoming committee.
Every time there's a new voice, I get jump scared. I like his design a lot. Is it because of the horns and the stars? Maybe, but I like his design a lot. Welcoming committee for what?
Congratulations, you're dead. Welcome to the afterlife.
I love that his is just captioned rude. Well, that was not very welcoming at all. He sounded fine. I mean, a little passive-aggressive, but like fine?
I'm dead?
Girl, you knew your head was completely chopped off. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Why was that surprising? My head got chopped off. All of my memories after that were particularly fuzzy, but I recalled that much. I suppose these things take some time to get used to. I should be grateful that I was on my own 2 feet again. Wait, I knew that. Why are you so surprised then? Well, I suppose I didn't know what to expect afterwards. Death is a shocking thing, you know. You've had quite a while to get used to the whole idea. I have? How long does one get used to being dead in a few days? Or could it have been longer? This was a pain. Time is a concept that I don't understand. I peered around them, hoping to see a door to heaven. Hopefully it was heaven? I know I did some bad things, but they wouldn't put me in hell. Right? Right. So where are we going? The men all looked at each other. I love that this one's just pretty man. I see my color palette that I like for this game is dark blues, golds, and whites. Because I also like this character. Which one of you will do the honors? Not me. Ooh, wait. This suit kind of eats. This suit? Also, I'm never beating the allegations of white, black, and gold with blue being my favorite, but I fucking love this suit design. Oh my god. I'm not good with these things. I'm not qualified to. I guess I'm taking rude guy, is what's happening. Are you not the boss, Kame? Who's Kame? Is this Kame? Kame pretended not to hear this. Or is that the other guy? How about we draw straws? Oh, you're Kame! Okay. If it's such a hassle to tell me where to go, then I'll go find someone else to tell me. Where's the nice woman who gave me the coffee? Lilia? The speckled man named Kame snorted. She's the last person you'd want to ask. Oh. Why? You get a summary that tells you nothing you need to know, and you get yourself in trouble. Well, even more trouble. What did I do? Like, what did I do that was so bad that even the afterlife won't take me? Oh no, they're sending me to hell, aren't they? I gulped.
Oh, I'm in trouble? I have to go down there.
Also, crazy way to phrase this in front of like 5 men, but the last part came out with a whisper, despite my attempts to keep my voice steady. I looked at the floor, expecting it to swallow me whole. Luckily for you, you escaped that fate. Oh, cool. Oh, thank goodness. But there is a price and a punishment. Oh! His grin did not match his ominous tone. Oh! He does not seem very nice. He just seems straightforward. Like, I don't see anything rude about this so far. Arias, you're frightening her. I believe we should begin with introductions. I'm still baffled that his name is just Pretty Man. Like, all of them are pretty. Why does he get the Pretty Man tag? Look at you, doing a better job than our leader. I'm not your leader, Zafan. Zafan? You're the highest rank. I feel more like a father trying to rein in his troublesome brats. Thanks, Pops. Never knew what it's like to have a dad. Oh. Zafan, you okay? You good, bro? Anyways.
I am Kame Aster. It is a pleasure to finally meet you.
Finally? I like his voice. He held out his hand for a handshake. This is the proper human formality, correct? You know what? I was gonna ask it why you're not human, and then I looked at the horns and then retracted my statement. Human? Well, I usually curtsy. I quickly took it and mimicked his gesture, although it felt quite awkward as it was a gesture I witnessed mostly among knights. She's from an earlier time period, remember? Ah, yes. What?
Name's Zafan. Up top.
Who is Zafan again? Is it Nazia? Because I'm just like... That sounded like Seth. Yep, okay. I was like, wait a minute, that just sounds like Seth. He raised a hand and I waved back at him. Don't mess with her already. You just said... Sorry. He interrupted and gave me a smooth wink. Okay, so he's gonna be the flirty one. Cool. Try to give you a high five. Didn't mean to confuse you. He ruffled my hair and stood back to pass the baton to the next man.
I am Valafar.
I think this might be the one. I think Valafar might be my choice right now. He bowed politely, and I returned the gesture with a curtsy.
Aureus.
He made no such movements and only nodded at me. Okay, he's just a straightforward guy that doesn't want to really talk a lot. Like, I don't think that's rude. He's fine. Ouch, cold reception. You feeling shy? Hush. Nice to meet you too.
I am Sair, an angel.
Wait. Sair also might be my go-to. Hold on, wait a minute. I don't know yet, I need to see their personalities. As if to prove it, he floated into the air for a few moments. He can fly? I mean, he said he was an angel, but he can fly? What a show-off. Wow, a real angel. Don't tell me you're believing him so easily. You saw Sair in his voice and felt a neural activation. No, honestly, I was like, wait a minute. This kind of eats. I ignored him. Do you have wings and feathers? He hesitated for a moment before answering. Only on special occasions. They can get in the way. Also, wing design. Love me a man with a wing design. Wow, I want to see. Perhaps some other time. Reapers are cooler, and we have power too. Oh, you're a Reaper. That's not what I expected a Reaper to look like. His tone felt rather petulant. Wait a minute. The human comment from before stuck out. Are you all Reapers? Is it so shocking? Oh, so they're all Reapers. I thought they were all different classifications of like angels and other stuff. But if they're all Reapers, damn, they all have really, really good designs. You just believe that man is an angel. Seer smiled at me serenely. Oh, so you're a jokester. Okay. Yes, well, I mean, I did not have a good answer, so I decided to ignore those statements altogether. I'm just gullible. That's it.
So if you're Reapers, are you the ones that brought me to the other side?
Correct. Though you have been on the other side for quite a while now. Do you not remember? I don't. Was it Leela who got me? I just came through this door. She got you from purgatory, but she doesn't do any reaping herself. You could say she's a bit of a complicated case. Oh? A story for another time. Come on, you two, stay on topic. Do you not remember your stay in purgatory? No, I don't. I was in purgatory? I did not recall this. Or wait, did I? All those voices, the people I saw on my way here. I thought I was hallucinating. Have you recalled? I'm afraid it's mostly a blur. I remember some voices, seeing some people pass by. I remember sitting on a bench under a tree, long paths, and I think I talked to people sometimes.
Nothing more specific?
Is this Kieran? Wait, hold on. Is this Heijo's voice actor? Yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense, so I like his character and his voice. No, I'm sorry. For some reason, he seemed agitated. I felt bad about having to disappoint him. What's gotten into you, Seer? You're usually the picture of serenity. How about we move to the lounge? There's a lounge? I'm over here like, this motherfucker Seer sounds like he came out of Lads! I don't think Kieran is in Lads / I don't think they announced the English voice actors in Lads. He indicated with a jerk of his head at the curious onlookers. Currently, only overtime workers are at the office, so we have this place to ourselves. There's a vending machine. Why is there a Japanese vending machine in... This is not purgatory. I don't know where this is, actually. What a strange area. I walked up to this giant box holding little round objects. What's this? A vending machine. Oh, that's what you were talking about. Round objects is certainly a way to describe bottles. A vending machine. That's where your coffee came from. You put your phone against the black part, and you select with these buttons, and it'll give you a drink. He demonstrated by getting himself a coffee, just like mine. You see? Why does it look like your eyes are going to fall out of your head? Oh, I forgot that this character is literally from, like, the equivalent of medieval times that has no idea what a vending machine is. Sorcery. It boggled my mind. How could a box know what you wanted? How could it return an object? Perhaps you can think on it another time. Yeah, we were talking about your time in Purg. Are we just shortening Purgatory to Purg? Okay. What do you remember? Well, the last thing I really remember was getting my head chopped off. Aries winced. I remember it really hurt at the time, but it feels like that was so long ago. How long have I been dead for? Well, we must check the records. I'd say 300 years. Oh, I've been asleep. Oh. Oh! That long? Purg, what's next? We're gonna regard Tartarus like it's a dang cake. I was about to say Tartaglia, but that's even longer. I guess Tart? Right? No, sorry. No wonder it feels like many lifetimes away. I really feel like I've aged. I don't look like I've aged, but it's fine. Despite your loss of memory? I nodded. Yes, I only know bits and pieces, but I feel something weighing down my heart. Maybe over time I can remember why I feel this way.
It is peculiar that you remember your human life, yet not your time in the afterlife.
Why is that
Usually
weird?
it is in reverse.
Oh. I'm just special / main character. You're just a weird one. Thanks, Aries. Thanks. Now, that simply livens things up all the more. I suppose it's up to me to explain why you're here and what you must do and where you shall go. I mean, they called you the leader, right? So you should explain. You have served most of your sentence in purgatory. However, you are to work indefinitely as a reaper until some conditions are satisfied. And what are these conditions? I'm just going to be the main character because I'm going to ask the same questions. I cannot... Well, that does not help me. Homie, why can you not say... Is that part of the contract? Like, Did I sign an NDA when I was in purgatory and then wiped my memory? Why not? Curiosity killed the cat. And satisfaction brought it back. Aries rolled his eyes and turned away. I laughed to myself. It was banter I often used to have with my best friend. Of course, Aries did not seem to be as willing as a partner. Wait, best friend is Felix. My best friend Felix. If 300 years had passed, then that meant he was gone too now. No matter what he did, he was my closest friend. He was my other half. But there were more pressing matters at hand, so I would have to wallow in my sorrow later. We get to meet Felix, that'd be fun. I cannot tell you the conditions because I do not know. Oh. That doesn't help when I lost my memory, huh? You are to serve your sentence until the powers above had decided otherwise.
I thought you guys are the powers above.
We're the powers below. Except for Sair, who technically is above, but he doesn't have that much weight here either.
'Tis true. The powers above are much higher than I am.
So, if we are below, this is hell? No, you were spared from that, remember? Keep up. Okay, Aries is getting on my nerves now.
And hell doesn't have coffee.
Oh, that is actual hell. Well, Balefar nodded sagely. What exactly is my sentence for? Have I been that bad? The men all exchanged myriad expressions with each other. Yes, you took the fall for an evil, evil man and helped him along the way. I could not deny that. Although he was doing some bad things, I did not find him evil in the slightest. This did not seem to be the time to contest that. And the results were catastrophic, almost world-ending. Oh, what did I do? A calamity beyond all disasters. Yes, thank you. We get the message. Hold on. I thought things would get better if I... Oh, no, miss. Frankly speaking, everything went to shit. I will say Zafon's kind of funny. You sacrificed yourself for the crimes of that man. In turn, he ravaged the world. Oh. Well, shit. What? That was the last thing I could have ever expected to hear. Angered by your death, he decided to wage war across the country, as well as the neighboring lands. Oh, I started a world war. Oh, shit. What? What'd you expect? He was a wrathful man. You witnessed that before your death as well, correct? It was justified. We wanted to change the country. Well, you changed it, all right.
I meant for the better, not for the worse. What happened?
You enabled a terrible man. Even before your misguided martyrdom, you encouraged him in his sins. All right, I understand. This is because I was his partner, right? The powers above decided that enablement of a sinner is also a sin. I can't argue with that, I'm not gonna lie. Especially in the case of your final act. Hundreds and thousands of lives were forfeit. Yours truly had to be involved too. Zafan pointed at himself with a grim expression. We can come back to that later. Balefar cut him off before he could begin his tale. Deflated, Zafan pouted but did not protest. I want to know what happened. Wait, why did you point at yourself, though? Well, obviously you're the ones affected, but at the same time, are you also a recent Reaper? All because of what he did? No, that's not entirely true. Oh? You're right. I did enable him. Instead of telling to rein himself in, I encouraged him. But I thought he knew best, so I never disagreed with him. I just aided him in the pursuit of his... No, our goals. I thought if I limited myself to a certain extent, my hands wouldn't be dirtied, but... Girl. Why did you expect this? You're still enabling him! If he was the one to administer the poison, then I was the one that brewed it.
And if I could give my life for him to continue on his path, our path, then it would all be okay.
I had gladly done so in the end. I rubbed my neck, where the axe had fallen. I should have seen it all coming. If it makes you feel better, you weren't the only one punished. There are others who suffered, greatly. It doesn't make me feel better at all. It just makes it worse. I'm not some cruel person, or I hope I'm not. At least you aren't to go to hell, so long as you fulfill your work. And what if I don't want to?
Hell is not a fun place. Do you want a taste of it?
No. I think I'm good. That's where that bastard went. Disgusting friend. His eyes narrowed, and for a moment I could see the flames of hell in his pupils. Oh! Nope, I'm good. Thank you. So Felix ended up there. All we did was for nothing. His choices after my passing were ultimately his own, but was it my fault? You were kind of a catalyst, I'm not gonna lie. I'm going to shut up. Why do I keep stealing their lines? Maybe I should go down there after all. As if he could reach my thoughts, Kame gently put a hand on my shoulder. Aries. He rebuked the sharp man while giving my shoulder a comforting squeeze. He didn't apologize, making Kame sigh, but he didn't press the matter. Just know that your sentencing is beyond our power. Apologies if you feel wronged, but this is how it is in the afterlife. I wish there was a way I could appeal it. I mean, I've already been in purgatory, right? Correct. Although you didn't have too much to purge, so you've been sleeping for most of your duration there. What do you mean? Well, thanks to you and your friend turned tyrant king, there was a lot on everyone's agendas. So you slipped our radar. What's a radar? Right. Like, literally medieval times. I forgot about that. Think of it as something that escaped everyone's notice for now. Man, they really left you sleeping too long. So I was forgotten. Our apologies. There was an awkward moment of silence. I definitely could tell there were things they weren't telling me. But in truth, I needed time to process all this. I nodded along as though I understood all that they told me, but I felt that it had yet to sink in. You should get some rest. It was as if he had read my mind. Ah, yes. While you had quite the slumber, I believe you do need some time to think. We set up a cool room just for you. I get my own room? You knew I'd be coming? We are your welcoming committee, after all. Of course we had to do some preparation. Does everyone get a room here is a new question. Or is it just people who eventually have to serve out Reaper time? With all that happened, I'd be grateful if I was forgotten. Right, now there's a lot that's happening. And I need to make up for my mistakes. And Lilia, help. She said our taste sucks. Oh. What do you guys do? Oh, well, I'll be sure to thank her. They said she's lazy and troublesome, but the girl's been nice to me so far. Although this coffee's cold, the warmth it gave my heart was something I felt nostalgic for. I prefer cold coffee, so it's fine. I held onto it tightly as we exited the office and made for the place that would be my new home. We have cars? I was terrified out of my mind. Yeah, this is like one of the moments where it's just like, this would kill the Victorian child. MC is actually the Victorian child right now. We were inside a strange contraption. Think of it as a mini carriage, he had said. Yet there were no horses, and it moved on its own accord. Sorcery. And to make it worse, it moved too quickly. I think that's just whoever's at fault of who's driving. Who's driving? I bet it's Sayer, because I want to say Zavon, but it's probably not. Would you like to hold my hand? Seer sat to my right and Zavon to my left. Oh, wait, are we all in the back seat? Never mind. I was sandwiched between them, squished like a child hiding inside a cupboard. Who's driving the car? Looks like she'll destroy Kame's seats otherwise. Arias was seated in the front, staring out the window. Well, it's not you. Kame, who was driving this bizarre vehicle, huffed and languished a sigh as he spun the wheel. Oh, so you're an insane driver. Okay, cool.
I would prefer that not happen, if you don't mind.
You know what? I did not expect you, the one, to be a crazy driver, but fine. Who's driving dysfunctionally? It's gotta be Sayer. Listen, it's always the ones who look calm that drive on the road like they're insane. Like, I'm just saying. Or else I may switch cars with one of the others. Certainly you wouldn't dare taking mine. You should have gone with Valifair, then, or brought your own. Did Valifair just get his own car? Okay. I hadn't realized I had a death grip on the leather seats. My nails had been digging in, and my knuckles had gone white. I held the angel's hand, and I was still in the fear for my life. Non-life. He was positively delighted.
You can hold my hand too.
I have 2 hands, it's fine. I can hold them both. I took him up on the offer. My strength was divided between holding each hand. Please do not be so anxious. You're a Reaper now. You can't... Okay, can I die as a Reaper is a new question. That easily is an interesting statement. Can't die again that easily. Doesn't mean she can be reckless. Zafan sounds very excited about holding hands. I feel like both of them are, if I'm gonna be so honest. Yeah, well, she doesn't have to be a nervous wreck either. Try looking out the window. I'm sure this will all be new to you. This place is called Stasis. It's got a lot to do thanks to everything we borrow from the human world. So it's a city? I braved a glance outside. It was bizarre. Gone were the structures I had grown up with, or the rubble it had become. Instead were looming buildings, bright lights. Cool, isn't it? The Purgatory humans helped us design this place. Angels come down here to frolic, so a lot of time is always put into construction. Up where we come from, there's little of entertainment. Though they make the best alcohol. Specifically wine or other. I had so many questions. The Purgatory humans? Purgatory is a place where humans purge their sins before they go to heaven. So I'm going to heaven.
You are a special case.
Oh my god, I'm special!
You stirred up so much trouble they didn't know what to do with you.
So I go to heaven anyway, even though I was a bad person. Cool. You know what'd be funny? If Kane was a good driver, but MC is so unused to cars, she thinks she's driving like a madman anyway. You know what? That could also be what's happening right now. I just like my headcanon of that they're driving crazy. That's why they left you in there for so long. Anyways, rather than just wandering around in Purg, the ones with skills could just serve their sentences here. Now and then you get humans that work here before going to heaven. Or even come down from heaven now and then. So, I didn't have any skills? I have skill issue? Fuck. That's not the case, but rather you were assessed to be a danger. Oh! Y'all are in danger. Cool. What? Who am I dangerous to? Yourself. And millions of people. Point taken, but I'm not that reckless! Arias scoffed. And I'm here now, aren't I? Under strict supervision. Our heads are on the line. Really? So don't toe out of line. But she has matured from her stay in Purgatory. Have I? You may have forgotten your memories, but do you truly feel like the same person? I don't know. My soul felt heavier, things were still foggy, and I barely had any time to think here. I think I have changed. I just need to figure out how. Hopefully it's for the better. Oi, ease up, will ya? Never seen you be this much of a dick. Don't listen to him. He was in charge of making sure you get here safe and sound. Bullshit. Y'all just wouldn't stop talking about her. How come you all know me? I appreciate the help, but is there a reason you're looking out for me? Because you're a danger to us, yourself and others, apparently. Let's just say a series of events have led us to being responsible for you. Like misfortunate events?
So if you mess up, we all die.
Oh! Okay, well, the stakes are now higher.
Zafan, please. It would be a worthy death.
Oh my god, Seer would die for me, though. Seer is being bumped up on the list right now. No, I don't want anyone dying for me. Besides, aren't we already dead? Yet you died for another so easily. Anyway, while humans and things that normally hurt humans can't fatally harm us, other powers can. Keep that in mind. What, the heavenly principles or some shit? Alright! Ooh! This looks like a hotel lobby. At last, we were free from the nightmarish ride. I was sitting in my brand new room. Oh, this is my room? Wait, this room is sick. Although the structures I've seen so far have been unfamiliar, this was close to my old quarters in Felix's home. Was this on purpose? Probably. They told me to stay out of the kitchen for now and just ask them if I need any help, since there would be machinery I did not yet know how to operate. Oh, there's probably like a fridge and a stove and all that. I was given this watch thing to contact them, but how would that possibly work? Sorcery. Just as I started tapping on the surface, something appeared on the screen. The watch began to make noises. After several moments of deliberation, I tapped it. Oh, Savant's calling! Hey, how you settling in? Ah! I threw the infernal device, and a shatter replaced the sound of his voice. Ah. Did you already break it? Girl. You did not just break your watch already. I shouldn't have done that, I think. Sorcery. The next day, we're not gonna acknowledge that I broke my watch? Okay. Okay. Okay, you know what? At least he's teaching me how to use it. Here, I'll teach you how to use it. While the device was sturdy, the screen itself needed some repairs. The men were shocked at my strength, though Lilia praised me until came shoot her out. Wait, where's Lilia? I want to see Lilia. And so Zafan was here with a case of tools. Probably should have taught you in the first place. It would mean less work on our hands. Yesterday. After I tossed the— oh, there was a shatter sound. After I tossed the infernal device away from me as far as I could, it thumped against the wall and fell to the floor with a spectacular shatter. Oh my god, how much was that? This poor watch. How much did I spend on this watch? Well, probably nothing, but how much did they spend on this watch?
Foul creation!
I did not expect that to be voiced. That's so funny. I climbed up onto the counter and I looked for some sort of a weapon. Luckily, I found a broom— Girl. Luckily, I found a broom to brandish at the cursed item. Not that I knew anything about exorcism. Perhaps I should have joined a convent after all. Before I had any more time to regret my course in life, hurried footsteps echoed outside my door. Are you okay? No. Zafan was huffing after opening the door and a group of guys piled in. Beside him was Valafar, who was sleepily rubbing his eyes. Oh, was this at like midnight or something? Aries was now in tow and Sayre peered inside curiously. While Kame wasn't very visible, I could still see him rubbing his temple. Like, shit, what did you do? You could have knocked! We thought something had happened. The angel furrowed his beautiful face as he came— the descriptions for Sayre are sending me. As he came up to me, still crouched in the corner. Are you hurt? He put a hand on my head and his eyes did once over me. What happened? A voice started coming out of my watch and I thought it was possessed. It was terrifying. Ah, thanks. That was my voice. Whoever made this clearly has an obsession with Sayre, and honestly, they're so right for that. The devs, you're so right for that.
Is my voice that scary?
I think you're just a baby. You sound like a baby. He whispered to Arise, who nodded, much to this. No, don't be mean to him. We should have explained how it worked to you. You must have been frightened. I tried to slide off my seat, but Valafar stopped me. He should check for any broken glass. Although you are a Reaper now, injuries will still hurt since you are new to this life. Zafan, in another reality where you voice a Genshin character, your voice can't be scary. I don't think his voice is that scary as Alhaitham, though. Which is funny, because he's, like, after Alhaitham, I feel like he's played a lot of, like, goofy-esque characters. Which honestly is so fun. It'll take time for your powers and resistance to develop. To being hurt by glass?
Paper cuts will never stop stinging, no matter how many years pass.
That seems like an awful inconvenience. Why is that still a thing? He spoke bitterly and glared at the floor as though there was a sheet of paper threatening to slice him. How unfortunate. While Valifar picked up the watch, Zafan and Arias studied the floor with any debris. They confiscated my broom and then began the lecture. Oh, and that's why we're here now. We did not think your first reaction would be to throw the item. You didn't get that impression after I was scared shitless by a car? Arias, bro. I said I was sorry. I told you I thought that the watch was possessed. We have to remember that there was no technology from her time. He gave Arias a pointed look. However, the next time you come across a suspicious item, it may not be wise to toss it. There could be an enchantment designed to hurt you. Oh. Yeah, that is true. I did not know that was a rule now. Really? Like what? I thought I'd be safe as a Reaper at least. You'd be mistaken. Remember there were other powers out there that can harm you? I nodded. There are rogue Reapers out there, bad spirits from the human world, and actual demons that so far has escaped our grasp. The longer one lives, the more powerful they grow, so there may be out there who can hurt you. But how come they go rogue? Pursuit of power or a different life. I could see why. We all stared at him. Not that I have any plans to go rogue, jeez. Then you should watch your words, especially where we are. You want to explain that now, Arias? Are there any bad angels? Seer shook his head.
Angels cannot have ill intent, so it is not possible for them to stray.
Okay, so that's a rule in this world. Cool. Furthermore, all actions angels do are recorded automatically and sent to a record keeper. That kind of sucks. You're being monitored at all times? Oh. Arias, come on now. You put a TV remote in a caveman's hand, he's gonna try and turn the dang stove with it. Right. How can they not have any ill intent? It's just how it is. Reapers are built in a certain way, angels are built in a certain way. Reapers are unattached. Their end goals are to become humans, be promoted to higher work, and possibly become angels. Although I've rarely heard it actually happen. I'm low-key blushing from how good the voice acting is in the men's eyes, right? We're so eating with this game. Because of this, it's rare to see Reapers in relationships, or even have more than a couple of friends at most. They all say as a group in an Otome game. A group like ours is an anomaly. They, of course, can have casual relations if they so choose, but most find no need to tie themselves down to this life. Angels that get to deal with the nice parts of life. All we see is death, so you can imagine why they want a promotion. Or to settle down as a human, once they fulfill certain conditions. Of course, that's not appealing to everyone. I feel like you don't want to become a human, is what I'm hearing. And you do have those that have come into this life after once being human, whether it be by choice. An exceptional event, I assure you. Or those that must work off their karmic debt. That's a lot to take in. Sayer pet me fondly on the head.
You will learn.
Arias bristled. Why are you bristling? For why? You're quite friendly to her. Why? Yeah, you're not that nice to us or at all. Could it be? I didn't think he had it in him. Sayer gave him a look. He certainly can be heartless for an angel. Even you, Valifar? Ah, stop teasing him. I'm sure it's because I'm new. I defended him more for my sake than his, if I were to be honest. All right, we'll back off for now. We need to get to business as it is. Let me teach you the basics of using this. Try not to throw it again. Sorry, I thought a demon was in there. You're afraid of demons? Are you? Okay, listen. I just came from the human world, okay? I thought, you know, demons are kind of a scary thing and a supernatural being. Of course I'm gonna be scared of demons. Well, who is it? Aries pointed at himself and then to Cave. Okay, listen, y'all have been Reapers for however long. Y'all don't have to be scared of demons, okay? I was a human. Humans are scared of demons sometimes. Well, most of them are. So, do you not notice that we have a demon-like qualities? Well, no, actually, you all just look like pretty men. You demons? I thought you were Reapers. Not mutually exclusive concepts. There are good demons and bad ones. Take some perceptions of the Grim Reaper across different places, staring at a date with death and a date with death too. Those can perceive the supernatural, have some foundations for our appearances. Wait, I just realized he meant demons and not Reapers. Of course, we don't know if they truly see us or if we just look like the scary pictures they conjure of us. I see. They've always been terrifying, the paintings I've seen. Oh wait, no, they were referring to Grim Reapers. I literally just read the line and immediately forgot it. Scary things aside, let's get to work. After many hours of patience from Zafan with Valifar and even Lilia occasionally dropping by. Can we see Lilia? Where is this girlie? I think I finally understood this device. Well, it is a watch. They say it's like a smartphone that is capable of doing many other things I need for my Reaper work. I still cannot say that I've grasped everything, but I believe I could work this. All right, test time. Never mind. Wait, I don't think I'm ready. Go ahead and send a text to someone. No, fuck. Who am I sending a text to? Okay, we know Sayer has like some type of interest in me, right? But I do like Valifar. Oh, I'm so torn. Sayer. Oh, this is such a VTuber background. This is such a VTuber design. This circle and everything, yo. Yo, I did not expect that. I can send emojis. Hello? How wonderful it is to receive a message from you. Oh, the chibis are so cute. My, you're learning quite quickly. You really think so? Yes, I'm quite proud. Oh my god, he's proud of us. I wouldn't be surprised if someone got inspired and recreate this layout as a VTuber background. I feel like, what? Yo, devs? I don't know if you've done this already, but if you've made VTubers for all the men and then have a debut once you like release the game, you 100% too should do that. Like, that's such a good idea. Like, use this background as your chat and then you have all the characters on the side. Yo, we're cooking right now. I know it can make you prouder. I'm unstoppable. You flatter me, Sayer. I think I've got a long way to go. Send a happy emoji. I just want to send the emoji. I love that I get emojis of myself. Great, now call someone. What? We're moving too fast. Okay, well, we texted Sayer. I'm gonna go for the other option that I want.
Is this the next part of your test?
Hi, buddy. Yes, I'm still getting rather proficient at this calling thing. I love that the phone looks like a pocket watch.
Ah, well, you are doing excellently. I am assuming that your phone is still in one piece.
I just realized the Aries logo right here. Oh, that's a nice touch. I've learned not to throw things anymore. For now, at least. I've learned to not throw things anymore.
My, you're learning quickly. I'm proud of you. However, if the urge ever does strike you to throw your phone once more, please aim it towards Aries.
Oh, do you have a grudge against him?
Not at all. You are simply the only one who could get away with it.
Oh! Maybe I should do that, actually. That'd be so funny. I'm not entirely sure about that. He may retaliate.
I shall offer you my protection.
Oh! Okay! Then I will aim as best as I can.
Excellent.
Look at you, pass with flying colors. He ruffled my hair with a proud look in his eyes. I need this VA to voice a Hoyle character so bad his voice cuts so smooth like butter. Right. He ruffled my hair with a proud look in his eyes. Thanks, teacher. Of course, my star pupil. Alrighty. He clapped his hands together. How about we go get some lunch? Then Val can give you a tour of the place. Since he'll be working with us closely, best to get to know each other better. If you want, of course. I do! Ha! Glad you're taking all this so well so far. Looking forward to working with you. Just Eve, please don't call me miss. I will die. Literally, perish. I dislike, generally, femme, nicknames, or like, I guess slang terms? Like, femme slang terms refer to me specifically. Like, girly and girly pop is fine because I see those as gender neutral, but literally anything else, I'm just dying on the inside. Just Eve. He shook my hand with a playful show of pomp and circumstance. Will everyone like me? I think so. This is an Otome game and you're the main character. Of course they will. I already do. I did not think you were the type to be a flirt, Saffon. Saffon yelped, completely taken unaware by a voice from behind. Perfect timing, Valafar. Where'd you come from? The job this morning was a quick one. Come, let us start. Oh, I guess I'm going to work now. Okay. Over there, you have the training hall. Ooh, what's in there? A lot of training dummies. Typically, the goal is to take out as many of them as possible in a short amount of time. Or you have a target, and you have to take them out as quickly as possible without accidentally killing one of the instances. Does our line of work involve a lot of combat? Depends. There's always the chance to encounter unfriendly spirits. I remember hearing of those before, but I didn't think it would be something I'd actually deal with.
I have to fight ghosts?
Yes, you're a Reaper. I looked at him in horror. You jest, surely. Madame, I assure you I do not. While his face was relatively smooth, I could definitely see him biting back a smile. Was my dilemma a source of amusement to him? How cruel. That is why you must learn to protect yourself from them. I know some combat. My best friend had taught me since we were younger.
Didn't do such a good job, did he? You're here dead, aren't you?
Okay, Aries, I need you to chill, like a little bit. Like, I was giving you the benefit of doubt like 5 years ago. Or like, several scenes ago, but like... Aries! What the fuck? Right, he came in so strong, and for what? You weren't even meant to be here right now. That was my own decision. Only because you didn't know how to fight enough to run away, right? I like him, he's spicy! Aries, enough. You talk a lot for someone in second place. Ouch. Second place in what? You see, we keep a tally of the scores from the training hall. Oh, there's a leaderboard. Oh. I'm not in second place. I'm merely tied with Kane. Indeed, and since you're tied for first, neither you are the winner. So, does that not naturally make you second place? Ooh, I don't like that this is a choice. Oh. Okay, technically, in my heart of hearts, I want to say they're both winners, but I also... Aries didn't need to come off like that. Like, beef or no beef. I want to be messy. I'm going to be messy a little bit. I agree with Valafar. Oh, then let's see what you've got. They'll beat you, Valafar, haven't I? So you have, so you have. Since you're so proficient, how about you show them here the ropes later? Please just call me Eve. Very well then. Me? Isn't the tour your job? Or are you trying to shirk your duties off to me? For shame. I'm not you, Arias. I am the tour guide. You can handle her training. For someone who made sure her arrival would be perfect, you enjoy pretending other... Arias glared with such intensity that I had to look away. Oh! They got so much beef and I need to know why. You did? None of your business. He briskly walks away. Arias. Fine, later. Oh, and then he went out of sight. Very well. But as to what I was saying before, you'll meet ill spirits, yes. But it should not be too often. You're not to harm humans, but if you are on an assignment as a fixer, the occasion may rise. What's a fixer? There are also rogue reapers, or rogues for short. You may need to protect yourself against them, or conduct arrests if required. Wow, I have a lot of responsibilities, don't I? Also, I have a lot of responsibilities for someone who destroyed the world. Are we sure about this? Like, I know it's to atone for my sins, but like, this seems like a lot. I can arrest people? Suspicious. Anyway. And you shall carry them out wonderfully. I forgot to explain about the office. I was about to say coffee. Post-reaping reports are filed here. No, that is the true hell. I'm actually doing paperwork. Reports? Do I have to write them too? No, we have separate staff to review the actual reapings. Oh! Cool, I don't have to do that. That makes things better. Reapings are recorded automatically. Typically, the recordings are studied only if there's an anomaly. Recorded automatically? Yes, into our Hall of Memories. Oh. I'm suddenly thinking of Honkai Star Rail. That sounds fancy. Where's the memo
Which
keepers?
is not a stop on your tour.
Wait, why? Aren't I supposed to know how things work? Like, I feel like I should know this. From out of nowhere, Kame popped in and regarded Valifair with a stern countenance.
Must each one of you interrupt me?
In return, he greeted Kame with a withering sigh. Pardon my rudeness, but yes, I believe that is a lesson for another time. I mean, destroying the world's a pretty big responsibility, but it wasn't my intention. My bestie kind of became a tyrant, and then now I have to pay for my sins, so... Aw, I'm more curious. He chuckled, his eyes crinkling with his laugh. Hold on to that curiosity. I assure you, we'll be going somewhere much better in a bit. I feel like he's like the teacher character. Like, Jingwang-esque style character for this game. Far more magical. Where? Ah, the gate? Precisely. How about we take her to the human world? We should see what it's like in the present day. After I destroyed it. Goodness, you mean right now? Why not?
Oh, are you going to the human world? I shall come along.
Oh, Sia's here too. Okay. Horn Dude reminds me of someone from Arknights. Oh, I could see that because Arknights has a lot of like animal-esque characters. I was not informed that this would be part of the tour. Aww. He just wants his plans to go well. He was rubbling his temple now, much like a school teacher who had lost control of his students. But it'll be fun anyway, right? And I can't wait to see how much the human world has changed. Oh, the music stopped. Perhaps I could stand to wait longer. Oh, Rias, bro. Is he coming too? Is this a group field trip now? I was still not used to the sensation of riding... What was it called? Ah, an elevator. My stomach churned as we seemed to descend for ages. What if I can't handle it? Are you excited to go to the human world? Perhaps he could sense I was rattled and spoke in soothing tones. Sierra, do you not have any work to attend to? No angelic business of any sort? You must not have a lot of work to come along with us. Arias had seen us all go into the elevator in the hallway and tagged along without being asked.
I wonder. Perhaps this is part of my business.
And you're joining us too?
Because, like it or not, you're my business too.
Oh! I wonder how many people have shipped the boys together. I feel like that's a very common thing in Otome games anyway, even though you're the MC and you're supposed to get with the guys. But at the same time, This would be a funny ship. Aries rolled his eyes, but said nothing else after that. There's only one thing on this floor, this gate here. Why does it have runes on it? There's a lot of runes on it. It was a short walk from the elevator. While the rest of the building was styled differently, age showed in this hallway. How come this place is rather dilapidated? Strange, is it not? We live in a city of stasis. Our weather changes and we have a day and night cycle. Yes, it's all artificial. I suppose it is to give a semblance of routine? Change? So, consider this hallway to be the sole representation of change. While time does not pass here, centuries have passed beyond this door. The 6 of us gathered in the front of the gate. Centuries have passed. Yes, however, we can access any point of time in the past. We do so regularly. Oh, well, that's convenient. Why is that? It's kind of like, I guess... Oh my god, I immediately forgot the name of the Ghibli movie. The one with the hot blonde. Oh, I remember the name. Howl's Moving Castle. Yes, Howl's Moving Castle. I don't know why it blanked on me like that, but I'm thinking of like that door in Howl's, like, I don't want to say like house, literally a house that can like change locations with like a dial. I don't know if they did the same thing here, probably not, but like similar idea. There are more humans than Reapers. Therefore, there are many more dead souls than Reapers. Meaning you're understaffed. Precisely. Different Reapers are assigned to different points in time and geographic locations. We're mostly caught up, but there are still stragglers. Occasionally, there's some trouble that occurs that are outside the records of history that we must correct. Would it not be better to go in order to collect souls? You would think so, but the powers above say otherwise. Oh, you are also like a rule person who likes order. Okay. Isn't that dangerous, though? I mean, what if someone tries to manipulate the past? I feel like that might be a plot point for later. Mayhaps. We could be centuries behind our own development, unfortunately. Humans have their follies, but what benefits them also benefits us. We can study patterns in technology, society, and all else, and apply it to our city of stasis. Or learn where we must revise and interfere in history, and how to do so. That falls to fixers, like Zafan and Sayer. Oh, so they're fixers. Okay. That was a lot of information, and I had a lot of questions. Are their souls not waiting for a long time? Yes and no. The second we go and retrieve them, it is right after their death. Even if they have waited until now, our retrieval changes the time they've actually waited for eventually.
I see. It seems lonely, waiting for centuries.
But then I suppose they haven't waited in the end. Exactly. The problem is that sometimes before we go get to them, they can become troublesome spirits. If wayward, they cause mayhem, or worse, they turn evil. It's a broken system. And we have our naysayers, of course. Aries hung to the back, and Zafan and Sayer each held my hand as KM approached the gate. Oh, we're still holding hands! I did not realize this! Best to show you this part in practice. Remember 2 things. Do not harm any of the humans, and do not interfere in their affairs. I nodded, like a good student. Forgive me for taking over, Valifar. It's quite all right. It's not as though I had prepared for this part of the lesson in advance. While he smiled, his tone indicated that he was quite put out. Anyway, he held up a pocket watch with a blue cover. Nuvok City is how I'm going to pronounce it for now until they tell me otherwise. By the Roseview Shopping Center, present day. The door opened and the entryway glowed white. Follow me. Yes, sir. I was speaking to Eve. Rude. I'm holding his hand. He's coming along no matter what. Without sparing a second glance, Kame stepped forward. Would you like to go next? I looked at the doorway that Swallow came. Although it wasn't entirely different from the doors I passed through in my dream, there was a nervous pit inside of my stomach. It's nothing to be afraid of. Here, I'll show you. Surprisingly, Aries spoke up, and in a moment he was gone as well. Oh, see, he does care. Wait, I love this image. This is so cute. Little nip. He would have had your hide if he heard that. Shall I take my leave next? Let's all go together. The men nodded at me, and with my hand still clasped between theirs, we walked forward. A cold breeze tickled my face, and my clothes rustled. I feared the sensation would be unpleasant, but it was no different than stepping outside. Oh, this is like a city. Oh, here we are. My escorts let go of my hand and gestured towards the sky. What do you think? This place was not unlike Stasis. Strange buildings were all around, though they seemed more plain than the ones I've seen back home. Not that I've been in the non-human world for long. In fact, it was strange to think of myself as different from the humans. It is unfamiliar. Then I do believe it is time to familiarize yourself. Shopping? How about we go get some bubble tea? Yes! This is why I like the year! Of course we get boba! I can sense your true motives in coming along. They continued to rattle off suggestions as we ran around. The people around us were nothing like the ones I've lived amongst. Their clothes were of far less substance, but also far more colorful. Everything was so cool. It was like a little overwhelming. There were so many shops with things I've never seen before, and scents from all directions. As the others continued ahead, I found myself hanging back to take in the scenery. Oh! We're getting catcalled! Hey, miss, you like adventure? Huh? Pat by the offer for you. It won't take too long, and you'll get a free trip out of it. He held out a leaflet of paper with some pictures on it. Oh, it did look pretty. Well, I suppose that's nice. Isn't it? Come this way. Why am I following the Why are we all following the shady person? So you can see, I think you would quite like this bubble tea waffles. Imagine walking to a boba shop with a squad. Right. They'd probably be like, oh, I guess there's some convention happening today. These are all cosplayers.
Hey, where did she go?
Wait, none of you were watching this shady man talk to me at all? I thought you were supposed to keep an eye on me.
What do you mean, where did she go?
I'm dead. I'm going to die. Rip me, because clearly I'm going to perish. I thought you had an eye on her. How could you lose her? I thought she was with you.
Why would she be with me? God, you're so irresponsible!
The bickering, escalating in volume, began to draw attention towards the group.
You two, settle down.
Just use the GPS on her phone. You put it! You know what? I should have expected they would have put a tracker on me.
You activated it, right?
I'm going to say no.
Zafan?
Zafan 100% did not. Of course! What do you take me for? Despite his confident words, he was sweating bullets as he checked the software on his phone. Ah, shit. Yeah, that's what I expected. What do you mean, ah, shit? Zafan, you didn't. Zafan felt himself having palpitations that were strong enough to knock out any human.
Now, Aries, thou shalt not commit violence against thy fellow man.
You shut it, Angel. Wait, I could just call her. Hold your horses. Hurry. Before he bursts the vessel. Zafan regarded the others with an indignant stare, though all their faces held a tinge of worry. I hope she picks up. That's what she has the phone for, doesn't she? We can find her regardless, Arias. Do not fret so. Shh, she picked up! They all huddled closer. It was a peculiar sight. 5 handsome men all huddled together in the middle of the street over one phone. A few passerbys wonder if there was some sort of host club nearby, but their demeanor suggested that they wouldn't be taking any customers. Hello? Oh good, she didn't throw it this time. This isn't my first time using it! Excuse me, miss, who are you talking to? Where are you? Is that your husband? My husband's! Get it right. Perfect, tell him that we have a deal for him too. I'll give you the address so he can join our little party. You guys are so fucked. They all stared intensely at his phone. Zafon's phone pinged a few moments later. Check it.
I am. God, your panties are in such a twist.
Not the time, Zafon. Zafon growled under his breath and input the address into the app. Oh, thank God. Okay, she's in some weird little bit. Oh, I'm getting kidnapped. Y'all didn't notice this? Anyway, Arias grabbed Zafon's phone without waiting for him to finish and started to run. What the fuck? Bro, hello? As Zafon protested, the other men had already zoomed right behind Arias. Better give that back, you little... And Zafon, too, joined in pursuit. Why am I in a movie theater? Can I go now? I'd been led into this rather dodgy-looking place. The people did not seem like they wanted to harm me, but they were annoyingly persistent. But you wouldn't be able to get your free cruise if you leave. What kind of scam am I getting myself into? I had no idea what they were talking about. This is an opportunity of a lifetime. You'll really be helping us out, miss. I've got a sick daughter at home and she'll be able to eat for a week. I do like to help people, I guess. And we want to help you too. So you see, we're offering 2-bedroom condos. Oh no, it's a timeshare. I raised my hand. Sorry to interrupt, but I have a question. Certainly, miss. What is a cruise? And what's a condo? You're pulling our leg, ain't ya? His countenance slid from cheerful to displeased rather quickly. No? I was being genuine. Why was that so wrong? If you'd just been wasting our time, why would you watch our presentation about timeshares if you are willing to buy? Oh my God, it is a fucking timeshare presentation. Get out of there, girly. Girly, get out.
I can't buy anything if I don't have any money. You promised a free trip. I think you're the one that's wasting my time.
Right, tell him. The group sitting around him stood up and approached me. They loomed in closer and I swallowed. I was in danger. It's okay, I can take the... Girl? Are you sure? Felix taught me how to take care on groups like these ones easy. Oh, if I'm speaking to myself, it's yellow, but if I'm speaking out loud, it's white. That's a nice detail. However, I just realized I had not been given any weapon yet. Damn it. Wait, I could just run. Before I could make a break for it, a loud thud interrupted my plans of escape. Well, I have been rescued. Get your hands off our girl! Well, in fact, there were no hands on me, but it did not matter. Arias had landed an impressive kick on the man before me. Oof, hey, what's the big idea? Shame on you prying on naive women for your scams. I thought we weren't supposed to harm humans. This is an exception. Kidnapping is a very serious crime after all. That said, how could you let yourself get kidnapped? What do you mean let myself get kidnapped? First of all, aren't you supposed to be watching me? Well, they asked if I wanted adventure and offered a free trip. And you said yes? How did you fall behind so easily? Sorry? Did you forget about us? What do you take us for? Shut up. He kicked the man back down. Let us get out of here and then continue this conversation. Bastards, don't think you can get away with this so easily. Try it, I'll kill you. Or at the very least, get the authorities to put an end to your little operation. This is perfectly legal. Unfortunately, it is perfectly legal, and it's so dumb.
I know how to get a harassment charge on you. Very easily.
Broke bastards. Kame rolled his eyes and flashed something at the man. It was some sort of black rectangle, but he caused the gang to become flustered. How strange. Oh, he got money. Wait a minute. Oh, so you're holding the business card. Okay. The entire path outside, Arias had dragged me along by the wrist, albeit with a gentle hold. What were you thinking, following strangers? I was following you guys, and you guys are all practically strangers. This is not what... He stopped himself abruptly and drew my curiosity. I tilted my head, prompting him to finish his sentence. What? That's not what a sensible person does. It was hard to shake them off. They were so insistent. And you said not to harm... All right, let us clarify some things. If anyone bothers you, shake them off. Right, that's what you gotta do in the city. Stick to us for now, though. You'll be doing jobs on your own one day. However, you're still a fish out of water. Now, Arias, calm down. Let's enjoy some crepes in return. You're thinking of food at a time like this? I think this is the perfect time. She is unharmed, is she not?
You are, right? Otherwise I will return to bestow punishment.
Anyway, we're practically married at this point. Bestowing punishment on behalf of me! I'm fine! Although I am somewhat flustered, I still have no idea what's happening. Zafan will brief you on the details while we go to a particularly delicious crepe. Wait, while we go to a particularly delicious crepe. Like crepe as in a location, or...
So I see. Your true motive for this outing.
Listen. I want snacks too, okay? Zafan explained the concept of these timeshares and what they entailed. I didn't understand quite clearly, but he told me not to get deceived like that again. In my defense, I had found myself caught up in the moment. After all, this was a whole new world to me. What flavor are you going to get? Oh, there's so many options. I think you'll like this one. He pointed at a picture of a crepe that had strawberries and chocolate. Okay, hot take. I don't like strawberries and chocolate together. I like strawberries and cream, though. Personally, I prefer cookies and cream. What childish taste. Cookies and cream kind of slaps, though. Hot take, shut up! Listen, I'm sorry. If I want chocolate and strawberries separate. And what will you be having, Arias? Chocolate hazelnut. Okay, that's a pretty good flavor. We each put in our orders and waited one by one to receive our selections. Would you like to try some of mine? Yes. You can try some of mine too. It's matcha flavor. Wait, say here's a matcha girly. Hold up. I do like a matcha flavor crepe. I took a nibble of Sayur's crepe. It wasn't too sweet. What's matcha? Right, you are from the ancient times. It's made of green tea leaves. They make tea flavored things now. Amazing. Here, try some of mine too. Sayur flushed and took a small bite from mine in return. Delicious. Oh my god, he's blushing. Anyway. No fair. I want to share too. No fair. I want to share too. Arias scoffed as Zafan and I exchanged flavors. You're just jealous, Arias. I doubt it. He seems to not like me very much. Ooh. I voiced that out loud. Ow. That isn't true at all. He was the most worried about you. Oh my god, he's worried about me?
He almost tore off Zafan's hand.
Oh! And broke my phone! He just doesn't show it to you. I will kill all of you if you don't shut up. And who said I don't like you?
I'm just not simpering over you like those other thirsty bastards.
I'm so glad this is voiced. I'm so glad we chose to voice this specific voice line. Now that is uncalled for. We're simply being polite and caring. Who was the one that got our asses over to our place should look? It should be comfortable. What are you idiots thinking? Arias scruffed him. Shut it, or the crepe gets it. Fine, meanie. Stefan pouted and retreated to a safe location to finish his snack. After getting crepes, we went shopping. Kane pulled out the card from before, and I finally asked what it was and how we were able to get so many things with it. That, my dear, is called a credit card. You can use it to purchase things. It is like magic. Well, thanks! That does not help! Wow. You can use magic to purchase things? Sorcery. I wish sorcery was voiced, actually. She says it so often. Not magic, but rather the power of good investment and supernatural powers. No, he's a finance bro. Wait, this changes the opinions. Sorcery. Indeed it is. Typically, we rely on Kane to make financial purchases in the modern world due to how his little magic works. Of course, though, cash is timeless. We know the inflation rate and dates are on your notes. I once gave a shopkeeper in the early 1900s a heart attack. How much did you give her? I forgot how far a single note went back then. Can currency change so much? Inflation is its own beast. That's true. But economics is no fun to talk about, so let's get some boba. Lilia's favorite human invention. I want to meet Lilia! Where is she? Be sure to buy her a cup too, or she'll pout all week. I had no idea what this boba thing was, but the guys decided it was easier to show than tell. Are these little balls? Are they safe to eat? Why do they float around? I was looking around at the other patrons of the shop, who each had their own cup of similar-looking drinks. Yes, they're totally edible, and just as nice as the tea. How many of us are betting that she's gonna end up choking on a ball and or spitting out a ball in the first sip? Because I am. I've never had tea that looks like this either. There was a colorful menu before me with delightful pictures painted with all sorts of colors. I'd never seen such picturesque food illustrations before back in my lifetime. How the world has changed. Which one should I get? I think milk tea is always a safe option. My personal favorite is oolong. Okay, a very traditional order. This is going to be a very important decision for all of them. I like matcha. Kame enjoys brown sugar. He has the biggest sweet tooth among all of us. Okay, matcha's also a safe bet. I don't like brown sugar. Oh, he doesn't look like he does. Right? More like the type of guy who would take his coffee black. I believe you fit that stereotype more. I took a sip and sighed happily as the guys bantered with each other. Oh, we don't get to know the rest of their orders. Cool. I want to know. This is very important information. It was a strange day, but one I had survived. Although I'd met them only a day before, I couldn't help but feel like I'd known them for much longer. I want to know the rest of their boba orders. Hold on. What do you two order? So what does Savon order? I'm headcanoning that Savon orders fruity drinks. That's my headcanon. With our cups of boba in hand, we were set to go back home. I was happily sipping a cup of milk tea when Kame brought his watch back out. All right, so there's a button here under navigation that allows you to return home. All you need to do is press it. Return to the hallway like before. What happens if I lose it? I would come find you. He said this very proudly, and Valifor regarded the two of us with an exasperated glance. Please do not lose it. There are some functions, however, to help you not do that. If you're too far from your device or it's broken, a distress signal will be sent out. Someone will find you then. As you are a responsibility, it will likely be one of us. Try not to rely on that, though. Losing one of these can be dangerous. How so? Well, it can teleport you back to the other world, so... You'll learn in time. I sighed. Yet another thing I find out later, I suppose. There was something that occurred to me upon a return back to stasis and away from the realm of humans. The realm of humans. I don't count amongst them anymore, do I? It was hard to accept that I was something other than human now. was my job to manage them now, which I still had yet to do. We didn't actually get any work done. Well, this excursion was more to test whether you would collapse from culture shock. I did not say that out loud. How, dude, you can read my thoughts? You came close with the billboard, though. Oh, and the electronics store. Aries was grinning as he continued listing places that took me by surprise. His smile widened as I pouted at him. Oh, this is the teasing dynamic for him. Okay. I can't help it! You say you thought a giant tiger was going to leap at us from the billboard. It was so realistic. It is true. You cannot fault her for that one. I saw you flinch as well. It was cute how you thought they were little people trapped inside boxes. But at least you did not think it was sorcery and start swinging at it. Even my car can only handle so much. Criminal charges are a bit out of my domain. You'd leave them in jail? I'd break her out. See, Savannah, homie! As would I, but a wanted poster would make things difficult, would it not? Oh, so the humans can see you in this game. Okay. I'm sure we could get Sayir to take care of that. Angel magic does have its uses.
Indeed it does. Although while I would cover for you, I advise you not to engage in criminal activities, Aina. At least not too often.
If I had a nickel for every time Kieran voiced a character that was a law-abiding citizen and also told me not to engage in criminal activities, I would have 2 nickels. At least not too often. I will do my best. Back at the office, Lilia was waiting eagerly for her dessert.
Oh, you got me Rosemilk? Thanks!
Do we get to see Lilia? Lilia gratefully took the cup of tea from me and went back to her work. Where is she? Where is she? On the square box-like thing in front of her. Where's her? I want her art. Give me that. Give me her art right now. Jeez, might as well inject that stuff directly into your veins. Do not give her any ideas she could actually act on. Lilia slurped with indignation, but made no rebuttal. We left her behind and went towards the parking garage. No, please show me Lilia! Want to go with Valafar? He got sulky about going alone last time.
Pardon me? When have I ever sulked?
You've done so like at least 3 times now. It is subtle, Valafar, but you cannot entirely hide it. I will go with you as well. You can go with Cayman or Ice. I'm stuck with the boring ones. You can walk then. The exercise would do you. They're both ganging up on him. I can go with the definitely not boring ones. While Cayman and Arias teased Zafan, Sierra and Valafar pulled me away. I did feel bad about leaving him behind, but oh well, he would be fine, I think. Wait, did they leave already? Don't you guys leave me too? Oh, we're back in the car. Wait, who's driving? I'm scared. We had gone into the parking garage and Valafar had led us to his car. Okay, I feel like Valafar would be a good driver. Have you sat in the front before? I shook my head. Sit in the front, besides me. I think you'll get a different view of the city. He opened the door for me and held my hand to help me inside. Oh, a gentleman. We love to see that. Oh, it looks just like Cave's car. Ouch. I got too excited while looking around and bumped my head. Oh, yeah, I would do that. Careful. You did that yesterday as well. Did she? Your poor head won't like it if you continue bumping it. Listen, I don't have any brain cells in there at this rate. Maybe if I bump my head into the car enough, I might gain some. I am aware. I can see Valafar shake his head as he closed the door. In the next instant, he was in his seat, the engine already on. These are all company cars, so they're quite similar. Usually it's Kame or I who drive. The others can, but they are lazy. Oh, Sayer would be a passenger princess, actually. We all live in the same building. It is simply more efficient that way. So you say. I didn't have to look in the mirror to know Sayer was pouting in his seat. One thing did appear strange to me, though. I figured it wouldn't hurt to ask. Hey, Sayer, I wanted to ask you something. What is it? If you're an angel, how come you live here? I hope that doesn't offend you. You don't need to answer. You may ask wherever you wish, and I shall answer the best I can. His eyes softened, and he smiled with such tenderness that my heart skipped a beat.
You need not tiptoe around me, Aina.
I think the devs really like it here. To answer your question, well, I do have my own abode up in heaven, but Stasis has far more entertainment to offer. Since my work aligns closely with those of the Reapers, it is often convenient for me to stay down here. No! You're pushing right now! This is so funny to me. And he does not have friends in heaven. Oh! Well, that's kind of mean. He teased the poor angel and was rewarded with a kick in the back. How unkind. I do too. Where do you think I get all the liquor from? Oh! So we're stealing liquor from heaven. Liquor! The liquor that angels have are much better fare than anything we can source here or in the human world. I'm assuming it's something like ambrosia. Unfortunate, really. The others use me for their supply of alcohol. I'm quite ill-treated. You do have your uses. Special liquor! Can I try some? Valfar cleared his throat and glanced at me before making a turn. Am I too young? Am I just a baby? Well, it can be quite strong, so you should take it slowly. I can handle it! Back then, I used to drink well into the night with Felix. He would usually end with himself passed out in either in his bed or mine. Wait, how are we regarding this best friend is my question. I thought we were like besties from childhood. I did not realize we were best friends in that sense. He would drape over me or be flat on the ground. Very well. We usually drink at Kane's place or sometimes on the rooftop. The whole building is ours, so we have our own bar. Ooh, I can visit the rooftop today? Another time. We've had quite a day, so it may be better to wind down at Kane's place. All of us were quite worried when you had gotten kidnapped. I wasn't kidnapped! Aries was truly about to murder Zafan for not activating the GPS on your phone. Had we not found you today, there may have been a body on our hands. A body has been discovered. I wasn't sure what GPS was, but I felt I should ask later rather than now. I wonder why. I do as well. While he is rather rude to you, Aries becomes terribly discomposed when it comes to you. Oh, do tell. I want to know. Ah, perhaps he likes her? I did not appreciate the tease in Sayer's glance, but despite his expression, his voice relayed that he was serious. Here's a terrible way of showing it then. If you like someone, you should be nice to them. Well said. After that, our conversation steered towards the various sights the city had to offer. Now that I was more used to what it was like being in a car, I could enjoy the views around me. Balafar and Sayer took turns pointing out different places and told me which ones they liked and which ones I might like. The city is so large. It houses many, many people. Reapers, some wandering angels like Sayer here, and humans. As we mentioned, there are some humans who like being here instead of heaven, and those that are working their debts here rather than in purgatory. I see. Do you like living in stasis, being a Reaper, and as an angel? It isn't that bad. Sometimes it's more difficult than others, although that is more due to my profession than my living circumstances. But I prefer to living a human life. Does that mean you have lived as a human before? Yes, long ago. Ooh, what era did you live in? I feel like he'd be a military general, but that's also like just based on his clothing. And then?
I think you can imagine how I got here.
Oh! Balafar was meant to go to heaven and reincarnate. I processed his paperwork and all. And that's a little unsettling to hear. You didn't know that before this? Then what happened? Balafar's fingers danced at the steering wheel for a few moments. He bit his lip as he searched for the right words. I did not wish to go back into such a cruel world. I asked what I could do to stay, and here I am. He is perhaps the first Reaper to ever volunteer for the job. And they let you. Well, we are always quite short-staffed. Denying me would deprive them of an extra set of hands. And I suppose I show my work through my work. Haven't been reprimanded yet. We had arrived back home before I could prod further, which prompted a natural end to the conversation. Ooh, that's interesting. Looks like we're here. I can't believe you guys left me with these two. Believe me, it's not like we were dying to be in your company either. Welcome. I do believe this is your first time visiting one of us. I find myself quite flattered. Oh, is this Kane's house? Right. Well, it's not like she really decided to do so herself. She's here to drink with us. I'm ready for this special angel liquor! Do be careful. Were you able to hold your alcohol well in your past life? Very well! I'm so lying. I feel like I'm lying. Araya scoffed. I can too! Still, let's take it slow.
Don't worry so much. I got this.
I'm gonna end up passed out on the floor in 5 seconds. Valafar turned to Kame for support. I gave them both the best pleading expression I could manage. It's not like it can hurt you, although you'll be very dizzy if you go overboard. I've heard it is similar to what hangovers are like for humans. For an angel like Seir, he simply gets sleepy and elated. Oh, so he's a sleepy drunk. Okay. Seir nodded happily while Kame poured out drinks for everyone. They came in different colors and hues. Both Kame and I had drinks with softer colors. His was in purple and mine was colored pink. I had a little umbrella in mine. It was quite cute. Oh, I didn't know you had those umbrellas. How come I didn't get any, Mr. Bartender? I didn't buy these for you. I bought these for Eve. Oh my god, I get little umbrellas? Cute. Aw, man. That's very sweet of you, Kim. I will cherish this tiny umbrella. As Afine recovered from the slide, I settled down into the plush couch. This is nice. I've never had drinks with so many people before. Usually I'd end the day with my family or Felix, and he was the only drinking partner I ever had. Hearing the others' conversation was relaxing, and a smile crept onto my lips as I listened. So, how'd you like your trip to the modern-day human world? Zafan directed the conversation to me suddenly, and I wasn't sure what to say. I took a sip of my drink before answering. It was sweet. Took the edge off the alcoholic taste. It's overwhelming, but I think it has so many things to offer. I'd like to see them all. So much has changed, but I do wonder if society has changed. What was it like in your time? Zafan. The typically serene Seir murmured a warning to the redhead, but I didn't mind his question. Well, where I come from, the mobility rule dull. It's not a happy story. I laughed awkwardly and focused on sipping my drink. I didn't want to bring the mood down, so it seemed to be wiser to stay quiet.
If you wish to speak about it, do not hesitate.
You are one of us now. Our ears are open to whatever your heart has to say.
And we wish to know about you. Zafan sat down next to me and put his hand on my shoulder in a gesture of support. If you do not wish to speak, then do not feel pressured to. I nodded and I looked at each of them in turn. They're all so kind to me. I'm sure they know the subject matter will be so heavy to hear, but even so... Oh, this is where the content warning comes in, ha! I took a few more sips to loosen my nerves. Noblesse obliged? Yeah, right. They did just as they pleased and everyone bent to their will. The artifact sent Genshin? What? My words held a bitter taste in my mouth, but I did not stop. When someone did it, they disappear mysteriously, but not before their reputations were tarnished beyond repair. So no one would care when they die or simply vanish. Better off that way, isn't it? One complains when the trash has been removed, right? It was a dark sentence, and I could feel the discomfort in the atmosphere. At last, Valafar broke the silence. It's appalling. It is. Anyway, let's get back to drinking. I busied myself in my glass, but the conversation around me had yet to resume. I appreciated the opportunity and the company, truly, but I wanted to wither under the concerned stares directed at me. You should finish your thoughts. Don't let it fester in your heart. No matter how many years may have passed, the wounds in my heart had yet to heal. Even if the passage of time had allowed me to cope with them, to me, they were still fresh. I was one such thorn in their society. My best friend was someone who was well-desired and very distinguished. To this day, I wonder why he kept me in his company. He probably liked you, maybe, The man who went on to destroy the world? I could not understand what his tone meant to convey, but I ignored him regardless. Yes. He should have been married by then, or with someone of an equal stature. I was wasting his time instead of someone who was worthwhile, and who would have been his wife. I was always at his side as his friend. It was no wonder that no one could grow close to him when I had demanded so much of his time. You were not lovers. Came abandoned his drink and leaned forward, a strange glint in his eyes. Or perhaps it was the shine of his spectacles. No, our relationship was nothing of that sort. And yet he tore up the entire country to avenge you. Right, that's what I'm saying. Is that what besties do? Best friends? Did you turn him down?
He never indicated that kind of interest in me!
Yeah! The men all glanced at each other and then turned back at me. To be fair, he destroyed a whole country after you died, so...
It is too late now to do anything about it, of course. But perhaps you never noticed his affections.
Not that it would change the outcome in any way. I could perhaps see someone taking drastic measures for a friend, but an attempt to destroy the world. Perhaps he loved you. He attempted to hide his smirk behind his glass, but he wasn't fooling me. Luckily, Arias saved me, and with a certain amount of sensitivity I did not ever expect from him.
Does it matter now? She clearly never noticed. You are such terrible gossips.
Forgive me for prying. Life gets monotonous after a few hundred years. As I bickered amongst one another, I found my thoughts getting more muddled by the minute. My God, what if he did love me? Everything would make sense. This is like every single femme's perspective after realizing that someone likes them, but they thought it was like just the intention as a friend. It's like, oh yeah, you know, they would go to dinner with me like every week or something like that, and then you're just like, wait, that was a sign. I don't know, experiences as an ace person, this is something that happens for sure. The casual caresses against my head, the way he twirled my hair, how he fussed over me constantly and never left my side. How it was always me on his arm at every gathering. Goodness, I was an idiot. All the things he's done for me. Such as? He was waiting for me to answer, as did the rest of the men. It's just, I'm supposed to get these gestures could have been considered romantic. And even more than that, the way others perceived us. I sank my head into my hands. It's all my fault. I was stepping into a world that was beyond my reach. Romantic or otherwise, I should have stayed away. I didn't know my place. I was greedy and my entire family paid the ultimate price for it. That's bullshit. He slammed his hands down hard on the table and his drink spilled over. Arias. Kane coughed to cover up his surprise and elegantly dabbed the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief. Arias did not relent. You were not good enough to be with your friend? Do you really buy that? And that was the reason that whatever happened to you happened. I knew you were an idiot, but to this extent? Hey! Arias. Surprisingly, it was Valafar who rebuked him, while Sayur stepped in between the two of them. I understand your feelings, but there's a kinder way to express them. You really need to be more tactful. I'm sorry. He looked appropriately abashed for once. I'm surprised at his outburst, but at least it stems from good intentions, right? It's okay. I didn't think you would feel so strongly. I do not like people thinking they are lower than anyone else. That's just stupid. But I should not have insulted you like that. I apologize. He looked down at his feet, then at the mess in front of him. You better hope that does not stain, or else you'll be owing me much more than an apology, too. The grin on Kane's face forced me to recoil. I wasn't even the one in danger. Arias, how come you never sorry for all the things you call me? Oh, he's bullyable. Is it because he is a girl? Wow, Arias. Ouch! Valafar had gone over and smacked them on each of their heads. You two, get something to clean with before Kane's table is destroyed. If you continue to tease him, I fear something worse may happen. He added this under his breath and shook his head as the two troublemakers marched away to do as told. I went back to Kane, glass in hand, in hopes of another drink. My umbrella lay sadly limp at the bottom, and I wished for it to rise again. May I have a refill, Kane? Did you enjoy it? Yes, it was good. I'm very happy to hear so. Are you still feeling steady? Quite so. Then I'll oblige your requests. He smiled at my confidence and topped off my drink again. My little umbrella was floating once more. I love that this is such an enjoyable thing for her. The desire for another drink was partially because I wanted to forget the memories that had suddenly resurfaced. You know what? That's very fair. I did feel a tingle through my body, but I wanted to relax and not think about my past more strongly. While I am pleased that you're enjoying my concoctions, Balafar will have my hide if you get too drunk. I'll protect you from him. I shall hold you to that. While he was concerned with my alcohol intake, I decided to study his drinking habits instead. I noticed that his sips were slower and more sparse. Kane, do you never become inebriated? That is a good question. I drink more heavily than when I'm alone. And why is that? Because I'm afraid of what I would emit when my tongue is loosened. Oh! What an interesting statement. Do you also have things that pain you? Don't we all? That is very human-like of you. Kane paused for a short while and stirred his drink in contemplation. Were you a human? I don't feel like you were a human before, perhaps. Is it really?
To be human is to suffer, right?
Now that is quite a dark take. Is suffering simply not a part of life, no matter the kind of being?
I have to agree with Kame on this, actually. Then what makes a Reaper different from a human?
The way you all approach things, human emotions are much different.
The pair returned with a few cleaning supplies and in time to join our discussion. But if you also ache, laugh, and desire, then where does the difference? Oop, I right-clicked for what reason? Then where lies the difference between humans and yourselves? The extent? The things humans do for their desires is something unthinkable for us. Is there nothing you would do anything for? They all went quiet after that. So you wouldn't give up everything for me? Okay, that sounds kind of mean. Have I just given some food for thought, or am I really good at killing conversations? Well, with that in mind, I believe it is time to call it a night. Look at you. You're unsteady on your feet. No, I'm not. I insisted, but my legs betrayed me once as I tried to stand up for another refill. I'm pleased to see you enjoyed yourself. Sayer beamed brightly, his cheeks a happy flush. It is actually worth the work it takes to get alcohol all the way down here. You're the best, Sayer! Alright, before Sayer melts, how about we all head back? Arias is meticulously cleaning Kame's table still under the man's eagle-eyed stare. Here you polish the table again. Are you done with the glasses, Zafan? Yes, my liege. The men were fleeing about and cleaning everything. It was amazing. I'd never seen such Heppel guests before. Since Kane is kind enough to host us and make our drinks, we'd like to repay him by leaving the place as it was. Oh no, I haven't helped. It is your first time here. Do not worry. He patted me on the arm with a smile. You can help me dry the dishes next time. You're my guest. These others are all intruders. Oh! I shall remember this the next time you need someone to finish your paperwork. Except the... Oh! I see how it is. The older man rolled his eyes and tossed a rag at Kane. In the end, Balafar and Sayer helped me back to my apartment. After making sure I was tucked safely into bed, they took their leave. Oh my god, they tucked me into bed too? Damn! And so ended another day in my new life. Oh, Arias is here. Okay, today we do things my way. It was the next morning, and we were back in the office. Kame insisted that Arias handle my training today. I forgot we had training. Despite trying to wriggle out of it, Arias had no choice but to take up the mantle of my teacher. I, too, argued against having such an unwilling instructor, but both of us lost to the bespectacled man. How unfair. Yes, sir. Ugh, my head hurts. I thought Reapers were immune to this kind of thing. Oh, I am hungover. Okay. What in the world did angels put in their liquor? We'll spend a couple hours in training, then you can go have lunch with the others. After lunch, you'll go to hell. Excuse me? I thought you said I didn't have to go there. Is it because I went to those time-shaped people? I won't do it again, I promise. He pinched the bridge of his nose and huffed angrily. Would you stop and listen? You aren't being sent to hell. But we deliver people to the gates. Or, well, the reception area. You know what? For the characters, for the fact that I really like D-Luke and like his personality, I'm surprised I don't like Arias more. It's probably because of the red hair, but like his personality definitely feels like 1.0 DeLuke. Do we get to go to heaven too? I imagine it would be far prettier than hell. No, they don't like it when our kind hang around for long. He was sounding a little evasive, and I couldn't help but think he was hiding something. I suppose they don't like us hanging around hell either, but at least they're more direct about not liking us. In heaven, there's a persistent sentiment of holier than thou. It's annoying. See, I suppose being in the afterlife doesn't change human behavior. Aren't angels supposed to be free of ill intent, though? That's what makes it worse. They genuinely believe they are better than us. I sighed. I've dealt with enough snobbery while I was alive. Sayre isn't like that, at least. That's why we let him hang around us. Enough talk. Let's get you your weapon and start teaching you how to use it. But before that, he walked over to the vending machine and got me one of those cold coffees. This will help. Valfar did warn you about drinking too much. I didn't drink too much! But still, I took the opportunity to let myself smile when he looked away. Oh, flashbang! Ah, my eyes! Whatever positivity I'd felt towards him earlier was quashed by anxiety. This room was so empty! It's so bright! Did he bring me here to kill me? I walked around in circles and the taps of my footsteps echoed. Arias had told me to wait here until he returned with my weapon, but it was boring! Where is he? I started to walk in circles, one foot in front of the other, just as he walked in. I wondered how training would go. Would I be fighting Arias? I gripped the hilt of an imaginary sword and swung my invisible weapon before me.
Ha ha! Take that! And that! Not so cocky now, are you?
She's so cute!
I see you've been keeping yourself busy.
There's nothing else to do, and also this light is blinding me. I could not look him in the eye. I was just taking a look around the place, yes. The white expanse of nothing, that is. He narrowed his eyes with disbelief, but for once had the courtesy to not offer a rebuttal. Right. Anyway, this is yours. This is a stick. Slash the air away from me, if you would be so kind. I look at him skeptically, but who was I to refuse? Although I was tempted to wheel my weapon towards him, I behaved and drew the stick through the air. And out came a chain. Oh, yo, a chain scythe? Wait a minute, I get a scythe? Ah! I got a little too excited and the blade almost circled back towards me. With a flex of Arias' fingers, the blade stilled and dropped downwards.
Perhaps do not maim yourself?
Listen, you handed me a stick and then didn't tell me it was gonna turn into a scythe. You gave me no warning! I did not think you would be thrashing it about like a wild animal. You said wave the stick away from me, and that was it. Pardon me for attempting to have a little faith in you. You told me to slash it! So I did. Anyway, best put it into practical use. You said you were skilled in combat, correct? A little. Cool. This room can turn into any amount of environments. Let us see what we can work with. He walked over to some sort of panel. I heard some beeps from where he was pretending to press into it. Oh, we're in a city. Okay. Faster than blink, we were in what looked like a city, much like the one I'd been to earlier. Okay. Your job is to strike down targets. They have red aura to them. Their aura? I'll be able to see it? Yes. Your full powers will take time to realize themselves, but sight is something that comes to you automatically. Sight? Wherever you are, you'll be able to see supernatural beings. Those with red auras are wandering spirits. This is a test simulation, so it's been artificially reproduced. How strong the auras will actually be to you in the real world will depend on your own innate ability. Oh, lovely. I couldn't help but eke out a dry reply, considering I had absolutely no idea how my innate ability would even be. What if there's nothing there at all? With that, the first target came into view. So I just swing it like this. It was difficult to gauge my strength. While I was able to slice the apparition into two, the blade swung back toward my feet once more. Uriah sighed and stayed my scythe once more. Do you want me to take it back from you? It's not my fault! I spoke through gritted teeth as I struck another target that swooped down on me. I haven't had the chance to practice! I believe that trial by combat is the best practice. I think you need to change your beliefs! I ducked down mid-sentence to whack at yet another apparition. I wasn't so absolutely irritated at him, I'd be terrified at the prospect of actually having to do this one day. Funny to hear from you. Look, just copy me. He took out his own scythe, leapt into the air, and took out 3 apparitions at once. Show off.
I'm just teaching you. Learn faster, pupil.
I just got here! Despite his tone, I knew he was saying was true, and I tried to learn as fast as I could. Eventually, I started to get the hang of when to draw my blade back, how much force to expel, and how to wield it. I'm a pro. Of course, I was still a beginner, but Aries had to intervene a little less often. You're surviving. Not the same thing. Your instincts are good, but you need better control of your weapon. Use the swords, not this chain thing. Can I have a sword? No, this was built with special properties, and we do not use swords. Damn. It hurts our aesthetic. Do not hurt the one with the blue aura. Ah! But it was too late. Congratulations! You just destroyed the soul of an innocent child. How the fuck would I know? But I didn't mean it. You didn't warn in advance. I was disheartened. This is not what a pro would do. Arias seemingly took pity on me and pressed a few buttons on the panel, which returned the room back to normal. No, actually change it back to the other room. This hurts my eyes. You did well enough for today. I will let you off the hook this afternoon training just this once. I appreciate your benevolence. I should hope you can make it to at least 3rd place one day. Oh! You think I can't take first? I would love to see you try. Oh, that was flirting. Oh. When I hoped to persuade Arise about my potential to defeat him during lunch, he took his leave the second he had seen me off back at the office. How has training been going? I killed a child. Well, that happens. You seem more calm than usual, actually. Has it happened to you? Probably. He turned away, shoulders shaking from obvious laughter. Go ahead. Laugh. My apologies. He recovered rather elegantly and patted my shoulder with sympathy. If you aren't preoccupied, shall we have lunch together? Yes, please. Somewhere tasty, please. Kame chuckled, and I noted that his laughter was a lovely velvet rumble. I hope not to disappoint. We went to the cafeteria downstairs, which to me was no different than an elegant restaurant. Kame ordered a couple of sandwiches for us, and we took our seats somewhere less busy. I had yet to get used to the stares everyone passing by gave me, but Kame kindly blocked my view of the others when he could. Is Arias getting too rough on you? I let out a long exhale and Kame chuckled. No. He laughed harder. I mean it! Although I wish he would give me more instructions. He's been like a trial by fire. I see. He is a fan of the tough love method. Tough love? Where's the love? We can have one of the others take over if you like. But that would mean surrendering. Oh, that's a choice. I can keep up with him. I can do it. That's all right. I can keep up with him. I like to see that spirit. My limbs are still intact, at least. I wasn't expecting this kind of weapon. I was thinking I'd get a sword, or something more pointy and less swingy. I made a jabbing gesture and poked my finger into his bottle of water. Ah, yes. Chain sights are specially crafted for us. You must be careful with it, for it can hurt anyone. Reapers included. Oh, that's what they meant. Should we be handling something so dangerous? Also, you're gonna give me, someone who destroyed an entire world, technically, or led to the destruction of an entire world, something that can hurt Reapers? Okay. We're the only ones that can. Consider it an occupational hazard. Seeing as you're still in one piece, I think you'll do just fine. There was a beep from his pocket. He took out his device and glanced at me before reading the message on it. He was teasing me again, wasn't he? My sincerest apologies. I asked you to lunch, but here I am having to leave early. I'll see you later. Oh, okay. Bye, Kame! Oh, I was meaning to ask him about hell. My bites turned into smaller nibbles as my appetite waned. Kane's sandwich remained to keep me company, sad and unfinished. Oh! Hi, buddy. Cave had sent Zafan downstairs to save me from the awkwardness of being alone in the room full of people who were talking about me. He had seen me back off at the office where Arias swiftly set us on our way to the next item on his schedule. You could ask how my lunch was. Why? I've had the food here. Perhaps as a form of courtesy? Well, maybe you just don't want to have small talk, okay? Maybe some people don't like small talk. Did you ask me how mine was? He had a point. How was your lunch? I didn't eat. Okay. Thankfully, Sayre passed by and brought that awkward conversation to an end. And where are you two going? Hell. Ah. Good luck with that, especially you. I've never been to hell before. Which is a very good thing in your case. Are we gonna go through that door again? That's right, look at you. You actually got a brain in there. Hey! Rude! So, here we just say our location again. We can't control the time we go to, so... Wait, can you hold my hand? Although it wouldn't be my first time through this, my nerves still fluttered at the thought of traveling across dimensions and time once again. Or MC just wants to riz everyone up. Even worse was the fact that we would be going down below to hell. I was still afraid that he'd change his mind and leave me there. For the love of... Never mind. He snatched my hand up. Yeah, that sounds about right! If you're going to ask, then commit to it, alright? He snapped at me, but couldn't look me in the eye either. Oh my god, he's blushing. Are you blushing? Do you want to go to hell alone? No. Then be quiet and don't make fun of the man that's taking you there. He then faced the door as quickly as he could. Hell. I squeezed his backhand tightly, letting it anchor me as we traveled to a realm that would be far less friendlier than all the others we saw together. Although the breeze on my face was warm, his hand was even warmer. Hell looks kind of nice, I'm not gonna lie. This seems cozy. It seems warm. There's books here. It seems pretty nice. No, please, I'll do anything, please. I can change. Don't take me. Ah! From the distance, we saw a man getting scruffed by the collar and dragged into the lobby. Oh. Never mind. Maybe I take all of my statements back. What an introduction to hell. Don't tell me you were expecting sunshine and daisies. Well, no, but a few roses could have livened up the place. I had an iron grip on Arias' hand still, and my nails had dug in when I saw the man doomed to perpetual... Well, doom. Wait, can I see my best friend, air quotes? We are in hell, and he said that they went to hell. Alright, so we have to go over here. Usually this is where we process the fresh meat. Fresh meat? The figure that had gone into the lobby came into view, although bereft of one screaming soul. Okay, you have a stop here today? Yes, as it were. Why is she here? He gave Aries an accusatory stare and then looked at our joined hands. Aries let it go, as if it had been burned, and I quickly tucked my own hand behind my back. We're on a date. To hell. Well, she has to bring her souls here eventually, doesn't she? Hey, this isn't part of the training. Then why is Aries subjecting me to this? Well, typically not on the first day. It is a part of my training. She's right. This really is trial by fire, most literally. What? He said almost. You're not going near any fire. We wouldn't let that happen to you. Unless. What the? Why the unless? Hello? Ahem. He cleared his throat and pushed up his glasses, and I swore I could see his lens flash a warning. You two can head back without me. I have to talk with Beelzebub about an influx coming in soon. Oh, why is there an influx coming in soon? A party.
Quite the merry one.
Do all Reapers have such dark humor? While they shared a laugh, my stomach churned at the thought of more screaming souls like the last one. We tossed away forever, in agony. I suppose one becomes habituated over time. And I suppose they all deserved it, right? We are not planning on waiting for you, as it were. Rise's ill manners snapped me back to the conversation, and I spoke up in defense of Kame. I would have waited. Kame smiled at me appreciatively. But I am the boss today, so you get no say. What a tyrant. Ugh. In that case, abhorrent manners aside, I will see you two after work. Yes, I get to decide my after hours, right? Yes, because I'm not actually a tyrant. Doubtful. As Kame was about to make his exit, I realized there was something I was still dying to know. Before you go, Kame, I want to ask what happened to that man. Oh, he died. He's fallen into the pit. The receptionist here will be sorting out his duration and punishment logistics for the meanwhile. Oh, we're at the DMV. Yeah, that makes sense. Best you not worry too much. I really do hate to be abrupt, but there's some work I need to do. Good day. Hell is scary. It is indeed, isn't it? To see someone meet their fate right before my eyes was terrifying. Is this what my friend felt seeing me when I had been executed? I shuddered. Bit too much? Yeah. I think that is enough for today, then. Don't I have to learn to do hellish things? Throwing people into pits, doing paperwork? It can wait another day. I might get in trouble for overworking the new recruit. He wrapped on my hand in what I assumed would be the closest thing to an affectionate gesture I would ever receive from him. It did reassure me, though, that he was looking out for my well-being. It just happened to be in the most asshole way possible. I was used to being spoiled by Felix with all smiles and adoration. And this just was a different way of friendship that I would have to get used to. Friendship. Period. Or so I assume. I might just be inventing this one-way friendship in my head. But that was neither here nor there. Right now, I was in the midst of my training, and I had to learn the ropes quickly as I could. So, when can we go to heaven? It might be best if we do not go for the time being. Because people hate me? Why not? They do not like you very much. So you're not allowed there. And the truth comes out. Why? That's not fair. Girl, your best friend who saw you die caused an entire population to die. Yeah, of course they're not gonna like you. Is it not? You're right. It was entirely fair. I was just upset about it. All things considered, I'd be lucky if I even saw the gates of heaven from a distance someday. You aren't missing much. Come on. Around at Kame's is better anyway. You know, you can be nice after all. He glared at me. Don't get too comfortable. I deflated after being rebuked, but stuck close to him all the same. The experience had worn me out more than I expected, and he was the only familiar face I had. On our way back, While I didn't need to hold his hand again, he held out for me without a word. Oh! Okay, wait, that's nice. Looks like the others aren't ready yet. I suppose not. I brought my car today since I figured this might happen. I could drive you home. I wonder how much of this Aries had accounted for, and what made him still decide to go through with it. I couldn't tell if he was considerate or not. He is considerate, he just doesn't show it in a conventional way. He seemed the type to charge ahead and try to patch up the consequence later. It's hard to keep up with him. You can rest up before we hang at Kames. Should I get some work done? No, let's get you home for now. Thank you. You know you can be... Don't. There was just no use trying to be his friend. It was all one-sided after all. Never mind. You're just mean. Good. Get it into your head. I can see why he did not drive often. It was like a monster. Yeah, that sounds about right. It was like they released a demon from hell in the form of Aries and unleashed him onto his realm. Whatever fears had been alleviated swiftly returned, and I dug my fingers deep into the seat. I did not realize that driving could be so loud. It was like he was unleashing whatever frustrations he had on the road. You're a very rough driver. You want to try doing it yourself? No, thank you. As terrible as his driving was, I would rather take my chances with him. It is still better to learn, but I will not be your teacher. Yeah, I don't want you to be my teacher. I would hope not. I think you'd be yelling at me more often than teaching me. I think I'd actually cry. Because you probably deserve it. What the fuck? A good teacher is patient. I never claimed to be a good teacher. I crossed my arms and decided that pursuing the conversation with him was pointless. I was so irritated that I'd forgotten. The scene in hell that I'd witnessed. Was he riling me up on purpose to make me forget about it? This was the same man who had thrown me into a training simulation with a very pointy weapon and had no instructions. He was just a very prickly man, wasn't he? I'd been dropped off as promised and now soaking in the tub. Seer had shown me all the different types of bath products he had purchased for me, and I had fun combining the different scents. Although they were starting to make me sleepy. Just as I was about to drown in my own bathtub, I heard a knock at the door the same time I heard my phone ping. You home? Coming! I scrambled to put on some clothes and scampered to the door, as droplets were left behind by my mad dash to greet my guests. It probably would have been better for me to tie my hair so that it wouldn't soak my shirt, but I couldn't find anything to do that with. Hello! The guys were all at my door, even Aries, although he was at the back, like usual. They blinked at me, probably taking in my haphazard appearance. Stefan softly blushing. What was going through his head? What are you guys doing here? Aries said you couldn't stop crying, so we decided it would just be time spending here with you. I was not crying! Aries! He looked back at me with a smug grin. He wanted nothing more than to smack his little smirk off his face, but given that this was not the best place for it... Oh. Was he winding us up? Wow. Looks like you do care after all. I smiled back towards Aries with a sweet smile. Maybe teasing him back could be my method of revenge. I stepped aside so all the boys could file in. My home suddenly became a lot warmer. They're the idiots who dragged me here. Whatever makes you feel better, Aries. No one likes a tsundere, Aries. Tell that to the internet, actually. What the fuck is that? So uncultured. We've brought you hot cocoa. Shall I prepare some for all of us to share this evening? We've got some groceries too. And we're going to teach you to use your appliances this week. You haven't tried it yourself yet, right? Kane walked into the kitchen, inspecting the surroundings as he tapped his chin. Well, nothing appears to be broken, so... I am offended that you think of me to be so reckless. To throw one watch and you paint me as a crazed, destructive woman. Unbelievable. Hey, I think that just makes you more fun to be around. The rest of these guys are boring stick-in-the-muds. I find that I'm very interesting. Stay here. He looked around for affirmation, all eyes turned. Oh, T. I gave him an encouraging nod out of pity, and he brightened up. To be fair, the concept of an angel was genuinely interesting to me. These men were too used to this strange world. I'll put on a movie for us. See, here, go get some blankets. Would you mind if we don't stay in, right? No, not at all. I appreciate the company, even Arias. I'm flattered. He was dry as ever, yet we all still laughed. It was the start to a very cozy evening after a very long day. For the first time, or as far as I could recall, I felt lucky. Like I'd finally found something that could be akin to family. Reapers are unattached. Kame had said that, but I could still dare to hope, right? Oh, so what I'm hearing now is something bad is gonna happen because you just said that, and then the chapter screen appeared. Oh. Why are we in ID's Elysia? Where are we going? In the blink of an eye, a week had already passed. My training alternated between each of the Reapers. I would train in the morning, go to lunch with some of the guys, or Lilia, or if they were too busy. We still have not seen Lilia. In the afternoon, they taught me the process of the reapings, but I had yet to actually witness one. Well, except for Kame tossing that man into hell. It was like an uncomfortable, intrusive thought that forced an unpleasant itch in my throat whenever I recalled it, but one I needed to get used to. And fast, since I'd be going to see my first execution today. Oh! Wait, what? We're going to see an execution after you got executed and still traumatized by that. Okay. Wait, not execution, but, accompaniment to the other side, was it called? How are you feeling?
Fine! Totally fine!
You sound totally fine. I felt like I had swallowed a net full of butterflies and was struggling to keep them contained in my throat. You sound anything but fine. I can't blame you. The scenery around us was so beautiful. We had such a sad task ahead of us. I think Valafar could tell I was dragging my feet. Even though he had long strides, he slowed his pace for my sake. Of course, even if my stamina was now stronger than ever, it was my heart that lay heavy in my chest. Even in death, perhaps it was my greatest burden. I wanted to be more rational than emotional. I found I'd wanted to give way to the latter more often. Have you read the file for this case? I have not. Kame said it was particularly tragic, so I was afraid to. Considering I had a tragic end myself, I should be a bit more prepared for such matters by now. But I was told our companion today would be a child. There would be some things I could think one could never be used to. It is a sad tale. Are you sure you don't wish to know now to prepare yourself? He stopped walking and turned fully to face me. Concern along with pity was reflected in his eyes, and I couldn't bear to look into them any longer. All right, tell me. He regarded me for a little longer, but began to walk ahead again while speaking. Timmy grew ill one day. His parents are people from a rural area, not well educated, but desperate for their child to grow better. So they then handed him to a quack that fed him nothing but water, disguised as medicine. No. I gasped, outraged. A rage I long quelled rose up inside me. I bit the inside of my cheek and focused on my steps. He was doing this to many families, patients of all pages. How he got away with this, I have no idea. Bribery? I offered this with naught but a contempt. Valafar shared my sigh of distrust with me and ran a hand through his hair. Most likely, I'm afraid. Yeah, it sounds like homeopathy scam. The man had lined his pockets well enough. While stealing from helpless families, naturally, most of the patients withered away. His entire operation would move from town to town. My jaw clenched tightly as my fingernails dug into the flesh of my palm. I could picture this happening all too clearly in my head. I wish that this tale was beyond belief, but I know better. And did none of the workers say anything? They did not. How despicable. I suppose they suffered from absolute poverty as well, therefore should anything happen to their own. What would happen to me? My family? I suppose that's why it's easy for others to watch someone suffer. I've never been in that position, though, so I have no right to say anything. Still, I can't imagine letting such an atrocity happen before my eyes. I apologize. This isn't directed towards you.
I do not mind. Although, it should be directed at me.
What is your backstory, sir? He added this so quietly, I figured I wasn't meant to respond. Valifar? How do I approach Timmy? His name's Timmy? Talk to him gently. Ow. Hello, you're dead now. Come with us. Ugh, I feel dreadful even thinking those words. I feel Arias would do something like that. Even he has some tact. I shall be with you the entire time. Do not worry. If you have any reservations, look to me and I shall assist.
Does it ever get easier, telling someone they've passed?
Only when you're taking them to heaven. He sighed softly, searching for the right words to say, then looked up. I followed his gaze. The sky was as bright and blue as ever. Despite the tragedy that had occurred, nothing marred the beauty around us. Lucky for us, it is a beautiful day. That only makes it sadder. No, I'll have a beautiful departure. He nudged the small of my back gently, and I dragged my feet towards the little mousy-haired boy now in front of us. He couldn't be any older than 9. He looked hale and hearty, though. I suppose the body must be restored in death. Taking a deep breath, I crouched down to his level, tapped his shoulder. With a start, he turned around, but smiled brightly when he noticed me. Hello there, friend. Hi. Who are you? My name's Eve, and you are? My name's Timothy, but I like it when people call me Timmy. Well, little Timmy, we have a trip to take together. Where are we going? Can I just say heaven outright? I can't, right? It sounds like a scam. Do you like puppies and ponies? I like cats. Where we're going, you can play with lots of them. That also sounds like a scam! But it worked. The child brightened up and rocked back and forth on his feet. Really? Of course. I looked at Valifar for confirmation that there would actually be cats, and he nodded. But my parents... His little fist balled up at his sides, and he swallowed. I'm finally back home, but I can't talk to them. His eyes glistened, and his voice shook, telltale signs that one was about to break down in tears. Although the one in question might have been me first. Are they ignoring me because they're mad at me for getting sick and causing trouble? Stop, Timmy, no! He pointed to the distance where a crying couple huddled together, all by themselves. The husband was holding up the wife, who clutched onto his shirt. Her fingers twisted into the fabric as she agonized over the loss of her son. Mama! Papa! But of course they could never hear him again. They're not ignoring you. You didn't cause them trouble. You're just somewhere far away from them. I wanted nothing more than to comfort him, but what could I even say? I held out my arms to hug Timmy. While he didn't push me away, he didn't move forward. But I'm right here. He put his little arms around my shoulders, his own small ones shaking, and buried his face into my arm. Hiccups that would only be heard by the three of us broke the peaceful air around us. Daggers scraped against my heart, and I knew this would be a scene I would never forget. We stayed like that for a while, as my mind searched for words to tell him what happened. It's like a fairy tale. They can't see you anymore, or hear you, or touch you, but you'll meet again one day. You're just on 2 different sides of the same world. What do you mean? You know, how when people turn into stars when they... Goodness, I couldn't do this. I aimed a pleading gaze towards Valifar, where Timmy saved us both from having to say anything more. Oh, I see. I'm dead, aren't I? His voice was as soft as his footsteps, tiny crunches on the grass as he walked out of my arms and turned around. I stood up and rested a hand on his shoulder. The atmosphere was forlorn, and it was as though I had lost my own family for a second time. You're a clever child, Timmy. I remember being really, really tired and hungry. I remember wanting Mama's stew. And I woke up here. I was waiting for a while and then Mama and Papa came. I had so much to tell them. I really wanted to get better, but I just got more sleepy every day. I'm a ghost right now, right? You think I can haunt the bad man? Although I did not condone lying, I felt that this situation called for it. I do wish he could do a little haunting, but I don't want him to turn into an evil being. I wonder if I could haunt them in his place. You're not a ghost, Timmy. Just a kind of spirit ready to go to heaven. You can meet your parents again there one day. I looked at Valifar, hoping it was okay to say so. It won't be too long for a wait, Timmy. You can tell them everything again soon. I don't want them to come fast. That means they die too, right? I hope they can be happy with my little sisters. I'm really patient. That you are. But you think I can go take one last look at Mama and Papa? This game is killing me right now. Of course, we will be here, waiting for you. I won't take too long. He scurried away and I realized that the grass did not fold under his feet at all. He could never play again. No longer could he enjoy the beauty of the planet, only its grievances. We should leave him be for a while. Let him make his final farewells and be at peace. He is a strong child. He's stronger than I am. Are you alright? Do you need to return home? No, you gave me a scene where this child realizes they're dead. I'm not okay. I can make it. I'm sorry for bringing you here nonetheless. Thank you for coming. This would have been difficult without you. You are doing better than I was. What? His hand shook a little, but placed a broad hand on my head, and I welcomed the warmth. I wonder if he had a similar situation. His strokes were gentle against my hair. With each caress, I felt the pangs in my heart dull a little. You're just saying that. I felt like a mess. I still feel like a mess. I would have stopped you if I thought that was the case. Think I let you break a child's heart? You mean even more than I already have? You're very kind. That poor child. As I said those words, I could feel my sadness transforming into something darker. I want to burn down those sham hospitals. Truly. He sighed and patted my shoulder while I was wondering where one could buy supplies to do such a thing. Oh. Do you think they can make Molotov cocktails in Purgatory? Wait, are you serious? Yes, such despicable people. I can't bear it. How can they get away with this? I understand exactly how you feel. We can't do anything of that sort. Why? Because it's a sin? Because it is not our place. You and me, we guide people to their destinations after death. We're not allowed to interfere. I'm not interfering! I'm just making the world a better place. What happens after you burn it down? How many people would die? Hey, let that child suffer! What does it matter? If I have to serve my sentence here because I enabled my friend, then why should those people live? They enabled a child to die. What's the difference? They have their circumstances, so did I. But I'm still here, aren't I? No matter what I did, this was my life now. No matter what happened, I was fated to execution. And now, punishment. Listen, when I tell you we cannot, I mean that we are powerless. If beings like you and I step out of bounds, the consequences will be dire. Not only for you and I, but for all the others as well. Is there nothing I can do? These people have innocent families. Families that cannot survive without the people you wish to harm. Sometimes we can't do anything. I hate it. I know. I do as well. But I'll make a strong recommendation that they all go to hell when the time comes. Unless their souls were collected already. Which is one of the reasons why we cannot interfere with things that have already passed. I don't understand why this child had to wait longer than those that have wronged him. Because the best souls are the ones that bear the most patience. It is the evildoers we must punish quickly. I don't know how much I agree with this, but that still seems kind of shitty. I suppose. I didn't wish to speak any longer. I wasn't angry at Valafar. I was angry at the world, myself for not being able to do anything. In life, I was trying to work towards something better, but in death, my only role was to be a witness and a facilitator. While I'd been enjoying my time here, I remember now that this truly was a punishment for me. How did everyone else live like this the rest of the time? Why did Valafar volunteer for this? How can you willingly do this job? He took a sharp intake of breath, his usually smooth face quirked in surprise. It was a bold question, and the silence that followed had me expected to be reprimanded, but instead he answered with patience and a melancholic air that almost made me regret asking.
Because I'd rather be here than live amongst the people who commit such terrible acts.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I didn't understand it, but I would keep these feelings to myself. He definitely has one of those backstories where, like, he lived a shittier life than this, which is, the bar is literally in hell right now. I didn't know how much time had passed. Valafar continued to give me his silent solace. The young boy finally returned and smiled, simply as if he was saying goodbye before going to school for the day. I prayed that time would pass in a blink for him, so that he could be with his family that much faster. Are you ready to come with us? While trying not to burst into tears, I held out a hand for him to take. His little fingers curled against mine. It only carved out deeper holes in my heart. Oh, the sky is different colors. It is very rainbow-esque. I was allowed to see the outskirts of heaven. They wouldn't allow me into the reception area. Damn. I was allowed up to the walkway before the guard pointed a spear in my direction. My apologies.
My job would be easier if they let me in.
Right. The guard said nothing. You can go wait in the lounge for me. I'll show you how to submit your report. It's quite simple. Technology really is a marvel. I see. Well, little Timmy, I wish we had met under better circumstances. You're a kind child. May heaven grant you what our home could not.
You too, nice lady! Will I see you again?
Who knows? Maybe you might. Although they won't let me in here, maybe you can visit me one day. He smiled brightly and shook my hand heartily.
It's been a while since I got to talk to someone like this. Thanks for helping me here. I'll name one of the cats after you.
I'm truly honored. That was all I could say before my throat clogged up. The waterworks really were coming. I bid goodbye with one last shaky wave and scurried back to the office. Oh, wait, I don't get to stay in the lounge? Wait, I want to know what Heaven's Lounge looks like. What do they have? I hid my face until I made it here. The door slammed a bit too loudly behind me and I didn't care, as long as no one had noticed. I sank into the couch and buried my face into the softest-looking cushion laying beside me.
I hate this.
I realized that complaining into a pillow was not the most professional thing to do, but most professions didn't involve that much emotional damage, did they? The complaining did not seem to help much. Maybe I'll go get some fresh air. Now that I knew how to work my device, I could come back quickly if Valafar was looking for me. I hope no one sees me. Someone's gonna see you. I wanted to be by myself for a while. I was embarrassed about how strongly I felt and how poorly I probably looked. This is literally your first reaping, so... I knew they'd be all kind and try to comfort me, but that just made me feel worse. I felt like I relied too much on these men. Oh, where am I? Am I in the city? This looks nice. I started walking out on my own, but I don't know where I am. I figured I could retrace my steps, but I have no idea of little else. Instead of feeling anxious, though, I yearned to explore the place more. It was a bit quiet, not having anyone to guide me today. Nonetheless, I enjoyed the freedom I had for my little excursion. Since my phone had yet to ping, I kept wandering further than I had intended to. The streets were similar to the ones in the modern world. I'd seen some of the views from the car every day, but it was the first time I walked here myself. How I didn't get hit by a car at any point is kind of surprising. Cat! Oh my god, there's cats in this game.
Oh, kitty!
There was a little cat in front of me.
Oh, precious! Here, let me pet you.
It gave me a scornful look and trapezed the alleyway. Oh. I feel like I'm about to get kidnapped again. I'm going to get kidnapped again.
Come back. Just one pet.
I followed after it quickly and crouched down.
My skirt really needs a good wash after today.
I felt a little stupid, but I hopped forward as the cat continued to saunter into the shadows.
I'm here.
I wiggled my fingers in what I hoped was an inviting gesture.
Where did you get chumped at this rate?
Who are you? Why are you here?
Who are you and why are you here? Wait, new character. I like the teal. Wait, this design kind of eats too. Oh my god, is that the cat speaking? Ah! I felt right onto my bottom in shock.
Why are you yelling?
Did you now? Where did you come from? Ah!
I looked to see that it was indeed a person speaking instead of a cat.
Shit, I didn't think anyone would be here but the cat.
For the record, I normally would have never go into dark alleys alone. MC, are you sure? But I figured that there would be no harm here. Also, cat. Yes, but this is the second time you went down something shady, whatever.
Why are you? Where did the kitty go?
Oh, a bored meow rang out from behind the frightened man.
Kitty! Psst, 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 psst. Come here.
I'm glad this is voiced. The little brat padded up to me, finally, and I gingerly scratched behind its ear.
So soft.
The fur under my fingers was unbelievably soft, and its warmth called for my hand to continue giving it scritches. This is just what I needed after the emotional damage. It was therapeutic. Could I take it home? Aren't you a good girl? A low growl.
A good boy?
I took his silence as confirmation. Why are you letting her pet you? Because I'm special, I think.
You should leave, right now.
Why? Perhaps he was attempting to be threatening, but I just wanted to pinch his cheeks. He stomped his foot for good measure, and I averted my gaze to hide a giggle. Why should I? This is our alley. Who owns the alley? You own this alley? I'm just shut up. It appears to be public property. Does this have homelessness problem? I had naively assumed that all beings here would be taken care for. He seemed much too old to be a teen with a rebellious streak. What's this kitty's name? It's The kitty hissed. It's just Kitty. You have a name, and why are you hiding it?
I'll call you Mr. Kitty.
Meow. It seemed favorable enough for him as he leapt up onto my shoulder. Huh, you're lighter than I thought you would be. Or maybe I'm stronger as a Reaper now. Were you a human before? His eyes shifted from side to side as he spoke, and he kept his arms around himself, but his eyes trained on my face. He was like a kitten himself, feral and unsure whether to trust me. I think I'm a pretty trustworthy thought. Need I say anything about how you got into the situation? Girly. Well?
That's right. I recently became a Reaper.
Oh. He nodded as though something dawned on him. Initially, it felt as though he was trying to be aggressive, but now I could see his curiosity in his eyes. Do you like it? Being a Reaper? The question has a punch to the gut. I thought I did, but that was before I actually had to do any Reaper work.
What'd I expect? I get to train, eat good food, and hang out with the guys every day?
I can understand why people around me were so jaded. I should be too, considering everything that brought me here. It was probably just a casual question. I had the need to offload my feelings, though, and this bristling stranger would have to deal with them. I hate bearing witness to tragedy. I hate being able to do anything. I hate that my hands are tied and I'm told that this is just how it is. It feels similar to my human life. He pondered this for some time and scratched his chin. To my surprise, he perched on a dusty crate. The cat leapt from my shoulder onto his head. How so? Well, today I had my first reaping. I had to take a little boy to heaven. Isn't it good he went to heaven? Yes, but he shouldn't have died in the first place. I wanted to punish the horrible people who did that to him. But I can't. I hate it. Sorry for unloading this on all you. It's best for you to forget about that kind of thing. His brows furrowed in earnest concern, and something dark passed over his eyes. The stranger's words were spoken in an unexpected, sage-like manner.
It won't do you any good to think about it. Go back to where you came from.
Oh! Well, I don't know if that was supposed to sound rude, but it sounded a bit rude! With a melancholy sigh, he waved me off. I can't. I died. I huffed at the man and he returned his frustrated sputter. Both of us had our hands on our hips while Mr. Kitty sat there in the middle and looked at both of us to and fro. If anyone were to walk in here, we would look utterly ridiculous.
I mean, just go back to your Reaper friends. Live like they tell you to. Don't ask too many questions.
It sounds like maybe you're an ex-Reaper, or like someone associated with that. The urgent tone piqued my curiosity. What had happened to this guy? What about you? Why are you here? Are you a Reaper? A human? I peered into his face, trying to get a read on him. He flinched and hopped off his seat, shoes thudding as they hit the crates.
I'm someone that you should forget about. Don't tell anyone about me. Please.
Are you a Reaper on the run? He mumbled the last bit, his cheeks still flushed pink. Then he whipped around and waggled his finger in what I presume to mean to be a threatening gesture. I poked his finger with mine and he glared. No, pouted. I can't take him seriously. He's too cute. I mean it. I do, okay? Why not? My friends are nice. He squinted at me with a look that read, "Are you serious? How long have you been a Reaper again?" I felt a bit embarrassed to answer, so I decided to stare fixedly at my shoes while the cats batted at my heel.
A week.
You met them only a week ago?
But Cave and the rest are really kind.
He clenched once I said came. Did they have bad blood? Oh, there's tea. What did came do? Look, I don't get along with Reapers. I know an angel too.
Damn, okay. I don't get along with anyone. So please, just let me be. You really are so nitpicky.
You said you didn't get along with Reapers, and I was just correcting you that I do know an angel. Am I really? Oh god, was I being like Arias? I need to spend less time around him. I guess isn't that cute to leave this guy and his cat to the alley? I think he should be grateful to have a visitor, though. It seems lonely here.
Alright, it was nice to meet you.
Lucian.
Okay. For someone so on guard, he revealed that too easily. It must be a fake name, right? Not that there's any point arguing with him. Lucian, I'm Eve. I curtsied, and he shuffled his foot awkwardly, unsure whether to return the gesture or not. He decided against it and settled for a friendly nod. We had come a long way from yelling at each other in just one meeting. Be careful. I'll do my best! See you, Lucian and Mr. Kitty! I bent down for one last scritch and decided to meander back to the work before they had noticed my absence.
What
They
do you
definitely
mean,
did not
see
notice.
you? Hey, come back! Or don't. No, don't come back.
Okay, you are definitely Belfar still hasn't called and I grew worried. Did something happen to delay him for so long? Perhaps I should have stayed with him, although I didn't think anything could go awry in such a holy place. Just as I was about to call him, he rang my phone. Speak of the devil, Reaper. Valifar, are you alright? Sorry to keep you for waiting so long. I was called away urgently to take care of something. But I can't seem to find you. You have a GPS! That tracks me! Just use that! Oh, I'd gone out for a walk. I'll be right back!
Oh no, will I get in trouble?
Well, let me have lunch even though I get in trouble, right? Despite the flutter of excitement in my tummy from meeting a new person, my appetite had returned. With a lot to think about, and a new secret in my heart, I hurried back to work, in hopes that there would be food left for me. So, that was the first time you'd gone out on your own. I was not good at keeping secrets. I was like sweating like a sinner in church. Thankfully, not literally, but I might as well have been soaked in sweat. Unfortunately, these damn men were shrewd, perceptive to a fault. Nary a twitch of my finger nor a jerk of my leg went unnoticed. I decided to sit on my hands, which perhaps only made it worse. I just wanted some fresh air. By the time I had returned to the office, I caught up with Valafar and submitted my report. Technology was still more difficult than expected. It had been time to return. The others were quite shocked that I had made my own excursion, considering how nervous I had been since my arrival, and I'd been fielding their questions until now.
You went quite a way for fresh air.
I was walking!
I needed a lot of fresh air.
Right. What was he, an inquisitor? I was sitting in the armchair, which made it easier for the men to interrogate me from either side. Despite sitting on the most lush of cushions, their eagle eyes made me squirm uncomfortably. I was prey, caught in their trap. I couldn't bear to look at them, but that would only make me appear all the more guilty. Did something happen while you were gone? You should have called one of us to go with you. I don't want to keep bothering you all. I looked around, seeking a lifeline, and Valafar came to my rescue. Though he quirked an inquisitive eyebrow, he mercifully did not question me further. Seer was none the wiser to my dilemma, lost in his thoughts as usual. I'm sorry for your first reaping was under such sad circumstance. It is my responsibility to ease you into this life, and I failed you. Don't be ridiculous. She has to know what it's like. Aries is right, as much as I hate to say it. Excuse me? What's wrong with admitting that I'm right? His eyes bore into the top of my skull and cleared my throat before continuing, and successfully ignoring his offended scoff. You didn't fail me. Seer shook his head and pursed his lip in a rare show of reproach. There's no point in throwing her into the fire. Well, Aries threw me into the fire the first day! I grinned at him, and Aries rolled his eyes. His eyes were going to get stuck like that one day.
For the last time, I was not sending you to hell. Let it go.
You brought me to hell anyway. I stuck my tongue out at him. Forgive me. I'd see you run past me, but I wasn't able to come find you right away. No, Sayir, I was being silly.
Huh? You must have been really shaken.
The first reaping isn't easy, and I took her for a particularly difficult one. While he was always so resolute, he slumped his head against his hands and sighed heavily. His usual repose slipped into something a little more vulnerable, and someone like Valafar would be tired. It was my fault. It was literally none of your faults! It is just what happens at the job. In any case, it was a learning experience. I figured you'd be the best partner to have for her first time. That's a phrase to say in an Otome game. I still believe in that. And not all deaths are sad. Really? There are many people who are content to die. Welcome it even after a long and fulfilling life. Those are the best. The best deaths? Of course, some of those happy people go to hell. Bad people also die happy. He pointed this out quite profoundly. The fawn reached over and shook him, and the poor angel was left looking bewildered. I think that's what happened to our friend. Seer! Seer. And you all call me tactless. Oh, Seer. While they scolded him, I burst into laughter. I doubled over and couldn't stop giggling. Tears of mirth fell from my eyes. I didn't have to look to see they thought I'd gone mad. Perhaps I had. But Sayer's innocent bluntness was what I needed to relieve the coil of stress that weighed down my gut. What did I say? Zafan joined into my chuckles, and the room filled with laughter, even from Aries. Bad people die happy, but they go to hell right after. I do not understand. Why are you all laughing? You're cute, Sayer. Okay, Devs really like Sayer. Sayer beamed. He's not cute, he's just stupid. Which Listen, stupid is a type, apparently. No need to be so sour.
Oh, are you jealous?
Shut up.
Well then, if you're gonna be so immature, I won't talk to you. Anyways, Valfir, what did you have to go and do? I realize I haven't been able to ask you yet.
I cut off her eyes before he could retort. It felt good. I'd call him in for a favor.
What's the favor for?
My, you're quite tenacious.
Oh, thank you. I put a hand to my cheek, pleased by his compliment.
That means you need to mind your own business.
Oh.
Now, Arias, it's nothing so secretive. I just think today isn't a good time to tell you, that's all.
Yes. She'll be frightened if you tell her about the
Malevolence? What are those?
Zaire!
Well, that proves he can't lie. My word, you cannot keep a secret in the world.
He is a pure boy. Leave him alone. Thank you, Zaire. I whispered and winked at him, and he flushed happily,
obliviously blithe to the stares pointed his way.
What are the malevolence?
Kame shared a look with each of the others and took a sip from his glass. I noticed it was a purple drink today, and finally looked back at me. I shall give you the short of it. Would that do?
Yes, please.
I nodded eagerly. Don't come crying to us should you have nightmares.
You can come to me.
Oh, but I can out!
While Rise, Zafan, and Zaire had their little tiff, I turned my full attention to Kame. They are spirits that are malcontent. They are beings that are dangerous that need to be taken down quickly. We have been seeing them more frequently, therefore we need to eliminate them before they hurt you or anyone else.
Oh, that does sound scary.
We have a handle on it, though you mustn't slack on your training. Yes, I'd like to take a break and let you do some of the heavy lifting.
I shall make no promises. May I have another refill, Kame?
Anytime. May your dreams remain as sweet as this drink.
Okay. That definitely gives me Hawkeye Starro vibes, I'm not gonna lie. If I have nightmares, I'm coming to one of them to get to deal with it. I mean, I'm sure one of them would appreciate it. While I smiled, I didn't realize that I had yet to have a single dream since I arrived. But I had a lot on my plate. After all, I had to power up and learn to beat evil spirits before they could eat me. I mean, so that I could be a bigger help. The next few days had gone as normal. Well, as normal as they could as I adjusted to the supernatural world. I'd gone on reapings with each of the guys, but one day I found myself on a lunch break without anyone to share it with. Can we please see Lilia? Even Lilia had gone off somewhere. I assumed it was the human world for Boba. I mean, yeah, same.
I wish she had invited me. I hope she brings me back something at least.
I thought going to the human world was only for special occasions, but she'd been the one to teach me otherwise. Frequently, she'd come like a whirlwind and whisk me away for some treat or another. At first, I was afraid she wouldn't like me much, but she treated me like an old friend. It was nice being with another girl. I found myself thinking, but today, even her desk was empty. Maybe I could take another walk by myself. Do I see the other characters? I bought 2 sandwiches from the canteen. There was one person I thought I could share lunch with and had made my purchase with him in mind. Although I suspected my company would not be very welcome. Oh, I'm trying to befriend the guy from the alley. Can you stop getting yourself in danger, MC? Oh my god, you're a fucking idiot. Okay. While he said he owned the alley, I didn't think he meant it. He was there again. Was he what they called a delinquent? An even more welcome sight was this cat. Mr. Kitty! I reached for a hand for him to sniff, but he nuzzled against my palm immediately. Lucian stared at us in disbelief. You again?
Hello to you too.
I thought I told you to go back to your Reapers.
I did, and I came back here today. I even got you lunch.
I handed one of the sandwiches to Lucian and took some of my turkey of mine for the cat to take.
He wriggled his nose after finishing his portion and jumped up to take a bite out of Lucien's sandwich. Oh. Okay. Hey, this one's mine! The cat hissed at him, and Lucien begrudgingly gave him some more. You can have some for me. I tore off a part of my sandwich, and Mr. Kitty stole the piece in one bite. I feel like cats are not supposed to have bread. Wow, you really enjoyed this, huh? I should bring more with me next time. Next time? He spoke mid-bite, and his words were all muffled. His cheeks puffed out cutely, like a chipmunk. The desire to poke his cheeks grew more intensely by the day. Who said you can come back? But you took my offering. Why can't I come? Don't you have your own friends? I can always make more. I'm about to get myself killed. Well, I didn't accept it. But you accepted the sandwich.
I can cough it back up.
I don't want you to cough it back up, actually. So he had said, but he couldn't resist taking another bite of the sandwich. Since then, I come by to visit whenever I had a break. No, it is not Sayu. You're like the 5th person who guessed that there's Sayu in this sim. Sayu's not one of the people that's in this sim. I felt guilty, of course. I hated keeping secrets from the people who had been caring for me. But Lucien had insisted I couldn't tell a single soul about him, and he was harmless to me, so what was one little secret? With each visit over the next few weeks, I'd grown more and more comfortable in venting to him what I was afraid to burden the others with. How's the reaping coming along? Still the bane of your existence? Still not pleasant. I'd finally had to take someone to hell the other day. And how was that? Oh, we didn't get to experience that! Aww. I wonder how she would have reacted. Harder than I thought it would be. Early that week. Oh, we do get to see. Okay, thank you, Debs. So, we have to take someone to hell today? The guy's a real scumbag. Truly awful. I'm the biggest hypocrite. I'll talk about burning down sham hospitals, but now I have to toss a man myself into hell. I should be happy, but I want to throw up. You get to punish an evildoer today, and you look so upset. Doing something yourself feels much different. It does. He let out a long, withering sigh that held the weight of 1,000 burdens. The guy's been scamming the elderly, robbed his own family dry. He's probably the type to kick puppies, and he's been the cause of many deaths through fraud. But he's never once been caught. The rich types like him never do. Disgusting. My blood boiled. He was no different than the nobility in my era. I feel a little better about the shrieks that I heard when I visited hell for the first time rang in my head again. Has my resolve weakened since my death? I was threatening violence just the other day. Or does my empathy waver when I can't see the effects of the sinner myself? As I was about to spiral into a mortal crisis, I felt Sam's hand on my shoulder. We will be there at your side. Are you ready? As ready as I'll ever be. Or so I thought. The bastard was a runner, and chasing him around wasn't helping my patience any. Do I need to find out which one of my horses won? You're dead! What does it matter? You've already lost either way. And frankly, your odds were never good. This is why you've never held onto a fortune. That stopped the man in his tracks as he raised an angry finger to jab at Siam. The three of us seized him. Gotcha! I was so thrilled to catch our target that I had momentarily forgotten what the next step was. So, wait. You hated not being able to punish the people who hurt that kid. I explained the source of my struggle the last time I had come to visit him. Right. But now you're wavering because you have to do it yourself? If your friend had let you, would you have blown up those sham hospitals? I twirled a strand of hair around my finger as I contemplated it. It wasn't too difficult imagining myself armed with explosives, cackling in a triumph in front of pile rubble. It also doesn't help that you are red-coated and associated with bombs. I feel like I could have. Why, is there something wrong with me?
I think you aren't as ruthless as you think you might be. I think you need something to strike you personally for you to go crazy, I guess.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Thanks, that makes me sound selfish.
He shrugged. Well, you're just realistic. At least you don't act like you're perfect. He nodded sagely and tapped his foot against the crate as he dissected my personality for me and offered his sage wisdom.
Which brings me back to what I said last time. But you don't seem like you're the type that listens.
No, MC is head empty, no thoughts, not a single brain cell in there. Just do your job. Don't think too hard about that kind of thing.
Easy for you to say.
He clicked his tongue and his foot swung with a heavy thud against the box to show his irritation. You don't know the half of it. All jobs suck anyway.
This one deals with life and death!
Technically just death.
Ugh. Anyways, did you make it to hell, or did you go home?
Well,
flashback. During my visit in hell, after getting cursed out by the fellow in our custody, I had come to terms that this was my responsibility to bring him to his unfortunate fate. I really like this background, by the way. Hell looks really nice, minus the whole screaming thing.
so I have to put him in there?
That's right.
But
he was an absolute arse to you. Have you forgotten already? I can still hear you. Unhand me or else you'll... For the last time, you're dead and you're going to hell. You really got some nerve threatening us. Kame groaned but let go of the man. He struggled in our grasp as Zifan wrapped a hand around his neck.
oh!
While Kame opened up a door that seemed to lead to nowhere, the man thrashed around harder. His eyes widened and his face contorted. The view that was invisible to us sent him into shivers.
Please, just, accept your fate and come with us peacefully.
Want me to go hell and go quietly? Fuck you, you little bitch! He spat on my face. Ew. Gross.
No. He did, and he would regret it.
I was seeing red. As I reeled back my fist to punch him with all I had, Zafan and Kayam beat me to it. Oh my god, they would defend me! Okay. The man was on the floor, crushed under their feet. I added my heel to his gut for good measure and stomped down. Both his cheeks sported bruises, and my only regret was neither of them were from me.
You've got a lot of fucking nerve!
Zafan snarled. His anger was such a stark extreme to his usual jovial nature. A shiver ran down my spine. Also, I don't think I've ever seen him actually angry, in any case. I'm already going to hell. Can't get any worse. No, it can't. Think again.
Whatever horrors you can imagine, I will darken your nightmares until your very existence flickers out.
Okay, Cave scares me a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. That served the last warning the man would receive before Cave delivered a swift and brutal kick that sent him flying into his peril. A tense silence passed between us until I cleared my throat.
I was supposed to do that, right?
You can get the next one, Zafan. Help her with the paperwork. I have someone to talk to. Without so much as a farewell, he marched off down a hallway that I never walked down myself.
Could be scary.
Sorry for that. I must have scared you a little bit myself.
A little, but you were standing up for me.
It's very interesting that he was the most cheerful one before, and then now it's just like... He either looks sad or upset most of the time. And you beat me to the punch. Literally, actually. Thank you, Zaf. I gave him a hug that was more for my sake than his. I was spoiled by all the attention Felix had given me whenever I'd been down. Even whenever I didn't admit my feelings, he always managed to get a read on them. Let's move a bit out of the way. Oh my god, he's blushing!
Oh, sorry.
I tried to let go, but he kept caged in his very toned, this was an objective observation arms, and let me settle down in a quiet corner. Okay, MC. Flashbang. I got intense quickly. Comes with the whole hell thing, I suppose. You dating that Zafin dude? Oh! Wait, why would you assume that? I choked on what was left of my sandwich. What?
Cuddling. In the middle of hell. Sounds romantic to me.
We weren't cuddling? He was just giving me a hug. Like... No, I'm leaving! You're more defensive than I thought you'd be. He rubbed my back as I coughed. Though he acted like I was a thorn in his side, he warmed up a lot more after I fed him. Literally like a cat.
Mr. Kitty was curled up against my feet, batting the strap of my boot boredly. I'm not defensive. I did not appreciate the smug laugh Lucian stared with the cat. I'll find one of the guys to date and just forget everything else. That's what I'm trying to do! All jobs suck. This one just sucks a bit more. You don't have a choice, so instead of driving yourself mad, just let it be. Easy for you did. That was the first time I received a genuine glare from him, and my voice refused to come out of my throat. You must have experience then. You have no idea. Well, my lunch break's almost over. I'll get going now. Don't come looking for me again. He said this every time. And don't hang out in the alley. It's my alley. Meow. Our alley. Sure. What do you want me to bring you next time? Something from the human world? Why didn't we have boba in this world? I would have to talk to Sayir about this. Well, Kane seemed to favor sweets the most out of the group, so he could probably be a more promising avenue to pursue. If he wants. Although he tried to say no, his lips was quivering. How cute. I guess you're going back to your boyfriend. Is Kane the one you're dating? I'm not dating any of them! Plus, Kane's gonna be away for the next few days. I think he's fighting evil spirits again. I'd offer to help, but I'd rather not if I can help it. Mr. Kitty leapt up onto my shoulder and nuzzled my face. I'll come back to see you soon, don't worry. He meowed at Lucian. I may have been hearing things, but it was quite authoritative for a meow. Could a cat issue commands? Of course, humans have always been at the mercy of cats. Maybe I was reading too much into this. You're going with her? Okay, maybe I wasn't crazy after all, or maybe we both were. If we're both crazy, are we both sane by default? This is the kind of question that would keep me up at night. The shocked and subsequently betrayal was evident in his voice, ringing clear. Was the cat not friendly to others? My heart surged with pride and a sense of accomplishment. The cat meowed at him and smacked his tail against Lucian's face. All right, but you better behave while you're away. He says he wants to go with you for a few days. I don't know if it's the best idea. Of course we have to take Mr. Kitty. Excuse you? Sorry, Lucian. I'm taking the cat. Oh, I'll take good care of him. What does he like to eat? Anything you eat is fine with him, but don't give him cat food. He doesn't like it. But is it safe for him to eat whatever I do? He is not like a cat in the human world. Anything is fine for him. You're not trying to get him sick, are you? He looked aghast at my accusation. What? No! He's annoying, but I don't want anything to happen to him. Mr. Kitty rolled his eyes. I didn't know cats could do that, and snuggled into my arms. I'm teasing. You'll still be in this alley, right? Yes. And that was all he said before going to toss our sandwich wrappers away.
Ugh, a cat! Where did you find this little one?
Sayers reached to pick up Mr. Kitty, but hissed angrily at the poor angel. Oh. Well. Sayers' shoulders fell in a sad slump, and I patted him with a free hand while petting the cat with the other. Sorry, I think he's wary of strangers. He quirked an eyebrow at my comment. Are you not a stranger to this cat too? Well, I found him a few days ago. You've been having adventures without me. I wish we could have found it together. Aw, you don't... He doesn't want to be left out. Okay. What I liked about Sayir was that he never grew suspicious. Just a little pouty at being left out because he's pathetic. And also, we love that about him. I'm sorry, Sayir. I was worried that I'd get scolded, but he's so cute. I had to bring him home. I hope he'll let me pet him soon. A low growl from Mr. Kitty indicated that would not be happening anytime soon. Should we go and buy supplies for him? Supplies? But he can eat human food. Oh. Well, he is a cat. Does he not need some things? Mr. Kitty blinked at us, and I swear he side-eyed Sayir. I shall research it. He pulled out his watch and typed in, "What do you need for a mean cat?" he is unkind to me.
Meow.
All right, we'll need a brush. You know what? I suppose you have food handled. What about some pet? Ow! Hey!
The cat swiped at him.
I suppose he requires fine china as well. Pray forgive the discourtesy.
I couldn't tell if Sayer was being sarcastic or not. He only ever expressed displeasure when whining.
And little... Ouch!
Oh my god, this cat does not like him. Oh my god.
I didn't think his voice could grow that loud. Mr. Kitty finally managed to land a swipe on his arm, and had sunk his teeth for good measure, too.
I suppose he doesn't require that either. In any case, I shall refrain from making any further suggestions.
As I extricated Mr. Kitty away from Sayer, I saw that there was a faint tear in his clothing. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Sayer. I'll replace it. Do not fret so. With a flex of his fingers, I saw a glow travel up his arm. Where he was bleeding moments ago under the torn fabric, his skin returned to its smooth self.
I wish I had that ability. The fabric had sewn itself back as if there was never a split in the first place. Can I have that ability for cosplay? Because I keep losing pieces.
Sorcery. You can heal? It comes with the job. He smiled, and this enraged Mr. Kitty again. I held back the cat before he could pounce on Sayer's face this time. While I did not doubt his healing abilities, I imagine it would hurt a good deal for his face to become shredded. I think the two of you should stay away from each other. Wise, as always. How about I leave him at my desk while I finish my work? I'm behind on my reports for the week.
You've only been working for a week. You're behind already? Hey, things get busy. It's my first time, okay?
Aries and Valifar had joined us out of thin air and startled me more than the cat.
I shall assist you. Worry not.
So you're taking on work voluntarily. Brings a tear to my eye. Never thought I'd live to see the day.
He ruffled Sayer's hair affectionately, drawing out the angel's adorable pout.
You tease me far too much. I've always helped you with whatever you've asked of me.
What have I ever asked for?
You should ask me more then.
He's so pathetic! So where'd this cat come from?
I found him on the street. Mr. Kitty stays at my desk, okay?
I didn't feel like answering more questions, so I put him on my shoulder and dashed off to my desk before leaving to finish my work for the day. While the finer details of the reapings were automatically recorded, I still had to write my own accounts for documentation. I didn't understand the point of it, to be honest. I didn't understand most of what had been happening around me. We had gone shopping for a brush for Mr. Kitty. I love that we have to have all 5 men come with us to find a brush for Mr. Kitty. He had picked the most ornate one we could find. He still refused to go near any of the others and stubbornly clung to me. I couldn't resist being a little smug about the cat hating Aries. I was lying in bed when the cat on my chest as the guys camped on the floor for safety. You're such a sweet kitty, aren't you? Yeah, make it more obvious, will you? Sayer had healed the scratches on his face, but he couldn't heal the damage Arias' egos had suffered.
It's a shame that Kame is missing out on this excitement.
Yeah, a real shame. Valifar was the only one who had escaped any scars.
The others had just made Mr. Kitty nervous, that's all. I snuggled my cheek against his and he purred sweetly.
Oh, to be a cat. Okay, Zapad.
It seems like a nice life. He gets brush fed and gets to cuddle with Eve.
Oh! Sayer? Hello? Sayer was an innocent boy, so I didn't think anything of it. MC. Anyway, I give him some head pats later so he doesn't feel too left out. You are so lucky you're an idiot. Arias, don't be unkind to him.
I am not an idiot. I should not have healed you.
Wow, you got his mean side to show. Impressive. Anyway, speaking of Kame, how about we send him a picture of our new furry friend?
Oh!
Well,
I don't think that's gonna happen. Your new furry friend. He amended quickly, sparing a nervous glance towards Mr. Kitty's paws. To think just one cat could bring them to their knees. I giggled quietly and took my phone out. How do I take a photo again? I'll come show you. As the fawn walked over, Mr. Kitty suddenly leapt off and scurried into the other room. There he goes. Oh dear. Should we go and get him? Nah. Balafar? Thayer? Stefan? I intentionally picked the most patient of the bunch. Thayer may have been lazy, but he was always willing to help me. Mr. Kitty was a persistent target. In the end, I only managed to get a blurry photo of him while he batted his paws from on top of the fridge. Well, Kame will finally get to see what he's missing out on. Both Velafar and Thayer stared at me with glassy eyes. Zafan had nervously joined the cat hunt, but he was laid out flat on the floor in the end. I would have thought you guys had better stamina than this. This is a wild things to say in an Otome game. I believe there's something wrong with the cat. Are you sure it's not you? I must say I agree. He was double over, panting. Y'all are exaggerating, but thank you for helping me. Let me make you some dessert as thanks.
No cherry in mine!
Interesting, you don't like cherry? Aries shamelessly called out from the bedroom. I scoffed in response. You didn't even help?
So you're not even going to treat a guest? Wow.
See if I don't sneeze in yours.
Right. I muttered under my breath. But with Sayer's aid, I decided to make some milkshakes for the ease. Oh, and cherry milkshakes kind of sounds disgusting. How do I use this mixer again? Ah! The splatter reached the top of the fridge where Mr. Kitty had gone to sleep on, and with a yowl, he leapt into Valafar's head. He was no longer unscathed. Ouch!
That cat is cursed! We must get rid of it.
He waved a very dramatic finger at the fleeing culprit.
Here, here.
I'll throw it out the window.
I normally do not condone animal cruelty, however.
I thought angels are supposed to be well-intentioned. I shall wholeheartedly assist. Even Valafir's rough, huh? After that little incident, the rest of the evening was uneventful. Watch them like Kame. I had considered Valafar quite heartily. I didn't think he had a pouty side, but he did. It was adorable. Although I was smart enough not to say that out loud. I heard dark mutters of returning Mr. Kitty back to the street where I wasn't looking. I locked the doors, but I think Mr. Kitty would win that battle. I was eagerly waiting for a reply from Kame, but nothing had come yet. He seems like he likes cats. Maybe Mr. Kitty would like him, if he had the chance. When will Kame get back? Hard to say. I might have to go looking for him if he doesn't return in a few days. I'd offered to go too. He was still a little more irritable than usual, so I gave him a little more whipped cream for his ice cream. Sayer decided to replace the cat. His head lay on my lap whenever I wasn't up and getting more ice cream. Okay, anyway. MC is oblivious! You should have. What if he's dead in a ditch somewhere? Don't say that! I'll confiscate your ice cream! I should have sneezed in it. Of course you're happy about this. He had the audacity to sit cross-legged on the couch, happily drinking a milkshake he did not even earn. Those malevolents are a tough fight. Wonder why they didn't assign me. You're far too hot-headed, that's why. Isn't that Zafan? I am plenty rational, thank you. Will he be okay on his own? He has had hundreds of years of experience. But if you're worried about Kame, we can find him together. Aries pursed his lips around his spoon before waving it at us. What? That's a terrible idea. Besides, she's scared shitless of ghosts. I'll fight them! That's the spirit. I'll be your backup. I suppose I'll have to keep your sorry ass alive. But his words were accompanied by a smile, despite himself.
Besides, who'll make us drinks if Kame kicks the bucket?
I'm going to tell him everything that you men have been saying when he comes back home. I crossed my arms with indignation on behalf of my bespectacled friend, and the boys laughed.
He will thank us, actually, when we tell him how much you've said in his defense.
I'd eventually coaxed Mr. Kitty back out. And just like that, he had become part of my routine. He followed me everywhere when I was home,
He waited patiently outside the bathroom whenever I would bathe, and yelp when I would change my clothes in front of him. For a cat, he had quite a strong sense of privacy. When I was at work, I'd let him roam around outside. He was always back by dinner time. I had searched for Lucien to give him an update, but I hadn't come across him since we last spoke. I hope he's alright. What if he had something to do with why Mr. Kitty came home with me? That's 2 people I'm worried about now. Kane, where are you, man? Perhaps he's enjoying himself in the human world. Gorging himself on sweets as poor Eve frets. I'm not fretting! Please relieve us from the cat.
Is that really your biggest concern?
Look how cute this kitty is!
Why'd I take this outside, actually? Where are you?
Before I could reply, a call came through from him.
Came! Where are you?
I'm home. Where are you?
Where is the cat?
Where is he?
I don't know if that's a threat or you just want to look at this cat.
I don't know. I let him out for a walk. I'll go look for him.
Stay where you are. I'm coming up. He hung up the phone. What was happening? I was too anxious to stay put and ran down the stairs, 2 at a time. I had run outside and found Kame out of breath in front of our apartment building. Are you that excited about the cat, or is there actually something wrong?
What is going on with Mr. Kitty?
Are you okay? I told you to stay put.
I'm fine. I want to know what's happening.
Just then I spotted Mr. Kitty.
Mr. Kitty!
I tried to run to my cat, but Kame held me back.
What's going on?
That was a fucking person! Mouth this, show yourself. Oh! That was a whole fucking person?
You watch me change! What the hell?
Faster than a blink, in front of me appeared a man instead of my dear cat. So the cat really could turn into a person. Also, this is the most date with death type of design I've seen in this entire game. I felt faint, spiritually.
Hello, big brother. And my lovely master.
Big brother! Wait, what is this tea? I need to know what's going on. He sauntered over to us slowly and Kame shoved me behind his wide back. That's a very...
Guess the jig is up, huh?
That's a very specific description. Okay.
Thanks for hosting me. You're much nicer than all those other idiots.
Oh! I'm glad you enjoyed. You fucking saw me change, bitch!
You're the only one I'd want to cuddle, anyway.
You can keep him. I'm going to kick him in the shins.
Big brother? My cat turned into Kame's brother? What is wrong with my life? I mean, death. I give up.
How is this the start of chapter 4? How is this the start of chapter 4? What the fuck?
Oh, would anyone care to explain what is going on here?
Right. Kame redirected the question to me and I gulped. Look, the cat you've kept close to you this whole time has been my brother. Why is that the case? Why does your brother charade around as a cat? From the corner of my eye, I saw Malthus wave cheerily at the mention of his name, although I knew it was unwise to point it out. We know that you've been hiding something from us. Was it this? Did you know that the cat was Malthus? Kame stood toe-to-toe with me, and I fiercely shook my head.
No, I thought this was just a cat!
I aimed a beseeching look at him, hoping that he would believe I was just an idiot, not a traitor. Also, why did none of the others know? Wait, why do you... That's my question. Okay, hold on. Why does no one else know that this is Kame's brother? If they've known each other for that long. Like, did no one run into this before? Everyone thought he was a cat. He sighed and gave me a curt nod. We can speak more later. He is dangerous. Go back inside and call for the others. While he raised his arm again to keep me behind him and to urge me to return, I dug my heels into the ground.
If he's dangerous, then I'm not leaving you behind. This is my business. He was my cat, and he's my business too.
I could see the warring thoughts reflecting in his countenance, but he only pursed his lips. Very well, but contact the others.
Yes, sir.
I ferociously sent a text message to the group chat, and a cough from Malthus jerked our attention back to him. So, these malevolents, have they been your doing?
What? Why would you just accuse me of that with no evidence?
Right, I have no reason why we would accuse him. Malthus, malevolence. Do you think no one can make the connection? Just because they start with M-A-L does not mean they're connected. Oh, never mind. Apparently he's been raising this army for decades, but I've been blinded.
Oh, you think I'm as vain as you are, that I'd just named them after myself.
You're more vain than I am. You definitely would.
So you admit it. You think you're vain.
I'm going to so thoroughly beat your ass that...
You're planning to do a bit more than that. Sorry, I'm not sticking around for that.
He pulled down his eyelid and stuck his tongue out in quite a rude gesture. I was still shocked that my cat had turned into a villain, and this was acting quite childish to boot. That is a title of some kind of anime or webtoon. Was this a prank? You know you could just have this character, you know? I'm pretty sure you could date him.
Well, I'd love to stay. I think you've got a problem ahead of you. You were the one that named them malevolent, by the way. In case you've forgotten, dumbass.
Fair enough. Oh. Gee, I wonder why you named them Malevolence, Came. Looking towards where Malthus had pointed, there being a blue fire was slithering on... No. Through the street. It shows up with oh so convenient timing, and you're telling me you have nothing to do with it. If you want to give me undue credit, by all means. He bowed and rolled his eyes, then snapped back to give me a one last wave. See you around. Thanks for being such a gracious host. I'll tell my brother you send your regards. Thanks for all the food. Wait, so is Lucian also your brother? Wait, hold on. What? I'm so confused. And with a wink, he took the form of a crow and flew away. Oh, so now you can transform into a bird. That's so convenient. Okay. All that food. How much time have you been spending with them? All right, did my cat have to throw me into the wolves like that? That's kind of crazy. Kame looked at me with a withering stare, and I pointed to the threat ahead of us that looked just about ready to attack. Saved by the enemy, you could say. Too much was happening at once, and we weren't afforded any time to process what had just happened. As Kame swore at Malthus through gritted teeth, I lunged out of danger and glanced back to see that he too had left for safety. Kame! Run back, now! I'm not gonna leave you here by yourself. I'm more than capable of handling one of these by myself. I assure you. Are you not afraid of spirits? Not enough to abandon you. As you wish. Although that got him to give in, I wasn't sure if I was speaking out of bravado or if I truly was able to handle this. In any case, there was no time for rumination. The spirit snapped up under my feet, and I leapt out without a moment to spare. Damn it, that was close. Take that! I thanked the stars for my increase in agility and swept my scythe below me while Kame struck it from the side. Yes! My blade made a clean swipe through the body, and then repelling force threw me back along with my weapon. Damn! Eve. I'm okay, don't worry. Why is this creature so strong? The power of spite is not to be underestimated, I fear. That's what this monster is composed of. The creature split itself into two now, long whips coiling from what I assumed to be its arms. This is not how I wanted to spend my day! Kame and I were standing facing opposite sides, a monster on each side looking back at us. I did offer you a retreat. Yes, like the handsome, gracious gentleman you are! Handsome? It's unwise to feed my ego. I wanted to volley back a witty quip, but alas, mortal peril silenced my tongue. A whip-like arm plunged towards me as I raised my weapon to shield myself. The force propelled me once more. My boots skid across the ground and pushed me against Kane's back.
So close on the first date.
Not now! We are literally in the middle of a fight!
I'd love to be more demure, but unfortunately, my hands are tied. Ugh.
My My blade took a barrage of assault as I fought back. I prayed the craftsmanship would hold out. I would endeavor to be more gentlemanlike, but I'm afraid that we're in the same boat. While he held his own far better than I did, I felt the weight of his shoulder blades digging into mine. Remember to expel your energy through your weapon. We didn't quite get that far into our lessons yet! In truth, I had tried, but I couldn't quite keep the flame of my energy flickering long enough. I think this situation might be more of a boon for honing your skills. Such fancy words tell me to just try it. Aye, aye. I scrunched up my face like a child told to perform long division and could almost hear Arias' cackles in my ears as I pressured my being to extend into my blade. I'm doing it! I'm doing it! Look! I would love to assess your progress. I am trying to keep you from being perforated at this moment. Where in blazes are the others?
Right here, you impatient old man.
The cavalry had arrived once more, signaled by Arias' clicking tongue. I was flanked by Arias and Zafan on both sides. Balafar and Sayer are still at work. I trust that you two can manage this. Faster than you. Zafan started dealing blows in tandem with me as I very much welcomed the additional strength. How are you so strong?
Decades of practice. You'll be able to lift me one day.
Lift your damn weapon first. You're right. Sorry for doing nothing this entire time. I couldn't even afford to glare at him. The creature had split itself one more time in a desperate bid for survival. Kim, I thought you said this one would be easy. None of the ones I've encountered had the ability to reproduce like this. I welcomed the challenge. But hello, I'm a newbie. I'm going to die. Well, I don't.
And one day you will. Sorry, Aina. I'll back you up in just a bit. Tricky little bastard, aren't you?
As our attentions and targets split, I was left to face the last remnant of the malevolent on my own. This time, I had bore the entire weight of a blow, but instead of being pushed back, I was stuck in place. The whip-like substance has started to draw the essence from my weapon, and in turn, me. Oh, no, you don't! I strengthened myself to harden against the creature. While I did not sever our bond, I felt something different. Why do I feel stronger? I wonder... Instead of repelling, this time I was trying to draw the power in for myself. I felt vitalized. I faintly heard the sounds of the other three shadowing dissipate, but mine was still there, only barely. As I stole more and more of its power, the malevolence started to fade. Step back. Let go! I have a handle on this. I got it! Let go! He ricocheted towards me and sliced his blade on the connection between the creature and me. Zafan, Arise, what the hell? Why didn't you stop her? Sorry. He muttered, earnestly sheepish, and Zafan was staring down at his feet. What happened? I thought you'd be better than that, at least, Arias. Arias remained quiet. What's the big deal? It was unsettling how quickly Kame went from being menacing to displaying concern for me. How are you feeling? He tightly gripped my shoulders, and the panic racing his eyes was unsettling. Normally, Kame was like a beacon of calm. Today, though, he was shaken, and I regretted being the reason for it. I shouldn't have taken my eyes off her. See that you do not next time. I can take care of myself. While I did appreciate their concern, I felt a small rush of irritation rise inside of me. Plus, I didn't like seeing Arias be so scolded on my behalf. And there's a lot of things you still don't know. I know, but... And a lot of things that even we do not know yet. What were you doing in that end? What was the tether between you two? But you seemed rather unsure yourself. I was absorbing its power. They gasped at me like it started speaking another language. I was! Or at least I think I was. Are you sure? Not that I'm doubting you, but I felt stronger. I was trying to siphon his power to me and... Why would you do that? Arias. I felt it trying to steal my energy first, so I was compelled to do the opposite. It sounded somewhat pathetic and more like a little petty as I said the words out loud. These are beings that are comprised of harmful energy. We do not know what effects they may have on you. Oh no. Am I gonna turn evil? I looked down at my palms as if they were turning blue right in that moment. You seem like the same old airhead to me. And you're the same jerk, I see.
Aina, do not ever do such a thing again.
Well, I didn't know. No one told me this. How did this happen? Kame's stern warning and Zafon's confusion was a keen reminder of the actual situation we had at hand. The banter of the battle lulled me into a false impression that was all well between us, but it was time to face the music. I have a feeling my brother has a hand in what happened. My cat! Your cat? Wait, you texted us that Kane's brother showed up, so what's your cat got to do with this? The fact that I had been keeping a secret was about to come to light, and that I had lost my cat. What is happening? Aries and Zafon looked to both Siam and I for answers, but I was afraid to speak. I grew envious of the spirit that had just disappeared. I too wish to dissipate into thin air right now. We could talk about this when we're not in the middle of the street. Zafon slung an arm around me. Whether it was a gesture of consolation or comfort, I couldn't tell. With uncomfortable silence, we returned home together. So you want to explain the taste I am? Like, hello? While I expected the interrogation to start immediately, Siam had decided we were to wait for Sair and Valafar. The anticipation only exacerbated the pain of anxiety in my stomach. I wasn't deprived of my usual drink, at least. My little umbrella was even included, although it keeps sinking to the bottom today, much like my spirits.
This is so awkward. Just what happened?
To my right was Zafon. His usual jovial countenance had been mired with concern. Arias was slumped in the armchair, his legs dangling off the arm of the chair, and his head resting against the other. Patience, Zafon. Look, he looks like he's going to stab you. Arias smirked at Siam, who was just about had steam coming from his ears. The reaction wiped the grin off even Arias' insolent face. Siam had gotten to making drinks early. Too early. There was a line about 10 drinks on the counter already, and there was no sign that he would be stopping soon. Oh! Okay. Oh, and these two show up. Okay. Mercifully, Sair and Valafar finally walked through the doors. Forgive our absence. We had the same problem you did by the office. Noting the grim atmosphere, the men had skipped their usual greetings. Sair took his spot to my left, and Valafar took the bar to retrieve his and Sair's drinks. Only then did Siam finally speak. Truly, most concerning indeed. Has your investigation not turned up the cause?
I do dread getting involved in fighting.
Unfortunately not. I was just about to return when I received her message. You mean my photo of my cat? The photo of my brother. The photo of your brother. No matter how many times I said it, it was still hard to reconcile with the fact that my cat was never a cat. How in the world could you tell that a cat was your brother? I'm able to see through illusions. Oh. Yeah, that would make sense why you're siblings then. Before I could ask if his glasses were how he could see through illusions, the others gasped, affronted with the revelation. Did none of you know this? How did none of you know this? Haven't you guys been working together all this time?
The cat was Malthus? No wonder he was such an asshole.
I should have kicked him when I had the chance.
I should have thrown him out the window. No!
I normally do not condone animal abuse, although I suppose it was warranted in this situation.
Why is Siam's brother a cat? All eyes turned to me. My brother is able to shapeshift and cast illusions. My talent is that I can dispel them, to an extent. But why is he doing this, turning into cats and running away from his own brother? What happened between you two? Why were you so afraid? I had loved my own sister dearly, and I can never imagine such strife between us. Sam looked at me and then down at the row of glasses before him. Wordlessly, he took several long sips from one before answering. We could only hear the tinkle of ice against the glass as he took his time. I knew it had to be serious for the rare silence that the others afforded him. I shall tell you— Oh my god, really? You're gonna tell me later? Later, again. If you're forthright in what I'm about to ask you, I will tell you tonight. My displeasure must have been clear to him. Yeah, because you were about to explain and then proceeded to not. After I shoo these cretins out of my home, that is. Oh! Only I get to know, I see. These cretins were the first to show up as bat— A glare from our bespectacled bartender silenced him. I believe we should start the beginning, with you. How did you come to meet him? Did you know he can turn into a cat? Or rather, that a cat could turn into a human? No, I had no idea. How the fuck was I supposed to know? If I had known he was a man, I'd never have let him do... Never mind. I'd realized that I had made the mistake of even saying that much aloud, with the way all the men had suddenly tensed up. Do what? Do what? What has he done? We can come back to that in a bit. Belafar, as he often seemed to be, my saving grace. Right. When I had left that day after my first reaping, I came across a cat, which went into the alley. Don't tell me you followed the cat into an alley. I wanted to pet him! Eve. Then I met a guy named Lucian. Knox. Oh! Knox? Pardon? He had light hair, correct? Yes. His name is Knox. That's my older brother. Those two always stay together. Oh, you're the middle child. Oh, yep, that makes sense. Kane was left out? My heart ached for him. So No, Knox lied to me. I gather he didn't tell you about the identity of your pet. He didn't. I could tell that he communicated with the cat, but I thought it was just a quirk he had. The two of us can understand him quite well. Now I understand how Knox, not Lucian, was taking orders from Mr. Kitty. How often did you two meet? A good handful. It's no surprise you two would become such fast friends. What's that supposed to be, Kame? He did try to shoo me away all the time. And you were undeterred. A surprise to no one. How did your friendship grow? Well, I just talked about... I was reluctant to finish. My problems? My life? I know it would hurt them to know I was confiding in someone else instead. About... things. Someone to vent to, huh? Just as expected, he was sulking. You can always share what ails you with us. I didn't want to burden you anymore. I'm sorry. And look where that's gotten us. Arias. Balfar came over and held my hand and knelt down so I would be forced to look at him.
We are here for you to lean on, but we cannot do that if you talk to strange people in alleys and don't even tell us where you're going. Heaven forbid. What if something happened to you?
Well, this would be the second time that this happened to me, so I'm surprised you didn't do it the first time. Like, I'm so surprised that you didn't stop her the first time, honestly. You have a GPS tracker on her. I wish that he yelled at me instead of using the tone that he did. His gentle disappointment made me feel all the worse. Please don't keep secrets from us anymore. You can trust us. Look, you may say you're sad. You know, we're a bunch of weirdos that told you you're dead and forced you into employment. But we're all here for you to annoy. So if you don't do that, then we're all gonna be sitting around twiddling our thumbs. Aww, Aries being nice. Crazy.
Just look at Xamph. He already looks like he's lost his purpose. Oh wait, that's just his face.
If I don't beat your ass, try it. It isn't that I don't trust you all. He asked me not to tell anyone. What reason did he give you for it? He said he doesn't get along with other Reapers. I feel he was being bullied or something like that. Something about him made me not want to break that promise. He looked pathetic. That's part of his charm, being pathetic. He appears to be the innocent type. Kame sighed. I think it's time I explain a couple of things, sir. Balafar patted my head once more, and then stood up after releasing his hold on it. Everyone, let's head out. And then there were two. Do I just stay here? Do I go over to the bar? Is he gonna come to me? I peeked up very slowly, only for him to already be making direct eye contact. Those eyes of his pierced my soul. I regretted not escaping with the others. When he wasn't being nice to me, he was very intimidating. Let us go to the balcony together. I think some fresh air would do both of us some good. Oh, it's that kind of heart to heart. Okay. He isn't gonna push me over, is he? He closed the door behind us quietly, and I looked up to the beautiful night sky.
I should take it in, just in case it's the last thing I ever see. Don't be overdramatic. He could have killed you earlier if he wanted to.
I scolded myself as we stood together in the night air. I started counting the laces of my boots as we stood in silence. Occasionally, I would peek up to observe the rise and fall of his chest, but I didn't dare make eye contact just yet. A long time ago, my brothers and I were born. I shall spare you the details for now, but it is the reason why I bear a last name. When he finally started speaking, I jolted. Reapers simply come to existence, or they are humans working off a soul debt. My brothers and I are the only exception.
Is that why you have horns?
Somewhere along the way, they have become wayward. They are living as fugitives now. It is my duty to capture them and bring them to justice.
By wayward, you mean?
They have harmed other Reapers. Fatally, even. His voice was so full of pain that I forgot my silly fear of him.
I wanted to give him a hug and reassure him that it would be all right, even if they would be empty words.
Do you understand now? The fear I felt when I saw that he had come into your home, when I was away, and could not protect you.
He held my cheeks in his palms as he inhaled. I felt as if he stolen my breath.
I was unharmed, Saim.
And I am forever grateful for it. Okay, we could kiss, but like literally not right now. He's explaining the backstory of his brother, maybe? No, we do not keep the cat! His fingers curled and a knuckle gently stroked down my jawline, then moved down as he cupped my chin. He tilted my— oh, wait, are we about to kiss? He tilted my face upward so I couldn't look away. I felt the pull of his eyes regardless of his hold on me. My emotions warred inside of me. One moment I was intimidated, and another, I wanted to lend him my shoulder. I couldn't help but wanted to melt in such close proximity. Unfortunately for my nerves, he was very handsome. Oh no, he's hot! Please do not keep secrets from me anymore. You're a kind woman. I want nothing more than us to find a long, fulfilling friendship. Friends, you say, cupping their chin and their face. Okay.
I suspect you know that you cannot seek them out anymore. You are intelligent enough to not repeat a mistake, I hope.
I think he did friendzone us. Listen, maybe he just wants to be friends, and I'm okay with that, okay? His stern warning still rang clearly, despite how softly he said my name.
They're your brothers.
They are harmful, and you are not to go near them. His eyes flashed with something stern that had me taking a step back. My back was to the railing, as he snatched my wrist to pull me back. With a soft thud, I landed right against his chest. Wow, that wasn't convenient at all. I know you won't disappoint me. His hand had reached up to caress my face again, in a gesture that was far too intimate to be friends. Right, that's what I'm saying!
I'll do my best.
The air was strange between us. I couldn't decipher what the mood was anymore. I wasn't sure what the best thing to say was.
I'd rather have been scolded.
I don't know why I'm getting rizzed up right now. Though, yet my heart was beating shallowly, rapidly, like the fluttering of a hummingbird's wings.
Come on, Saeem, clear the air for us!
Now that it's been settled between us, how about a round of drinks? Just the two of us. You must tell me how the others handled the cat version of my brother. So the topic of his brothers wasn't entirely taboo then. I feel like I'm treading dangerous waters. I'm scared. Nonetheless, I gave him a pleasant smile of my own.
I'd be delighted to. And, Kane?
Yes?
You owe me a new cat!
The man was truly flabbergasted. Right, I need a replacement cat. Where's my therapy cat? Your priorities are amazing. Fine, I shall bestow you any cat you wish, so long as it's actually an entire cat.
Can you turn into a cat?
Why? Do you wish to snuggle with me? Crazy thing to say in an Otome game. Anyway. And now the idea is entirely off-putting! I shoved him away good-naturedly, and he chuckled that low, velvety laugh that relieved my anxiety. Thankful that the taut tension had seemed to ease up, we returned inside to spend a little longer together. The others eventually returned to check on all was well between us, and the night returned to our usual rambunctious antics. There has to be artwork for all of them.
You've been seeing men behind my back.
Can we see Lilia, please? It was the next day at work. I returned from delivering a kind elderly man to the gates of heaven, where Lilia seized my wrist in the hallway and dragged me straight here.
I was wondering why you were too busy for me. Now I know.
She was pacing back and forth, her arms crossed behind her back. You didn't even take me to get boba that last time. It's not fair.
You know, I thought it would be bros over hoes.
This is an actual sentence anyway.
Although I guess they're two bros.
Chilling in a hot tub 5 feet apart because they're not gay.
Does that make me the hoe?
In theory, right now, yes? She gestures at herself, her eyebrows scrunched tightly.
Is that all I am to you? A hoe?
She stopped to put her hands on her hips and looked at me accusingly. Oh my god, that was funny.
No?
I held her shoulders and shook her.
Who told you this already?
I knew the answer before she replied. Zafan. That gossip.
You are a very lovely friend to me, Lilia. I just promised them not to tell.
But I want to know things too.
She leaned up on her toes and peered closely into my eyes, so closely that I was afraid that any movement could end up with Lilia poked in the eye.
Did you date them?
I dated no one. One of them was very close to kissing me, but that was it. Her pout transformed dangerously quickly into a suggestive grin.
What? Jeez, why are you yelling? Feels a bit defensive, I think.
Why would I date them?
They're
Because
handsome
Otome
boys,
game.
aren't they? Sure, they have some flaws, but...
Lilia, they're fugitives. The door had swung open, and our favorite redhead poked his head inside.
And what's a bit of forbidden love?
Forbidden love? Whose love is forbidden? All right. Why, even her criminals, of course. Lilia. Zafan. She whispered something in his ear, and while he raised a doubtful brow, he eased up his reproach.
So that's your type, huh?
Okay, maybe it's Chat's type, it's not my type.
Yep, she's into bad boys.
Not the... Why did they not voice this, actually? That's kind of crazy. I kind of want to hear Tarsha say this. I could be a bad boy, too. He flexed, not unlike how a bird struts his feathers, and the two of us giggled at his antics.
Well, if I'm ever actually into bad boys, I shall add you to the list for consideration.
Okay, girly. That's all I ask.
But I much prefer good boys.
I reached up to ruffle his hair, as if he had a tail he'd be wagging it furiously. In theory, he does, in a different game. He sometimes was like a golden retriever. Reliable, cute, big. Well, since Zafan's ruined our little chat, I guess I'll go watch the stream. Stream? Yeah, from my favorite idol, Stellar Hugh. I see. Okay, so we can stream in this universe. Well, I guess it's Earth, so... I had a lot to learn, but one thing I did know is that sometimes it was better to nod along. See ya! If you have any secret dates, let me know. Please do not encourage her to commit crimes. Go watch your stream. You are a terrible influence. He opened up the door and nudged her through, but she was already too engrossed in her device to argue. So, what are your plans for lunch? I thought I was going to the human world with Lilia, but I guess she's busy. How about you spend time with me? My treat?
I'd be delighted.
He playfully put my hand on his arm and marched me down to the hallway. I think I spot Lilia curled up somewhere with headphones in her ears, a fascinating invention, and a coffee in hand. We came across Sayer and Valifar, but the latter took in the sight of both of us. His gaze lingered a little longer than usual. Did I see relief in his eyes? Ah, you're with Eve today. Going somewhere fun? Good job, Zafan. Valifar and Zafan's faces fell. Hmm? You're trying to keep me occupied, aren't you? I muttered angrily to avoid too many raised eyebrows and removed my hand from Zafan. You can't trust me to be on my own, right? I thought we were back to normal. At least the three of them had a decency to show their chagrin in their matching grimaces.
Listen, this isn't the best place for you. I really do want to have lunch with you, and dinner, and breakfast. We just want to ensure that you're safe. And I said I wouldn't keep secrets from you. I wish you would believe me. I came close to stomping my foot, but that would be childish and go against my point. This is for your sake. With everything that's happened, what if you're a target now? I don't want you out of our sight. You're not doing this to keep me out of trouble. You actively never hung out for fun before. I pouted at him. This is different. He opened his mouth and then closed it. No rebuttal, huh? Tell you what, you hang out with us now and I'll give you a treat sometime later. Now you're moving on to bribery.
Bribery is acceptable in small portions.
What do you mean?
My Valafar, what a scandalous thing to say.
But all right, I'll show you that I can behave. Get a dessert, and now you better let me be after some time has passed. I doubt I'd really be much of interest to Malthus after this, or to Nox. Done. Thank you for treating us, Saf. Hey! After work, it had been Kame and Valafar's turn to babysit me. Still felt like a child that had been grounded. But I did deserve it, I suppose. How about I teach you how to mix some drinks? Was he being nice to me again? Was this the carrot and the stick method? That sounds like fun. Do you think I can handle it? With some practice, I believe you certainly outdo me. He tilted his head to me, his eyes holding playful mirth. He put out some empty glasses and beckoned me over. He was very eager to instruct me. Too eager, in fact. Wait a moment. This is just another scheme to pass your work off to me. I'm onto you, Kame. You two just now, but be warned. Before you know it, you'll be the one behind the counter while he's stolen away in the corner. And am I not deserving of a break? I ask myself that every day. There. Here, Valfar, have a drink to make you feel better. Sorry if it tastes bad. I'm sure it tastes... He spluttered. I am so sorry. Oh no, Kate, I think I poisoned him. He'll live. Perhaps this will cease his nagging. I'm fine. He was quite kind to insist when his eyes were watery. What did I do? Just add a ton of lemon for no reason? My, this is quite strong. Perhaps you could bring me another glass. And some seltzer. I kept busy with my hands, but my mind began to wander. I had learned quite a bit about Kame, but I still had to learn a lot more about myself. Oddly, I didn't have the chance to think much about what had happened earlier. Was it because I'm busy? Was I normally the type of person to stress a point until I figured it out? As the others were making their arrival, this could be a good time to bring it up once more. There are some things I didn't ask before. Yes? I waited for the others to settle in and gather their drinks before I spoke. I let Kame make Arias drink, and I wasn't in the mood to hear him complaining about me messing up. I took my seat in between Safan and Sayer on the sofa, as usual. All right, what's the best way to ask this? What exactly happened after my death? Everyone stared at me. Oh, it is suddenly quiet. I don't like that. Well, that is certainly one way to start a conversation. I figured a direct approach was best. Arias scrutinized me from his armchair, his fingers idly stirring the ice in his drink with a straw. Do you really want to know? I should know. Whether I want to or not isn't really an option. You've been here for a while. Has it been bothering you? Your past must have been afflicting you as well. I'm afraid we've been neglecting your fears. Sayer gently cupped my cheeks, and I smiled back at him as I put my fingers against his. The past wasn't affecting me as much as it should have been, which perhaps had indeed become a source of fear for myself. Paul had done nothing but take care of me. Maybe a little too much. I aimed a point and looked at Kame, who had the audacity to grin back with a pleasant and unaffected air. Truly, do you think we don't simply enjoy spending our time with you? Despite all the trouble you cause. A lot of trouble. You've livened up our lives. Sure, lay on the flattery. Despite myself, I smiled. I'm surprised you waited until now to ask. truly, I haven't thought about it often, not since the last time I spoke about it with all of you. In fact, my memories as a whole feel blurry when I try to think more. I haven't had dreams at all since I've been here. I still cannot remember my time in purgatory. I remember stepping forward into my execution. I set my glass on the coffee table and held my head in my hands. I remember how much I love my family and Felix. I remember how much the nobility destroyed us, and I remember destroying them. I remember that I did all those things, but that's all. I can't see any of it. What do you mean that you cannot see? I know everything that happened, but no matter how hard I try, the pictures have been erased from my memory. I thought I remembered my life clearly because I knew what happened, but I only remember on a surface level. I can't remember what Felix looks like at all.
Isn't that a good thing?
No, I still... Considering all that had happened, I was ashamed to say it out loud, even if I couldn't remember what he looked like or how the warmth of his hand felt in mine. What lingered in my heart was enough to sway me.
Even now?
Even now.
Unbelievable.
I might be a Reaper in name, but I still might be human deep down after all.
We all have our weaknesses.
Is her love a weakness? I, for one, admire it. Oh, to be so ardently loved. He looked at me wistfully.
We're getting off track here.
Right. I suppose it's part of human nature to want to know. Maybe I can remember what happened if you tell me.
Is it okay if you force your memories back?
Not knowing will only make me suffer more.
As you wish.
Then let us go back to the beginning. Or, perhaps more appropriately, the end?
The beginning of the end? You two are terrible people. You see, Kame is revealing his true colors.
I suppose jokes about my death are one way to keep you going.
You died.
Shocking!
Afterwards, your beloved friend lost whatever sense of reason he had to hold him back. His consciousness was no more.
Perhaps he had lost his reason to live.
Oh! He could have told me this in life? Like, I did not know. Homie. It's not your duty to rein in a man from, well, a reign of terror. The problem here is what was set in motion before your demise. When he came upon your body, he lost his mind. His wails were unearthly. I did not know that you knew this tale, Valafar. I've heard of it. Arias cocked his head at Kane, who only smiled. He clutched both your body and your... I held the sides of my head in understanding.
That must have been a gruesome sight for him to behold.
And it had changed him. He was already intent on destroying all the nobility in the nation. The two of you had already begun doing so.
Yes, I was in charge of the reconnaissance. Maps, guard rotation, schedule, supply routes. I knew where to aim the dagger and Felix was the one who threw it. We may as well have both been holding the hilt.
He began to wage war. He promised neighboring countries that they would receive the lands of the nobility if they offered their arms. The march he led laid blaze to many, many estates of the wealthiest. He allowed the common folk to flee, but there wasn't enough resources for all, of course. And even if there was, to uproot one's life and begin again somewhere else, it was chaotic. Cities are flowing with refugees. He looked away, but I didn't miss the disgust in his face. People scraped by to feed their families. He was blinded by hatred. Promises of land were lies. Why destroy the current nobility if he were to invite people to take it over? And that is where Zaire and I came in. We work as fixers. With Felix bringing mayhem to the world, we were forced to take matters into our own hands.
We were not to interfere with human matters until the matters become dire.
Zaire usually is the strategist, but I execute the plans. I felt bad for thinking so, but I couldn't expect that Zaire would be a strategist. It appeared that Valafar read my mind, because I caught him smirking. Zaire's quite intelligent when he chooses to be.
When I choose to be? Says a man who has never bested me in chess.
And he is able to see more than the rest of us. Just as Kame can see through individuals, Zaire can see things and people as a whole. Oh, so that's your ability.
Is it because he's an angel?
We have wondered if that's the case, but it appears to be natural talent within him, just like with Kame. I wish I had a talent that I'm probably going to discover later on in the story. So, what did your roles require? I became a general. You fought in the war? Must have been quick. I'm pleased to hear you think that I'm that strong, but it's way harder than that. A lot of work.
You think I can just create a blast with my scythe in the battlefield, and that would have fixed everything?
Well, why not? They probably revere you as a god. You get statues made of yourself and everything. The fan froze and stared at me. Then he started to stroke his chin, his eyes lost in thought. Huh. I didn't think of it that way. Damn, I wonder if I can go back and... Zafan, don't even think about it. Just a joke. But it was a long battle. Your boyfriend wasn't easy to fight. I didn't bother to protest that he was not my boyfriend. I do not wish to aid the nobles either, so it was particularly difficult. More importantly, I did not wish to let you die in vain. It was difficult to come up with a plan to minimize damage while allowing those that were evil to languish. Not that there were many left. I suppose not. Felix had done an excellent job of eradicating most of the upper class. Yet he put himself on the throne. A suitable means to an end for him, despite the irony. Is that why you wear an eye patch, Zafan? Did you hurt yourself in the war? Zafan smiled at me sadly, and the others all fell silent.
I didn't hurt myself in the war. Hey, don't worry. No human could hurt me.
Then what happened with the eye patch? Is it just aesthetics? I sought to replenish where there was destruction. I rerouted the supply routes that you had obstructed. Sorry. But why didn't you two go back in time to stop it from happening? Just kill both Felix and myself. It is forbidden. We can only correct the current course, not go back in time and change something. We go back in time for our reapings. I was confused. What made this different? Because we are collecting souls after they are already dead. We can only end a life ourselves if the harm has gone too far. Oh. But then another contradiction occurred to me. But you went back in time to stop Felix. Zafan and Sayir cocked their heads in confusion. Balafar wore a knowing smile and Kame cleared his throat before chuckling softly. I think you are under the misapprehension that we traveled backwards to do this. Misapprehension? We did it as this was happening in history. What? How old are all of you? They said hundreds of years old before, girlie.
She stares at us as though we will crumble into dust at any moment.
I mean, you probably could, considering how you could not catch that cat. We're the same age, you know? But I've been asleep! And wandering. You did spend a good amount of time roaming. Well, you two fought an entire war, it seems. Would you like to hear the ending? I'll take it it's not a happy one. Well, the world eventually returned to peace. Although Felix lost his way, Sayir and Zafan were able to help establish a democracy in the country. Of course, there were still rocky relations in terms of diplomacy with the neighboring countries and within Bengengar itself. And Felix? What happened to him?
He died alone and driven by madness, as he deserved. He let you die, which is unforgivable. As was the war he waged.
He didn't let me die. I waited until he was gone.
Well, there was a whole execution. If he truly cared for you, he wouldn't have let you leave his sight. And yet he had the audacity to besmirch your work by... Enough. I didn't realize I was shaking until I felt Sayir's arm wrap around me. Despite all that's past, know that the world was able to heal and not beyond repair. It is how you sit with us today.
You're welcome.
And I would do it again.
Thank you, you two. I kissed Zafan on the cheek and turned to give Saphir a peck on his as well.
I believe I was helpful behind the scenes.
Oh my god. Bro just wants a kiss! As he stepped forward, Balfour pulled him back by the collar. Yeah.
What a sly fox you are, Kame.
And as we laughed, the night took a lighter turn. Drinks flowed freely until the time to retire. A little kiss to ride. Or so I thought. It was the middle of the night, but I couldn't sleep.
I've been so busy thinking about everything else I didn't realize I'd yet to remember the incidents myself. I've been pacing around the apartment since I gotten back, unable to tuck myself into bed. Despite the pain it would bring, I longed for some memories buried inside me to resurface again. It sounds like I'm gonna have a dream. I was about to leave my apartment. I paused. I want some fresh air, but maybe I shouldn't go out right now. What if I run into Malthus? Or Lucian? No, Nox. How about I check out the rooftop? I wasn't sure if there was a special way to get there, knowing how much sorcery this world held. So I decided to send a message. I wasn't sure if there was a special way to get there, knowing how much sorcery this world held. So I decided to send a message. Why did that repeat twice? Oh, this is a choice. Okay. Seer. Hey, Seer, are you awake? How pleasant it is to hear from you. Goodness, I was worried you were sleeping. I'm always here for you. What is this, mystic messenger? I appreciate it very much, Seer. Can you come and spend some time with me? Oh, I just realized there's a little sheep in the corner. That's so cute. Certainly, I'll be very delighted to. I wanted to go to the rooftop. Would you come along? I'm already on the way. I'll see you. Oh, you came to pick me up, too. Okay. Seer came to me extraordinarily fast. I wondered if he made use of his angel powers, or perhaps he flew through the windows. How are we getting to the roof? By flying? Oh no, we're simply going to use the elevator. Oh! Girl, why did you not realize that in the first place? Would you like to fly? Maybe no! Now. I want to know how to fly. On second thought, the idea of being so high upsets my stomach doing somersaults. My arms are ready for you anytime. Oh! Wait, this is kind of nice. This is kind of pretty. We went to the roof using a rather human method, but quickly forgot how ordinary our passage was once we'd arrived. It's so pretty up here, Seer. I grabbed his hands and pulled him around with me. This is a wonderful little garden. Do you tend to the plants, Seer, or do they keep themselves alive? Aries is the gardener here, actually, and he does his job very well. You know what? That tracks for Aries. I can see that. Really? That seems rather out of character. I could imagine him tending to these plants. Perhaps he yelled at them to keep them from wilting. Because he's so abrasive? Perhaps it's his way of being a little less grumpy sometimes. I wish he was nice to us, like he is to these plants. He has a soft spot for you, even if he shows it poorly. Seer laughed gently as we toured around the perimeter. While I looked around every nook and cranny, he seemed content with just following me around and observing me discovering everything here. And there's a pool here too! How lovely! I'd love to go swimming with everyone sometime. Then it shall be arranged, although I do not think any of us have ever swam here. Truly? What a waste. I mean, it looks green. I would not want to swim in green water. For now, the two of us sat side by side at the edge of the pool, our shoes left to the side. I let my fingers skim over the water as I quietly studied my reflection in the pool, wrinkled by the ripples. Seer's face joined close to me in the reflection, and when I glanced up and saw that his cheek was nuzzled against mine. Your reflection looks unhappy. What ails you? Servant as ever, Seer. I stopped disturbing the water so that I could admire his face, shining in the water with the moon behind him. Truly, he was ethereal. He was much prettier than me. Perhaps I can be of help? My shoulder is always yours. Then, I hope you don't mind me asking some questions.
Ask as much as you wish. I will answer to the best of my ability.
When you came down to my world to fix everything, what did you think of me? Didn't you think me ill of me, resent me for being foolish?
Well, I believe anything you do is the right thing to do.
Oh! That seems kinda dangerous, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, you mustn't think that. You should tell me when you believe that I'm wrong. But you're never wrong. Oh, he is devout. He is literally angel stereotype. Okay. Did I not almost destroy the world? You were well-intentioned. Weren't you sad when I didn't tell you where I'd been going recently? Well, yes, but you had a good reason. He was smiling so pleasantly, it was a bit concerning. Do you really think so? Of course. I think this argument's going backwards. Shouldn't I be the one defending myself here? You're gonna give me a big head. And what's wrong with that? I like you no matter what. It's good when we tell each other when they mess up. He tilted his head, as if the thought never occurred to him.
But you are perfect.
Oh! Oh my god! Okay! I had to admit, I couldn't resist such sweet words. No, you must keep your ego in check. I looked away and hoped my hair was covering how much I was flushing. He spoke so innocently that he had me flustered. Seer never flattered me. Every word was from his heart, which is why mine beat so quickly. Oh dear, perhaps I've been cuddling him too much, or maybe he's just spoiling me? Could it be that all angels acted like this? You're very kind to me, Seer. I patted him on the head and he closed his eyes and hummed. Either way, it was nice hearing such nice things, even if they definitely weren't true. This is why MC is so oblivious. Oh my god. What do you normally do as an angel? You seem to spend a lot of time working on Reaper things. Well, we take care of many things. Reapers matter in details of death. Angels work more so on creating and distributing life. But we also are the managers of all that exists. If there is an anomaly, we employ Reapers to assist us to right things once more. I have welcomed newcomers to heaven, delivered life bounties, blessed land in need of fertility. And how have you become a fixer? He tucked a strand of hair behind my ear and gently smothered my hair down along my back. His fingers stayed at the small of my back and played with my tresses hanging there. That is a secret, my dear. I rolled my eyes and took his braid in my fingers, tickling his face with the end. Thayer's smile widened, and he tried to keep his laughter in. Have you always worked with Zafan? Of course. We have never been apart since you were born, and raised as brothers. Must be nice to be able to stay with him for so long. Now I get why you two seem so close. And we will be together from now on, too. I hope you find happiness in this life, with the one that you are destined to be with. I continued to play with his hair for quite some time, and once I'd realized that time was flying faster than I liked to, I stood up. I think we need a return now, Seer. Seer deflated, and I'd turn away from those adorable puppy eyes to keep my own resolve. But it was nice spending time with you. We can always spend time together, Seer. It's been a while since we baked together. Perhaps I shall visit you this week? I'm looking forward to our next session. I do hope you'll enjoy it. I think you shall. I held out a hand for him to take. We happily clasped it now that another day together was promised. Very well. Whenever you have need of me, call me. No matter the hour, I will be right by your side. We walked the way we came, and I declined his offer for a flight once again. My heart needed no more tremors for tonight. Are you asleep? If I were, we wouldn't be speaking right now, would we, Seer? I suppose not. How troublesome indeed.
I'd like you to rest, but I'd also like talking to you. Ugh.
Not the wafer! Okay.
We can talk again during the day. Sleep well, Seer. May you have wonderful rest.
He is pathetic in the best ways. Oh, I am in the car. Why am I panicking? What's going on? It was another day after work. Zafan had promised something special today. That was a day I learned that Zafan was a liar. The aforementioned treat from Zafan was nothing but deceit. It was naught but pure punishment. Nay, torture. This was cruel and unusual torture. You're all upset with me after all. I was forced into the driver's seat of Zafan's car with the wheel under my fingers. Oh. Girl, you were gonna have to learn eventually. They shook me more than Seer did after realizing he accidentally ate Oria's pudding. What? Nah, I'm just helping you out. You can zoom around without us. It means I do trust you after all. Could you trust me a little less? Like a deck swabber at the helm of a ship, it was not cut out to be a captain of any sort of vehicle. It's really not that hard. Let me remind you, Zafan, that where I come from this land, I have thrown a phone and shattered it. My voice trembled even more in my hands, and I maintained a death grip on the wheel. And look how far you come! He ruffled my hair and grinned. If we die, I'm coming back to hunt you! Sure. You're the one persistent soul after all. But first, he leaned over me to grab the seatbelt and pulled it across my body. We won't die, but I don't want you getting hurt all the same. Now keep your foot on the pedal. That's the brakes beside it. You let go when you want to. Well, go. What if I don't want to go? You'll do great. Trust me. I squinted at him. Trust was a lot to ask for, considering the current situation. Here, let me tell you what to do. After a lot of coaxing and screaming, and an incident where I accidentally switched to drive instead of reverse, we somehow managed to end up on the road. How does the city feel now that you're behind the wheel? Enjoying the different view? I cannot enjoy much when I'm focusing on not dying. Why is the car close to me? Oh hey, looks like Kane's the one driving, and Aries was there too. What a speed demon. Want to race them? Looks like they haven't noticed us. Race them? I glanced over to only see him waggling his eyebrows. Absolutely not.
Oh, come on, Grandma. We'll be outpaced by everyone in this city.
Do you want me to turn this car back around?
I'm so glad that's voiced. No. There was some silence for a while, but I had gotten a little better at it. I even started pressing more on the gas to Zafan's delight. The view was different, I had to admit. Having control of the wheel myself did give me a different look at the city. Not that I'd be doing this again.
Hey, when you would sneak off to lunch, did you have more fun with Nox than us? Did we bore you?
Why are you teasing me right now when I'm behind the wheel? I could sense the pout in his voice without having to look. Oh dear, is he jealous? I wonder how long you've been holding that question in. You can never bore me, Zaf. In fact, I'm the very opposite of bored right now. I'm panicking. He laughed nervously, even though that wasn't a joke. Did you feel bad for him? Well, yes, he was living in an alley, like a stray kitten. But he was a good listener, when he wasn't trying to run me off, I suppose. I'm sorry you lost a friend. It was once my friend too. Oh, what's the backstory here? In that case, I'll say sorry too. I'm sure you must have known him longer than me after all. I was thinking, how about all of us go do something fun one day? Maybe we can go to the human world and have a little vacation. I'm sure Saeem can get us the time off. Why did the music cut out? Whatever activity he was about to suggest was cut off by the body that just hit our windshield. Oh! That's why the music cut off. I kept my wits enough to hit the brakes instead of the gas and immediately pulled the lever to parking. Oh, or at least I think I did. I killed someone! The end of my frayed, weary patience signaled the waterworks to begin. Oh, you set it to neutral. He leaned over to fix the lever, but that was the least of my problems.
What do I do? They're definitely gonna send me to hell now!
Surely we didn't kill them, right? Right? I was clutching at my hair and crying against the steering wheel. The damned horn started honking from under the weight of my forehead and only made everything worse.
Don't panic! Don't panic!
I wish there was a panicked image. Why does he look neutrally, annoyed? I wasn't sure if he was reassuring me or myself, but frankly, that didn't matter. Let's just take a deep breath, and suddenly a blue figure popped up and slammed against our windshield. Ah! It's coming alive! As we held onto each other while screaming our heads off, the swipe of a scythe cut through it, and it dissipated just as quickly as it came.
Well, it's dead for good now.
In front of us stood Aries, who looked at us still clutching to each other. For several moments, we were all frozen, staring at each other in hopes that someone would break his awkward silence. So, you were having a tryst in the middle of the road, I take it. Quite bold of you. He kicked the front of the car with each syllable, and Zafan twitched with every hit. You dirty-minded man, there's no such thing happening! I threw Zafan off of me and landed with a soft thud against the window. We extracted ourselves out of our seatbelts and opened the doors. Zafan popped back in to remove the keys from the ignition while Aries stared at me. Was that a malevolent? Yes. More importantly, were you driving? He looked at me incredulously, then to Savon, and then back to myself.
I was forced into this.
I pointed at Savon, but the culprit behind all this, as he rubbed his neck. The man still had the audacity to smile. Aries glared at the redhead until he finally shrugged, his sigh colored with resignation that spoke of his experience with the man in question. I see Savon is intent on destroying Stasis. Very funny. I think you've joined the malevolent hunt? Yeah, I've been wanting some practice.
Practice, he calls it. So cocky.
You should get her home. Though maybe don't let her drive again. He waved me back into the car, and irritation prickled inside of me.
What, you think I wasn't capable of helping? Since you're being dismissive of me, I'm staying.
Spite will only take you so far. Is Kane around here too? He peered around Arias this way and that, but is just here on this empty street. I guess Savon led me down this way for less of a chance to hit people. He went about that way to the left. Valafar took on the other side. Seer is somewhat ahead. We were wondering where the two of you went, but they won't be believing that you were driving. They expect pigs to start flying first. So, we were the only ones uninvited to this party? Have you bothered to check the group chat during your little date? Though you came over here on your own, but not... You two just idiots that bumble into trouble.
I do not bumble. I strut. Thank you very much.
That's a very fruity statement. Thank you, Zafon. Forgive me, Your Grace. We heard swirling noises growing in the distance, an omen that sent curl down my spine. Let's get going. Zafon looked over at his shoulder, back to the bright red car that was now sitting out in the middle of the road. Hey, my car's gonna be alright. Right? If you work fast enough, maybe. Hey, at least let me park it somewhere first. Arise grabbed my wrist and propelled us forward without waiting for a response. He gave a menacing cackle that far outweighed the fear I had for the malevolence. We heard a distant "fuck you, Arias" as we ran together, along with a shufflement of Zafon's footsteps to keep up with us. I shook my head in disapproval, but I couldn't hide the burst of laughter that escaped me. Neither could Arias. Not knowing what omens lay ahead of us, we shared a fit of chuckles at Zafon's expense as we charged ahead. The tension in my heart still didn't leave entirely, but I found it easier to slash through these creatures now. I knew I was stronger than them, and that let me keep my head cooler this time. That, and I suppose it was easier because most of them were congregating around our red-headed friend. Why are they all targeting me? We've been coming across more and more of those blasted creatures, although none were as strong as the one in front of our apartment. Maybe because he smelled good? That's a crazy thing to say. Anyway. Oh, you think I smell good? Ah! As he stopped to preen himself at my compliment, a monster lunged at him. I caught it! I leapt up, and with a graceful turn, if I do say so myself, I extinguished the malevolent.
Thanks for the save, my knight in shining armor.
Hee! Ugh, gross. Next time, just let it finish him off. Arias! Okay, just let it take a chunk out of him. A small one. He leapt back after Zafon angrily aimed his own scythe at our cruel-tongued friend, and Arias responded by poking his tongue out. You guys are having fun. Sad you missed it, though, Saf. It's rare we get to exercise like this. Exercise, you call it? I call this overtime work. Do I get paid for this? No. You're lucky they can't even let you run around like this. Aw. Boo. It's okay. You don't have to worry about money. Just ask Siam to get you whatever you want. No! I couldn't. Well, I guess I could. You decided that real quick, huh? Decided what? Oh! Everyone accepts I am. We do get paid, I guess in theory. Valafar had appeared from seemingly nowhere with Seer right on his tail. That Siam's gonna be her sugar daddy? Well, you didn't need to say it like that! Is that right? Please ask him to buy me a new car in the human realm then. Valafar and the angel quickly fell in step with us. I noticed that Seer did not bear a blade, but rather a shield of light followed behind him. Oh, you're the healing party. Oh. What's a sugar? Oh my god, you don't even know what a sugar daddy is? I guess it's new term slang. Stop putting weird things in her head. He's totally gonna take advantage of it. I thought you were going to have her take advantage of him.
Oh, are we getting gifts from Sayim? I'd like a...
Before Sayir could tell us what he won from Santa. A dark fog quickly appeared through the... Oh, that's not good. Okay, the banter's over. It's time for danger. It's getting dark. Astute observation.
I thought you pissed me off less in the dark since I can't see your face, but no, it's just as annoying.
I strive to be the bane of your existence. Alright, you two, enough. Zafan, the voice of reason? Didn't think I'd live to see it.
Truly.
Okay, seriously, this is bad news. He flung his arms in frustration, which I could tell because I heard a smack and a small grunt in protest from Sayir besides him. Or in front, or behind. It was too dark to tell.
Where's Sayim?
You guys haven't seen him?
No, I found Valafar, but I haven't come across Sayim as of yet. Same thing happened with Malthus before. Do you think...
We have to get to him. I tried to run, but a pair of arms held me back. When you can't even put one foot in front of the other? His voice held an urgent rasp in my ear, and I realized that he was the one keeping me in place.
We can't just leave him be!
We cannot know, but Sayir can light a path for us, correct?
Oh. I didn't know he can do that. Go for it, Sayir! It's my time to shine. Literally, you know?
Get to it! Hurry on up.
So ungrateful.
There was a path of light before us, strong enough to pierce the road ahead, but not enough to entirely dissolve the dark.
Please, go ahead, Valafar. Please release Eve.
All right. He bowed in a rather knight-like fashion after letting me go. The second I was free, I was on my heels and raced ahead.
We're coming for you, Sayim!
Idiot, don't just announce your presence like that! The further we went, the lighter the fog became. Or perhaps it couldn't maintain its form for very long. Either way, we found the answer to the culprit by the time we finally found Sayim. With him was my former cat. And was friend the right word? Our approach was not unnoticed.
Man, you are all so noisy.
He spoke in a drawl, and a slow smile crept on his face as he spotted us coming to join Sayim and himself. Malthus's arms were raised and stretched behind his head, and Sayim had his weapons pointed at him from several feet away.
Oh, can't a man get some beauty sleep without having everyone on his ass?
It's bad enough we have to sleep on the streets. Look at poor Nox. Lucien was trembled behind Malthus, his eyes quivering in fear. It was a standoff between brothers. What would happen to my friend? No, friends. And look who it is. My wonderful owner. It was fun being your pet. Crazy thing to say in an Otome game, but anyway. He licked his lips lasciviously, and I held back the urge to throw something at him. This fucker. Valafar kicked Arias in the shin and had him doubling over. Not now.
Eve.
He turned towards me, although his eyes couldn't meet mine.
Lucien! No, I mean
Nox. I ran up to him, but Sam suddenly appeared before me and held me back. How did he move so quickly? I was, however, getting annoyed at being stopped at every turn.
Sayim, let go of me.
Do not interfere right now. This is your one and only warning.
I flinched, finally aware what it was like to be under the threat by Sayim, the very same man who was always smiling and put little umbrellas in all of my drinks. The burn in his eyes right now was truly demon-like. He had become another person.
But he's my friend!
He is my brother, not your friend. Ask him yourself if you're so sure.
Sayim, what are you gonna do to him?
It's none of your concern. Leave, now. He released me and faced Malthus again, the distance between them dangerously close now.
Having a lover spat in front of me. My, you sure move on fast.
Move on!
After the nights we've
spent together. Okay, I kind of wish that the dialogue line would actually follow the voice lines.
You are a cat, you freak!
But still a man inside.
I'm gonna kick him in the face. Anyway, he was not making a good case for himself.
Brother dearest, it was nice seeing you again.
Saeim lunged for his brother, and Malthus too, sprung to his own cat-like leap.
Malthus!
The fear and anguish in his voice set off something inside of me. Something that reminded me of the past, and I had to do what I failed to do in my past life. Am I gonna get stabbed? I'm gonna get stabbed. The love I had for my sister, the love Nox had for Malthus. I saw myself in Nox, and for that I had but one choice. 1,000 storms turmoiled inside of me in less than a millisecond. I couldn't control myself. My legs moved on their own. Faster than I could see, I found myself in between the clash of the two brothers. That's your brother! You can't turn him in! Nox, go! Ah! Malthus's attack landed on me instead. A long gash running from my waist down to my thigh. Saeim's own blade struck my shoulder simultaneously. Oh my god, we got Pokemon'd. Oh, we got Ash Ketchum'd! My scream of pain was interrupted by my own fall, as the blunt force launched me into the ground where I was lucky enough to land on my wound. God damn it, these men to hell! This is why you never trust them, man. I say, in an Otome game. My blood stained the road beside me, and I strangely found myself hoping that I wouldn't face a littering charge on top of all this hassle. When I said I wanted to be between them, this wasn't what I meant. Too bad, get stabbed. Fuck. Malthus reeled back and his dagger was dripping with my blood. Although he had the eyes of a rabid dog, I could not mistake the regret in them too. I couldn't let them be erased, despite wanting no more than to seize him by the neck and throttle him.
Thanks for the save. We'll pay you back one of these days. Or not. See ya, little lamb.
He smirked, giving us no chance to catch him as he took off. If Nox had anything to add, I didn't know. Malthus yanked him away into the shadows before a single noise was uttered. Audacity, that little... He could have apologized at least. If I die again, I'm going to haunt him for the rest of my third life. I can't believe I met him sleep on my chest. I groaned as I rolled over to my front, an even more humiliating position to be in, but at least gravel wasn't digging into my wound. Valafar and Seir came to my side within moments. Seir immediately began what I assumed was healing spell over my wound. It was a searing pain. I briefly wondered if I was incompatible with angel magic. What if I was dying instead? Perhaps I'm actually cursed and this is like an exorcism. Except I'm being exorcised out of the world altogether. Just as Saeim was recovering from the shock to give chase, the area filled with shadows again once more. Seir snapped light back to our surroundings as his fingers finished a path down my cut. The brief window of darkness was enough to allow Malthus and Nox to make their getaway.
No! Damn it!
His voice ripped through his throat so violently it startled me more than the blow to my body had.
What have you done?
Saeim rounded on me, and my eyes were trained on the face of pure, unadulterated rage before me. Well, romance option with Saeim, maybe? No longer on the table. Demon-like. No, Saeim was fully a demon right now. And I was the prey he was about to devour. How dare you interfere in matters that do not involve you? He seethed intensely. The dark rage that boiled in his quivering eyes made me recoil far more than the pain in my shoulder did. Out of everyone, it was Aries who came to my defense. Aries had stepped forward in between us, and Saeim snorted a laugh of derision at the action. He protectively raised an arm in front of me as Saeim prowled closer. Watch yourself.
You insult me, Aries. She is not in any danger from me.
Well, I don't know about that, sir. Then you best manage that temper of yours. Saeim's laugh was terribly bitter and sent shivers down my spine. You make a fine jester, Aries. Are you the only one who's ever allowed to direct his rage at her? She had no idea what she has done. Zayfan stood beside them both, eyes darting in preparation from a fight from either side. He growled his words so ferociously that I feared he would attack Aries next. Or likely, myself. She will find out.
At what expense? At whose expense?
The why is that last line not voiced? When will you learn the consequences of your actions? When you tell me, instead of being like, oh, I'll tell you tomorrow. When, bitch? It's been several weeks. I was not told shit.
When will you learn the consequences of your actions?
Oh, there's
How
the other
many
voice
times
line.
must I tell you no, 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 no before you listen?
You didn't tell me jack shit, actually. I have no idea why you have beef with your brother because someone was just like, oh, I'll tell you another time. So I don't know the consequences of my actions, actually. You charge ahead thinking you know what's right, but instead you doom us all with your carelessness. You were gonna hurt your own brother. I couldn't just watch. He is mine to deal with, not yours. It's not right. What's not right is that now, by allowing him to get away, you will be charged with aiding a criminal. And the rest of us, along with you. If I'd be the one to take him in, Nox would be allowed to live. Malthus, perhaps. But now there is no hope. He must die. It is out of my hands. I didn't know that. How could I have known that? The ire in his eyes burned with such anger that I felt my own heart was scorched. It was as if he had slapped me ferociously. I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. The air in my throat had grown tight. I struggled to swallow. I was spared giving a response when all receiving pings on our phones. My hands were shaking too much to grab my phone and read the message, but I was saved the effort. You are summoned to Stasis HQ immediately. Everyone's face is blanched. Why? What's happening? Already. Understanding passed through the group as I heard a collective sharp intake of breath. Angels. All that they do is report back to those in charge. I remember you telling me... Zafon exhaled, then came over to kneel by my side.
Just now. Sarah was involved in aiding and abetting a criminal, so all of us have been exposed too.
All of us are responsible. It dawned on me what he was getting at. The realization made my stomach sink. Sayer didn't do anything. It was me! I looked up at my angel, who smiled down on me more sorrowful than I'd ever seen him. The pain that come with his healing had lessened, but the melancholy in his eyes forced a few tears to mine. Sayer. As we said before, whatever you do falls on us. And we didn't stop Malthus or you. The fawn, for once, was not smiling. His face was stony, and his eyes grave. I felt like I was drowning. Things were getting worse and worse, and I couldn't breathe.
It's my fault! Why?
Yes, it is absolutely your fault. Everything is your fault. You have always... Arias swung at him and landed a solid right hook at Kane's jaw. It only exasperated the rage in Saim's contorted features as he reeled his own arm back. She's bleeding. There's no point in yelling at her.
Enough! Am I dealing with children or adults? I am sick of this behavior, Kame. You are far too old to act like this.
You know exactly what this means. I don't want to hear it right now. Arias, stop picking fights with Kame. Eve, blaming yourself is going to achieve nothing right now. Safan, get the car ready. She's not fit to walk yet. Sayer, heal her faster. I'm doing my best. He squeezed me tightly as he slowly lifted me up, the light never ceasing between his fingertips. I know. Thank you. He stood up, as possessed by a commanding aura about him that I didn't know he could muster. I would be charmed had I not been feeling so ashamed of myself and feeling intense dread for what would become of our future. The time for bickering is over. It's time to face the music. They're really going to send me to hell this time, aren't they? I can't wait to go to hell! Yay! Yay, we're going to jail! Watch cliffhanger right here, right now. I don't think it's happening. Time had never flown more slowly. The lounge where we usually enjoyed ourselves was heavy with a tragic air. Our features were placed in the hands of a jury who would determine the scope of our crime and the punishment to follow. Everyone stood around while I laid back on the sofa, which made me feel even more anxious. This is agony. Our crime, but it was really all my own doing. Haha, the reflections of life and death anyway. I was sinking into a pit of guilt and confusion, but just as Valafar had reminded me, That wouldn't help anyone. The pain of what I had done hurt more than the wound on my back. The bleeding had finally stopped at least. While I may have stained Zafon's car seats, I was slowly regaining my strength. As a Reaper, I'm not supposed to feel injuries so heavily. I only become one recently, though, and still had much to make up for. Also, you got stabbed by a scythe, which can affect Reapers, so that's doubly the point. If I would even get the chance to make things up, that is, I'd probably be tossed into hell for this. And the others who held responsibility for me, what would become of them?
Aina, I need you to come with me.
After pacing for some time, Sayard suddenly stopped in front of me and urgently held my hand. Where are you taking her? Her eyes asked sharply, but Sayard aimed an even fiercer stare back. This is important. Haim is supposed to return from her trial as soon as the tribunal is here. We cannot afford... We will be back in time. Sayard grabbed my wrist and pulled me up, a hand on my back to support my weight. This must be done. Without waiting for anyone else to argue, he marched us through the door and into hallways full of whispers and stares. Is he the one that's going to tell me what's happening? We passed Lily in the hallway. She was grave, her eyebrows furrowed as she saw us hurry along. Where are you going? You have to go to court. It is essential that I do this, Lilia. Solve by whatever means you can if you must. What? You know what I need to do.
You owe me big time.
If I live to see it, yes, I am in your debt.
He left with Lilia with that, and picked up our pace to make up for the few moments we lost. If you sincere! It was merely a dark joke. I didn't think you were capable of making dark jokes, Seer. I can surprise you every now and then, right? For now, one more surprise. We haven't taken you to purgatory yet, correct? Correct. Would you like to see it? Surely you do not mean right now. I do indeed. Is this the right time? This is the only time we have. We broke out into a run, but the strain was getting to be too much for me. I clutched my side and Seer immediately paused once more. I must be burdening your body. Let me carry you. I'm okay. Seer? In one swift scoop, he tucked his arms underneath my knees and flew through the halls. Oh, he is bridle carrying us as we fly. Oh! Okay. This is much faster anyway. Worry not. You're lighter than a feather. Then you must wear some very heavy feathers. Huh, indeed I do. Oh, that's also a grim joke. What do you mean? Without stopping, he whisked me through the halls of the building. I'd never seen him act with so much urgency before, which worried me somewhat. Even when healing me, he remained calm. Although his eyes had belied his anxiety, he remained steady, which I had dearly appreciated. We're really going? Really? Really? Yes. Hold tight now. If your injuries reopen, let me know immediately. I squeezed my arms around his chest, preparing for another trip through that door. Purgatory, room of respite! Determination flared in his beautiful eyes, and his voice was stronger than ever, and he commanded the door to return us to where I'd started my adventure. Oh, this is purgatory. Here we are. We're not afforded the luxury of time for you to enjoy a proper tour, so we've come to where we must be. I'm terribly lost, Sayir. Shall guide you. First, I should lay you down on this bed. I knew that he had the purest of hearts and was not the time for me to misunderstand any intentions, but it still caught me off guard. Pardon? He held me by the hand, and with utmost faith in him, I followed him. Lie down for me. I squeezed his hand tightly and settled myself against the sheets. It felt familiar, comforting. When I first woke up here, my vision was too hazy to recognize where I was. As I lay here now, I realized this was where I had been all that time sleeping, forgotten. I hate to ask this, but would you let go so I can sit beside you? I can do it while standing up, but I wish for my hand to remain steady. This will hurt for a bit, but it must be done. As he settled next to me, my mind really did begin wandering to forbidden places. Sayir, what exactly are we doing? Is he returning my memories?
I'm returning to you something you lost.
I think he's returning my memories. My goodness. On second thought, wait, not now! What did I lose? Wait!
I'm here in purgatory, laying down in what I'm guessing is a special bed in a special room. The room of respite. Or that was its only purpose. Somewhere I could rest for a long time. I have no memories of this place. Could it be... Does this have to do with my memories? You've always been an intelligent woman. He pet my hair fondly, just as he always did. His strokes were gentler and lingered in my hair with each caress. Seer's eyes sparkled. I could see tears. I tampered with your memories a long time ago. This is the very place I did it. In fact, I built this room just for you. I once extracted all that hurt you. I put you in a long slumber that you wouldn't need to roam any longer. However, I did not mean to erase all of your memories of this place. I meant to heal your heart and ease your pain. Forgive me. Did I ask for you to remove my memories? To an extent, I truly did not intend to erase so much. That is all I can tell you. Why are you returning them to me now? I am afraid I may no longer be able to return them to you after today. I have to set this right. It will likely hurt. Your heart will ache beyond measure as you begin to recover your memories. I do not know if they will return to you right away, or time, or even at all. I will aim to not destroy the seal at once, but rather in a way that erodes with time. That does not guarantee anything, though, as I've never done this before. Wonderful!
I must confirm this with you. Do you wish to recall everything?
That is something you should have asked before bringing me here, you know! Forgive me. I was not thinking clearly. I will likely be unable to reverse this. He gripped the sheets, and his knuckles grew pale. I put a hand over his trembling one, hoping to quell his anxiety. He was so confident, so sure when he had brought me here, but now I could see his doubts war inside of him. But you think I should do it, right? I wish to give you the option. I do not think you will lose anything if we leave here right now other than the chance to remember it all again. Had I not been so terrified of everything else that was occurring, I'd likely be halfway out of this room. But if Sayer decided that this was something I needed, then I chose to trust him. Even more than that, truthfully, it would drive me to insanity if I could never recover my lost memories. It explained why everything was so fuzzy to me, why no matter what, I would encounter block after block. No, Sayer was right to bring me here. Is it better not to remember everything all at once? It will pain you too greatly. I considered a little longer, but I knew we were both pressed for time. We had to do it now, or... I only today. Sayer, you said that you wouldn't be able to do this after today. Why? What's gonna happen to you? The sheets rustled as I jerked up, and I seized his soft hands in mine.
Sayer, please tell me. Are you going to die?
Maybe! Crying wouldn't do anyone favors, so I blinked back tears as best as I could. There had to be something I could do. Anything. I couldn't let him die for me. Maybe if I knocked him out, I could run. I do not think that I will die. Really? You promise? Yes. He pulled back my hands and gently kissed my fingers. However, I may be unable to use some of my powers from today onwards. In that case, it's true. I like to do this now. So, please, do not fret. Lay down for me and close your eyes. I will be as gentle as I can. I don't want to lose your powers either, Sayer. It is all right. Power comes with its own burdens. If I do lose them, I think I shall feel much lighter. Now we must hurry. There will be trouble afoot if we do not return soon. When I finally closed my eyes, I felt the softest flutter of his lips against my forehead. Forgive me if this pains you. He pressed a palm to my forehead. By the time I exhaled, I'd finally had my first dream in this world. Oh, you were preventing my dream. Oh. Goddamn, okay. No, it was a nightmare. Sayer held Eve in his arms. Oh, I am in third person. Careful not to jostle her as a single whit. His slender fingers adorned her frame with tenderness, even as he flew through the halls of a building that became suffocating.
Our trial is to begin shortly, and you decided to go on a field trip. What on earth was occurring in that daft brain of yours?
And why is she like that? Has she done something to... I've decided to return to her what I borrowed, her memories. Sayer, He barked at the angel, but Sayir did not flinch once. For all his usual cowardice of Aries, he had taken on a different aura. So sure of himself that no one could change his mind. Perhaps that's why he felt much camaraderie with the girl sleeping in his arms. Her features twisted, small grunts escaping her lips, and sweat gathered on her neck. She had finally begun to dream again. The transfer had been a success then. How he had ached to give her a better gift than one that had returned the thorns to her heart. I did not make that decision with a light heart, Aries, Saim, but all is well. We returned in a timely fashion. Saim clicked his tongue dismissively and pinched the bridge of his nose. All is well, my arse. All is going to hell. We need to go now. She is still unconscious. I suppose that benefits us. She is not to attend the trial after all. At least it can keep her from arguing about it. What? Why can't she come with us? Isn't this related to her? Surely they would not let her speak in defense of herself. She has not yet earned that right. Do not look at me that way. I am but the messenger. As she is in our charge, the crime is ours to answer for. You all know how this works. I will handle this. I have put us into this situation. It wasn't your intention, Sayir. But I'm still the cause, no? He gently lay her down on the couch once more and slid the pillow underneath her head. With the utmost tenderness, he brushed her hair away from her face and admired her features as though mesmerizing them yet again. When the time comes, do not argue against me. Do not stop me. You aren't thinking of... Sayir. Enough. Let's go. Where is Lilia? She should be here with Eve while we're gone. Sayir's resolve was absolute and melancholic, but powerful. Saim and Sayir led the group in silence to meet their judgments, while the woman responsible for their predicament slept in distress. Memories of my death swirled repetitively in my head, flashes and flashes until finally they started to form a solid memory. I relived the swing of an axe just like it was a page in the book. And finally, I saw what came after. My soul severed quickly from my body. My head, however, was not as fortunate. How terrifying. The guard that had been my friend, my final escort, sat on the ground near my corpse. He was shaking. Every inch of his body was trembling. Please look away. Don't do this to yourself. My words, of course, fell on deaf ears. Despite this memory being a nightmare of my own creation, I had no power. At least I could recognize that it was a nightmare. It was, right? Everything was so real that I started to doubt myself. Real? Not real? Real? Time crawled. The people dispersed, satisfied with the show of gore for the day. The executioner departed. The task of ridding my body fell to my friend. I was but a boy of 17, 18. It was wrong. It was all wrong. I had accepted a gruesome end to allow Felix a peaceful path to justice, but I realized now that I threw away my life so shamefully, so disgraced, for an ending of violent retribution anyway. I was angry. At myself, at him, but most of all, at the world, for letting such atrocities happen, to have forced our hands this way. It began to rain. The blood won't wash away. The road was stained with crimson. The sky grew dark and the clouds became gray, perhaps to clean my blood off the ground below. Then, with the first clap of thunder, I heard an unearthly wail that sent ice-cold chills up my spine and all the way down to my fingertips. Felix? I woke up before I could see his face. God damn it! I jolted awake to find, my complete and utter surprise, the man that now hated me the most. I was on my back, and Kame hovered over me, truly like a reaper who had come to collect my soul. If looks could kill, I would be swept into hell right about now. The trial? Has the trial happened? Oh no. Had I slept through the whole time? It is over. What happened? Later. You wish to see the Hall of Memories, right? I was smart enough to recognize that this was an order and not an invitation. Was that a shortcut to hell? Was he going to toss me into the pit himself? Same. I just realized that Lilia was sitting beside me at my feet. This had to be a trap, but I didn't dare say no. Yes. Then come with me. Are you going to kill me? He pursed his lips, looking disappointed. Oh, pardon my caution! Would you look
you want to eat me alive! No, as I've said, you are in no danger from me. I have neither intention nor desire of ever hurting you. And thanks to Sayer, the other risks your existence have been passed. For now. Until you act up again. Right. Well, I don't intend. Let's hope not. Anyway, shall we? He pointed towards the door with a jerk of his head. I sat up slowly. My head was throbbing and I felt myself slipping back down, but Saim quickly caught me. For all his vitriol, I suppose he still cared somewhere deep down. What is it that you want to show me? Think of it as something you need to see for yourself. It'll make sense when you get there. Saim, what are you up to? Never you mind, Lilia. So rude. Will you be okay? I'm fine. It was such a pathetic lie that Lilia didn't even bother to argue. I'll let the others know. She whispered to me as Saim dragged me out of the room. We passed none to the others, and I worried about what had happened to them. Basim gave no indication of what would be informing me of what happened. He's gonna show me Felix, right? I feel like that's the only thing I can make a connection to. The office itself had been full of chatter until we had entered. Voices fell into hushed whispers, and I knew we were the topic of their conversation. They like to talk a lot, huh? I suppose they have good reason to. Where are the others? What had happened? What did Sayer do? Later, you'll find out soon. Anxiety surged inside me yet again.
Well, here we are. Beautiful, is it not?
Oh! We're in a data center, library. Thing? Orbs. He gestured an arm outwards, showing off the scenery. Of course, the novelty wears off on those that must work here the most. It was wondrous, but in almost a frightening way, an eerie beauty. It was a maze I could get lost in all too easily, like the room itself could devour me whole. And there was something very scary about his demeanor as well. His smile made me feel ill, only worsened my headache. Does he intend to abandon me here? The computers in the office are synced to here. Physical visits are usually for the purposes of cleanup and organization only. Let me see which one we're looking for. I'm still not sure why we're here. Now, usually, one would use the record up over there. It projects a screen for us to watch and is quite efficient. But I believe our purposes would be better served using a function of the room to truly replicate every last part of the scene. It is not typically used, as the space is needed for work, but no one shall be coming here today. He explained all this much like a patient schoolteacher, yet I found I barely understood anything. The mechanics of the room, yes, but the why was still to be found. I am completely lost. You won't be for long. Is this just giving back one of my other memories or something? He pulled up something on his watch, then using it as a guide, walked over to the shelves. As he searched, I looked around and looked for the atmosphere of the room. I felt like I was going to swallow me up any moment. Here it is. The one I've been looking for. The Reaping of the Tyrant Berengar, otherwise known as... Felix! My voice came out in a horrified whisper, although Kame paid no mind to it. He walked into the large device above, while holding an orb in his hand along with his watch. Why? I think you need to see this to understand. Sometimes it's easier to show than tell, and this is one of them. Kame, I don't want to see this! I think we're being forced to. Before I had any chance to either argue or agree, the room took on an entirely different form, just like how it happened in the training center. As if we have come into an entirely different world. You were unable to remember your past. You wished to learn, didn't you? What happened afterwards? Here's the answer to the end of your path, beyond your end. I've already started to remember the moments after my death. You have, haven't you? You did not witness the consequences that came after that, I presume. The air was stifling. Where are we? In a crumbling castle. I can see that much. Why this castle, though? It belonged to your paramour. This was his final target. He stormed this castle and, like a beast, felled even the crown. But there was no one left to serve him in the end. This place faced siege after siege, and he alone survived. can see that even the walls here had started to decay. Marred by blood and destruction, what is left? A crumbling castle, like a moving castle, possibly named after a sound a wolf makes? Right. Our footsteps echoed through the empty halls, not even the ghost or a servant or a knight to be seen. The air itself was dead. This might have been a recreation, but it was far too immersive for me to feel any sort of detachment to it. Where the royal palace once stood tall, now laid a dilapidated crypt. How was Felix even surviving in such a lifeless halls? He awaits for his death, while the country burns. I fear the same will happen with you, that you will cut and destroy whatever crosses your path, as long as you believe that you are in the right.
How could you even think to compare us, that I could ever be this way?
One thing leads to another. Do you deny that you two were cut from the same cloth? Or do you want to tell me that you weren't determined to do whatever it took to fulfill your revenge, all in the name of peace? His words burned me.
Did he doubt my intentions all along? Was he right to?
All I did was save your brothers from death. No. All you've ensured is that it will come to them. Had I been the one to capture them, they would be allowed to exist. They could have repented. But now they're marked for extinction due to the harm caused to you.
What?
It counts as a further transgression to their crimes.
Then I forgive them!
Unfortunately, the world we live in does not allow for that. Here actions have consequences. Someone must be held accountable. Aries begged on his knees to spare you at any punishment. He was willing to dive into hell just to protect you. We are all reprimanded. Our jobs are still on the line. But more than that, more than anything that happened to us, Sayer lost his wings. He gave them up for you.
What do you mean by seeing?
He sacrificed his angelhood to spare you of punishment, to let the rest of us leave with us but a slap on the wrist.
Oh! Oh! And you didn't stop him?
The alternative was to let you cease existing. Of course, none of them would allow for that to happen. So you tell me, which was the best solution? To let you disappear, or... I'm sure you wouldn't have been glad for that, wouldn't you? I clutched my head as he threw words as sharp as knives at me. My head was about to split from the pain. Too much was happening, and I could barely remain on my feet. I did not bring you here to argue. Come. He seized my hand himself and led us down more hallways, more paths that I could not keep track of. Until at last, we reached the throne room. There I saw Felix, slumped in the great seat.
Oh, that's what Felix looked like! Okay!
His face was gaunt, and his regal attire was covered in blood, stains all over. I reached out for him, but Kame told me to spare the effort.
Felix, he's...
I wanted to hold him. I didn't care about anything else. I just didn't want him to die like this. But since this is nothing but a memory, had he already passed away, hadn't he? This is just a memory. You can't do anything for him. Kane's next words confirmed my suspicions, but his following ones set a new wave of fear washing over me. And you shouldn't want to.
I mean, right, the bar is kind of low for her right now, but at the same time, like, girl. Girl.
I was thankful he reminded me of that fact, because when a second Saim appeared, I just about lost myself. I was already dealing with one, and that seemed to be more than plenty.
Why is there another you?
Because I was the one in charge of this case. Are you here to kill me? Never seen you before. I jolted as he spoke. I didn't think I'd be hearing his voice again. Felix lazily pointed a sword at the other Kane, who snorted in response.
I wish they had the voice line for that, actually. I would have been surprised.
My, put some life into it. Whatever you have left of it, anyway.
Is this how you finally wish to go? How pathetic. Felix raised his sword once more, pointing closer to the younger Reaper's throat. Begone! I fancy a duel. You waste my time.
you desire death, then spare us both some time. Allow me to take your head quickly. Beheading people so easily. I held my neck again, feeling a phantom twinge of pain at the thought. Felix slashed out his sword, but Cain sidestepped it all too easily. In return, he brought out his own scythe, his smile never leaving his face. But I knew Saim better now, and I couldn't tell that behind that smile were eyes full of disdain and anger. Felix was a scar upon history to be eliminated. Saim was playing with his food. If he's not dead yet, why are you here? You will see. I didn't like the sound of that. Felix took Saim's blade as an actual challenge, and he drew himself up to strike back. I flinched as they parried each other's blows. My fingernails were digging deep into my palms, and I started to lose the feeling in my knees. Are you proud of yourself for all the things that you've done? Pride has never driven me, not once. Then, was it for your beloved? Beloved? Did he mean me? What do you know of her? I know that she was wronged. I also know that this was conquest of yours stems from your shitty desire for revenge. Felix growled and slammed Saim against the wall, with his sword to the Reaper's neck. It was quite impressive in combat, even in his dying moments. His strength has always been inhuman. I know that your lover rots away, awaiting for a man that she will never see again. She begged for us to save your soul. A pretty thing like her deserved better than you. You're lying. His eyes were twitching madly, and he drew shuddering breaths as his knees struggled to keep steady. It tore me apart to see him come undone. My head began to spin again as I clutched at my head, praying the throbbing would cease. Why should I bring them here myself? I've met her. She's lovely. I can perhaps see why you burned down the damn world for her. Give me a good match, and I'll take you to her. You can be together in hell. She wouldn't be in hell. She would be someplace better. Their blades clashed over and over. Sparks flew, Saim's supernatural scythe against Felix's mortal-made sword. Even on the verge of death, Felix fought impressively. He matched blow for blow with Saim until at last his blade betrayed him too. He skidded across the floor and landed just a foot away from me. I shoved past Saim and knelt down. It was against all reason, but I still put my arms around him. I was a little more corporeal than holding a phantom. It was nothing but a memory, recreation. He felt like a doll. There was no warmth when I held him, a stark reminder that he was fake, like the spirits I'd felt in the training center. But all our pain was real. You fought well. A shame your talents were squandered so. Let it finally end. Let me see her. With a swift slice of Saim's blade, I witnessed my Felix's head fall to the floor right in front of me. It was like every fiber of my heart tore apart piece by piece until there was nothing left in its place.
You killed him.
I whispered, my eyes trained on the head before me. Reapers can also be the force to take a life away when absolutely necessary. I carried out the execution of the tyrant of Berengar, as unworthy of my blade as he was. This is what happens when our actions go unchecked. Do you understand now? I was beyond listening. Everything overwhelmed me. My eyes were blinded by my tears. I don't know how he thought this was gonna go. Like, so you traumatized me. For what? Like, in order to teach me a lesson? What lesson am I learning other than I'm just gonna get more trauma? He was dying anyway, but still. There was a sudden light. We perhaps were returning to the hall we were in before. The execution had finished after all. But I couldn't tell or be bothered to comprehend. My body was racked with shaking sobs. I knew he had died. I knew it had been alone. But seeing him surrounded in nothing but darkness and crumbled walls without a friend in sight. I, at least, had one person who didn't loathe me in the end. He had absolutely no one. All he wanted to be was with me again. We both died miserably. I should never have left him.
I felt a pair of arms wrapped around me from behind, and I flailed in panic. It was too much. Everything was too much. I couldn't take it anymore. I was squirming. I didn't want Saeem or anywhere near me. I wanted nothing to do with him. I don't know what he thought about that. I don't know what he thought this would accomplish. A resounding hit echoed in these dark halls. It managed to seize my attention. I looked to find Saeem on the floor and Sayir standing beside him.
After everything I've done to protect her heart and soul, how could you hurt her like this?
Right, like what did you expect, bro? Saeem was double over flabbergasted. Also, he looked like he was gonna kill him, and honestly, oh my god, he's willing to protect me. That's not the thought I should have, but even Arias and I were silenced. Sayir just struck came. This was almost as shocking as everything else that happened today. I expected the ceiling to start raining fire at any moment. Sayir, you need to be resting right now. How are you even standing? I told you to leave. I've retained some of my healing powers, though I am perhaps not in the best state to use them. Even if I were dying, however, nothing would stop me from coming to them. When Lilia told me he brought her here, I've always considered you my brother, and yet you hurt the one dearest to my heart. Sayir, I may have lost my wings, but I have gained new consciousness. I can feel so many things. The first thing I feel right now is hatred for you, Saeem. The girlies are fighting. The loathing in his voice was terrifying enough to bring me back to reality. Sayir, my sweet Sayir, my lovely angel. I slowly wiped away my tears and saw that the back of his shirt was entirely bloodied. Giant slits in his shirt, stained in crimson, replaced where his wings must have once been. I wanted to scream. Sayir? Sayir, what happened to you? I have neglected you. I'm so sorry. He staggered with every step, and I wanted to cry, to tell him to stop. I could go to him instead. I would carry him. He knelt down and held his arms out for me. Sayir, let me hold you. You're the one in need of comfort. You're shaken to the core, my sweet. Are you out of your mind? Just look at you! I was the last person who should be asking that. Had the sight of my angel in tatters not shocked me back to reality, I'd still be curled up.
Sayir! My poor Sayir! What have they done to you?
I held his head to my chest and wept for him. The loss of his innocence, the loss of his wings. Wings he had wanted to show me. They have freed me. I couldn't have asked for a better outcome. Let us go home. You've been through so much. You're so strong. Let me carry you. Sayir, take one look at yourself. I want you to think about yourself first here. We're going to be here all day at this rate. Saeem, carry Sayir. I'll take Eve. Not wish to be near Saeem right now. Right, then get on my back and I'll just carry her in my arms. I don't like that. Sayir, what do you want, to crawl back home? I'm more than capable of taking her. And I am more than capable of taking myself. I can walk. No one needs to carry me. My knees wobbled too much to give me much credibility, but I was determined. In truth, I really wasn't in the state to get anywhere. I wanted to curl up somewhere and cry, sick to my stomach as I was, but all these men were driving me up the wall. If it would get Sayir to rest safely, I would trudge through fire right now if I had to. Let's go home. But no buts. I seized underneath his arm and winced. Arias. He swept Sayir onto his back while I held my fallen angel's hand. You've done well, Sayir.
Will you stay with me?
Sounds pathetic. He sounds pathetic. Oh, he is so baby girl.
As long as you need me.
He is so baby girl. I promised him quietly, and he didn't let go of me once. The trip home was lonely, quiet, suffocating. Sayir had been hiding his pain in the hall, but he couldn't disguise it any longer. Stefan was shaking in the front seat while Zalifar drove. Between Arias and myself sat Sayir. I kept his head against my chest. The others were reluctant to leave me alone with Sayir. He retained his healing powers but did little to ease the damage on himself. For tonight, we decided that we would spend the night at my apartment.
Zafan and Valifar joined us to nurse Sair back to health. There must be something we can do to help him. I'd been sitting next to him and he squeezed my hand tightly. Our fingers were interlaced our entire time here, as palms were terrifyingly cold. The pain part of the punishment. How do you know that?
Look, don't question it. Just let him rest. He's going to be suffering for a while.
How long?
Long enough that he won't ever forget.
I'm sorry, Sair. What can I do?
Support him. Keep your head down. I got the sense that Zafan wasn't entirely pleased with me. Go rest. Today has been nothing but eventful. We'll handle it from here. I was grateful for their presence because I could no longer tolerate existing. Sair only agreed to sleep in the bed if I were to share it. I wasn't allowed to be uncomfortable in any way, according to him. So Zafan used some of his powers to put Sair to sleep. Considering his state, it was all too easy.
Wake me if anything happens, please.
You two don't wear yourself out. Take shifts. There's no need for the two of you to exhaust yourselves either. Zafan glared at him, but Valifar put his hand down on the redhead's shoulder to calm him. Out of everyone, Zafan was the most affected. I suppose they always had been the closest relationship.
Good night, Sair.
While I wanted to stay with him, the guilt was unbearable. I couldn't look at him. I needed time to collect myself.
Falling apart would do no one any favors. I need to be strong. I need a rest.
Aries followed me to the living room and took a seat on the couch. He had set up a bed for me earlier, and I slumped into the pile of blankets the moment I had reached it. But I didn't think that I would sleep again after everything. But as soon as my head hit the pillow, my body gave way. Dream? Dream time? And then at last, sleep overtook me. I wasn't sure if there was anyone out there who could hear my pleas, but I dearly wished that this would be my final slumber. Ah, flashbang! Oh! Damn! That's how the demo ends? Yo! Fuck, dude! While this might end on an angsty note, the full game definitely is happier. Okay! Screw you, devs! I mean, early access is out if you want to play it, and there are plenty of good times ahead. Join our Discord, which is definitely not broken right now. Well, if you want to play it for yourself and you don't want it to be ended on a cliffhanger, their early access is available right now. But damn, this was a good fucking game. I do wish sometimes that there were more choices though, because there were a lot of stretches of time where like I felt like I had no choice. Because MC is kind of her own character, you know, and she like does everything. She has her own personality. She's not like a blank MC, you know. But at the same time, I was just like, I kind of want more choices. Like, what if I was torn between multiple characters, right? What if I wanted Aries and then also Zafan? And then I chose one because I think once I chose Sair, it locked onto Sair for the rest of it. But I genuinely wish I had more choices. Maybe that's something that's available in early access and I just didn't get to play it in the demo. But that's like my one gripe right now. Otherwise, the writing and the world building, eats. The voice acting, amazing. I loved it. Also, the devs clearly have a bias towards Sair. Which honestly works in my favor because I like Sair, but at the same time, I'm just like, what if you don't like the angel? Like, what would you do? That's my question. Like, if you didn't like Sair, or if you didn't like the baby girl type, and you say you wanted Aries, which is like the exact opposite, what would you do? You know? They have a strong angel and Saim bias, right? Like, I kind of think that Valifar was left in the dust a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. He was one of the few characters that I liked, but like, we didn't get to interact with him a whole lot, or at least see a lot of his personality. It might just because he's the type of character that's just like, oh, I need to open up very slowly. But at the same time, I'm just like, whee! I kind of wanted more from him. You know, I did like him. I love his design. So I'm curious if I chose Valifar, maybe I would get a different sacrifice. Maybe there's like different sacrifices in general and I'm just only playing one route. And then because I chose Sair ended up taking the fall. Or if this is like written as the main storyline, you know? Like someone has to take the sacrifice. But I don't know. It's such a fucking good game though. I really want to play early access, but I'm just like, do I just wait until the game releases? I'm so curious.